CFO and Sengoku Gaming, and what a nice set of games we have.
Yeah, I'm really excited, especially about the first series. Like, obviously, get to support the boys, but, this team Ground Zero, after what we saw Bliss do yesterday, going into that matchup, I wasn't really too confident about, like, the clear win conditions to the side of Bliss, but, for Ground Zero, to me, it's just straightforward. They have clear win conditions. They were such a better team than Bliss throughout the entire domestic season and our playoffs, and overall, they still haven't been pushed to try a different style. All we've really seen from this team is the same play style the entire split. So I'm excited to see if they, changed anything in scrims recently, or if they're still going to run back what they know is their best play style.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ultimately, I have to agree with you with Ground Zero, their playstyle, and it matches up very well into J-Team, right? A lot of strength in Ground Zero does tend to come through that jungle, through that top 10, and Shernfire playing certainly very well together throughout the split, kind of going unpunished. And J-Team, their weakness has tended to be that top and jungle. I mean, very weak champion pool in specific for Lauva in the jungle position. And then Lakai, he has weak laning phases. Now, if he does manage to survive through that laning phase, very good team fighter, so it's going to be really up to Ground Zero to punish him in that top lane. But, we're looking at Ground Zero as the favorites, but here, I'm the PCS representative. I've got to give some hope to any PCS fans, to, the fans of the region, to the teams, to tell their stories. And I think one really, really critical piece of the map for the piece of the puzzle that J-Team have is that mid lane. Minji, while having a quiet split this split, ultimately, the meta not really favoring him with all these AD carries, when he does get ahead, if he can find advantages, a very, very capable player of getting ahead. And it's going to be up to Fido, who you see on your screen right now, alongside, of course, Den, Shernfire, Lemus, and Kurak. It's going to be up to him to nullify Minji from making play in that mid wave and the waves and side lanes later on in the game, to try and minimize the impact Minji can have, because ultimately it's him and Chi-Chi on the side of J-Team who can truly get this team across the line.
Yeah, and I think that for J-Team, that will be their avenue to really get into this game against Ground Zero, because Fido has been the most inconsistent piece of this roster. Pretty much the entire team of Ground Zero has looked, indomitable. So the other four players have really not been tested throughout the entire split, and Fido's their only pain point for them so far. But I think he's had monumental improvement throughout the entire split. Forced to play a playstyle that he wasn't familiar with. He is not a traditional AD carry player, but he has adapted to it, and he has fit, this chess piece for his team to allow Shernfire and Tien to shine. And I think those two players are the main, superstars of this roster. Lemus always on the bot lane, always doing really good, never has a bad game, and will always carry those, mid to late game team fights. But Shern and Tien in the top lane are the ones who get stuff done in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And here on your screen, it is going to be that side of J-Team. It's Lakai, Lauva, Minji, Chi-Chi, and Enso. So recently, the last couple of weeks, J-Team have actually been using Yuri-san, who LCO fans might remember. He did spend some time over on Mammoth Esports, I think last year. This time he is on J-Team, but it's going to be Enso playing at least the game number one. See if that makes any impact. Honestly, it doesn't feel like there's any sizable difference between having Yuri-san in and having Enso in. They tend to play the same champs, as is the meta, just playing those melee engaged supports. They both have great impact on those team fights. They find fantastic engages. Maybe you could say there's something to be said here about, Tien's going to know a bit about Yuri-san. There's going to be, the LCO players in general will know a little bit about Yuri-san. They've played against him. They've probably spoken to them. And, the friendship you find there, you can sort of find out a lot about a player. And so no one on the side of Ground Zero are going to have any idea, anything about him at all.
And I think the thing I'm concerned about as well going into this series is that, we talked about Bliss being this extremely veteran-heavy roster. Ground Zero have, two players who've never had international experience in Fido and Kurak in the bot lane. And this is Kurak's, he was not on Ground Zero last split. The fact that Fido and Kurak came onto this team this split and had this dominating performance. This is Kurak's first year playing professionally overall, and Fido also coming back from a long stint of not being a pro player. So both these players fresh to the, international scene, and this is where the game really changes, where all of a sudden these aggressive dives happen on these stacked waves, these team fights break out of nowhere. And this is when you need that veterancy to come through. And I think they're really going to have to rely on Shernfire for that to, be shorter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you look back to last playoffs, right? Shernfire, probably the guy you'd want to rely on, because ultimately they did find that series win against the LJL third seed in V3. And it was through just a dominant jungle performance Shernfire put on there. The Volley Bear game, of course, sticks out. And I'm sure for everyone watching in chat, they'll all remember as well just how ridiculous that game became. He's up 50 CS by the time he took his first recall. So if he's able to replicate that success now on a more carry champion, these AP junglers tend to be harder carrying than the Volley Bear was last playoffs. Certainly should bode well for their chances. But I think ultimately one thing I am going to have to see is how do they navigate this pick ban. The PCS teams against J Team, they tend to just come in. They are not afraid to come in. They see Lalva, they just ban Sejuani, Maokai, Ivan right off the bat. They don't care about anything else. They're willing to give up all of those power picks just to make sure Lalva's very uncomfortable in that draft. But Ground Zero, they're on the blue side. They do have the freedom to look for that way of drafting. We'll see what they go for.
And this has been, Ground Zero have had the freedom of bans pretty much the entire split. They haven't really been forced to ban anything in particular. The only champ we have seen this team ban consistently is the Rumble on both sides. They really want Schoenfire to be that solid AP carry, but the nerfs did hit him recently, so we're going to have to see if it is going to be a continued ban throughout the series.
Yeah, absolutely. As I touched on, Sejuani and the Ivern are going to be banned up. Let's see what the third pick is. A little bit of discussion seems to be happening, and Maokai is the choice, so they've done their homework. They've watched what the PCS teams have found success, and yeah, now it's going to be what's Lalva going to pick now, because obviously there are the power picks in those AP junglers, but it's not been any of the success that the J team have found. They've never found success while Lalva's on any of those picks. I'm sure he's perfectly capable of playing them. The problem becomes, can the team play around the map when he is not on this engage, not on this utility jungler? Now, Ashe going to be the first lock-in, a very dominant and high priority pick there in that bottom lane for Lemus.
I think this is a nice start for Ground Zero in the draft. A lot of teams in the LCO tried this approach, in particular, where they would try to ban out Schoenfire, but he's been around for, almost a decade in the professional scene. He's played every meta. He just has an insanely large champion pool. So, teams finally got to the point at the end of the split where it's just like, there's no point banning out this player. He just has way too many champions who do the same thing. Might as well target the rest of his team. So I think it's really nice for Ground Zero that he absorbed a lot of these bans, and I don't think it's really going to change what they do in the jungle, what their playstyle is going to look like. He's just going to play a different AP carry in the jungle, and they got a priority 80 carry instead this time.
Yeah, and right now, talk about those priority AP junglers. All that's really left is kind of the Nidalee, right? You can go to the Talia if you're going to drop down sort of another tier. There's the Nidalee, there's the Talia, there's the Morgana. Amumu, I would love to see right now. The Ezreal maybe not the greatest Amumu champion to go against, but Karthus is going to be the eventual lock-in. And I do somewhat worry about this Karthus. A reason being, as Ezreal is one of the best AD carries at getting an early Bloodthirster, right? Like, sure, you can't get your first 2 items, but ultimately you get it the 3rd item. Not many AD carries can do that because they just forego so much damage. Ezreal doesn't have that problem. He gets his damage at that 2-item spike, gets the Bloodthirster after. At that stage, he's kind of nullifying what will come out of that Karthus damage. So do have to be a little bit concerned, as well as ultimately, at least this is my opinion, Karthus used to be very dominant because of his clear speed early on. Zyra's faster, and you can't really go forward as the Karthus into a Zyra, right? There's no real way. The reason why Brand does well into Zyra is because you don't have to go into her. You just throw your ult, it bounces through a bunch of people. Karthus wants to be in the middle of a team fight. He wants to find, even if he dies, just a lot of damage in that team fight. Drop the ultimate, even drop the ultimate first, go into the team fight. However you want to do it, very difficult up against this Zyra.
Yeah, traditionally, you would normally see something like the Nidalee come out as the answer to, pro champs like Zyra and Ezreal, because you do have the sustain, you do have, spears to be able to play into that one. But I think the Karthus also operates well because, what we're looking at right now is just, no one wants to go in. They want champs to dive into them, and they're both going to play it outrange, and you can't really outrange Karthus ulti. So if he does get fed, if he's just going to, cycle his cancel cooldown, get to the point where his Rec Room's doing, 50, 75% of the enemy's health, he's doing his job in his team fights. Whereas, the Zyra on the enemy team really needs champs to dive into her, get value out of the, AoE disruptions he's going to do. So I think it's a fine matchup. Both junglers are going to be happy with playing either side of this, current matchup. But, obviously, this is what they want to do in Game 1. The Karthus is just going to be more consistent than the Nidalee. It could be a change-up going into Game 2 if this does pose to be a problem, but I think so far both teams have got their ideal first 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming through that second stage of the draft, it is just that Renekton and the Jax ban. So taking away some of those strong blind picks, meaning that you're hoping Tien gets a favorable matchup for himself. Ultimately, this Leona looks really good right now. A mobile AD carry, a mobile jungler. I think at least, I don't know about the LCO, but certainly in the PCS, it's something that Low and myself have identified time and time again as another strength of the Leona, and why we think Leona is just the S plus tier, that Apex support, even in this engaged meta, is because you get so many mobile mages in that jungle position that if they lose flash, you just ult them as Leona and they die. There is no real way out for these champs, and I think that bodes very, very well for this Leona. You're not worried about what they're going to pick. The Braum's already off the table. The Alistar is a fairly even matchup, barring some mistakes that Leona can make. And I think this is a very, very smart way to draft here. Give Lakai some power in that top lane, as the Camille is locked in here, and I'm sure you've got some words to say about that.
Yeah, this is Tien's, best champion. I don't think he's lost on this champion so far this split. It's been one that has been constantly banned against him, and he's, confident to pick this one up. We're gonna have to see if the response will be the Fiora here, because he hasn't really had much of a contestant when it comes to these fighter players in the top lane in Oceania. Sometimes there's like a Jax player or, Paulette the Renekton, but both of those are banned away this time, and it's probably just gonna be the very classic matchup here in like the Na. So I think this lane is one where Na can't really punish Camille in the early game. He lost a lot of his power in the early game with the grass being nerfed a very long time ago. And this is the point where Camille can just scale, and we all know like when Camille gets those 1-2 items in the side lane, no one can really match up to her anymore.
Yeah. So I think ultimately, looking at these drafts, I want to try and find who you'd think has come out better off in the draft. I'm pretty feeling like it's pretty even. I think the big question mark for me is going to be this Karthus. It feels like it's definitely not the best Karthus game of all time, right? What is it? Zyra can ultimately get Azonias pretty early on, very safely. Yep. There is just the Karthus, and if you're using that Azonias to block out Karthus ult, then just the armor from that item alone feels pretty good. And as well as, again, similar to the Ezreal, Zeri can actually get a Bloodthirster in her build very easily. It's not a very, she doesn't struggle to get lifesteal, should I say. And so both these AD carries that we're seeing on the side of J-Team can nullify the effectiveness of this Karthus, and then it becomes like, well, you're doing some damage, it's going to be to Na, who, it impacts him a little bit, but then it's going to also be onto a Leona who will warmogs up any damage that does happen to her. Or, hopefully, actually, she does just buy a locket, but, we don't always build the best item.
I would say, I think J-Team, in like a 5v5 sense, their comp, all 5 champs want to do the same thing, right? They want to kite in the mini Na. The Leona can play, range or throw out the ulti, doesn't have to commit into the enemy team, doesn't have to dive into the Karthus to give them value. They can all just, throw out their skill shots, play range, and then when the Mega Na does come through, they can, dive in and clean up these fights. Whereas I think the Ground Zero comp, they have better side lanes, right? They have the, the Camille is the winning side lane and the Lucian is the winning side lane. And I think that when a team just has more avenues to play through in the mid game, you just get more overall, and that's how you win these games. Their 5v5 is obviously going to be worse. They're going to have to play better. They're going to have to look for these flanks. They're going to have to look for these, different avenues. We talked about how the LCO teams weren't too familiar with playing different styles besides the front to back. But I think if they are just going to rock up to these objectives in the front to back sense, they're going to have a bad time in these fights, but they need to utilize the fact that they do have these stronger solo laners. They do have the range engaged with stuff like an Ashe Arrow and get a lead.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Looking at these runes, we have the Comet. Sometimes it's Electrocute for the Zyra. Going to go Comet this game for Lalva. Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of immobility out of the people you'll hit. The Lemus, Kurak, as well as Fire. You're going to get value out of that Comet. And on the other side, it's going to be a press the attack Ezreal, which sometimes is press the attack, sometimes is Conqueror. I don't really understand the use cases of having either of them. Chi-Chi is in a very deep flanking position. Enso constantly slowed up, and this is the power of that Ashe early game. But ultimately, Enso should be okay to be able to recall and get back to lane, but we still have to be a little bit concerned for Chi-Chi, although Lemus instead going for a ward than the pressure.
Gonna potentially just sit here and chunk someone that he can find out. But, one of the things you can do with the Karthus that a lot of people don't do, right, is you can use the champ at level 1 and invade these camps. But what tends to happen is the map split, messes up your second cycle of camps. And that's why we see, Schoenfire, someone who plays the Karthus a lot, never really go for that. He always just likes to go for the full clears. It tends to happen when he gets invaded in the games, actually. On the second clear, he has a camp lead and experience lead, and all of a sudden nullifies that initial invade. So, good to see that they are, recognizing that and not just fully committing to the invade based off what lead they were able to garner there at level 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, looking at early game, Lalva got a pretty interesting clear path. I don't typically see, especially on champs like the Zyra, going for that Raptors and then crossing to the bottom side. Generally, it's like you do just your buff, you do your buff, usually red buff into sort of doing the Krugs over the wall with that smite, and you can aim for a very early clear time. I don't know if LCO do this, but one of the focuses of sort of the split that we've had here in the PCS, and it started on week 1, week 2, is they've had like a running competition of who's had the fastest clear time. There's a couple of players like around that 3-minute mark, like 2 minutes 58, 2 minutes 59, 3 minutes. But the fastest was Junja, and Junja got a time of 2 minutes and 54 seconds on the Zyra.
Of course it was.
Which is ridiculous. But other than that, 665 as well, he was very close up there. And as people that know how to play Zyra, they're just, they get to clear their camp and then look for a dive before the scuttle even comes up. It's ridiculous how much value you can find out of this champion if you do path optimally, but I think the way that Lalva's done it's certainly not going to be optimal and probably going to finish up roughly the same time, in fact, behind the time of Schönfire here as Enzo's going to get knocked back far away from his tower. Ignite going to be put down on him. He's going to have to flash away. He does look for that stun flash. Is going to be committed here. Lima's trying to find that last auto attack, and he certainly will. It's first blood for that superstar AD carry of the LCO. As Schönfire, you just touched on it, has arrived in the bot lane. Flash pulverize and headbutt for Chi-Chi. He's looking for a kill, but what a disaster. Not popping the barrier, not getting the kill. 2-0 start for Limas in this bot lane.
And this is the mistake we saw Bliss do yesterday. They were trading aggressively on the weak side. J-Team being the ones to do it this time. Don't even have the jungler interact. It's just a straight 2v2 from the side of Ground Zero. And this is what I was talking about. This power of this bot lane from Ground Zero. They're exceptional laners pretty much. They never ever had bad times in these lanes in Oceania, but they also never really tested. So it's good to see coming internationally against these really good bot laners, they can match up. And I think that Enzo going aggressive here was a huge mistake for the overall map state.
Yeah, I said it in draft, right, is that this should feel like a pretty even support matchup, especially in lane, unless you make a mistake as the Leona. And I mean, this is probably the only mistake that I could think of that he could make at this stage of the game to find himself getting taken out, and then Chi-Chi playing way too over-aggressive here, as he's just constantly trying to find damage onto an Alistair, but certainly regretting it now. Yeah, fantastic start for Ground Zero. Favorites to win the game and making it look like it. Chi-Chi has ended up under the tower here of Ground Zero. That's a third kill in the bot lane and just the 2v2. Looking for a fourth here. Yeah, Enzo no flash, and here's a Leona. There's an Ashe. You've got no way out of here. Not tanky enough to get out. Pulverize going to seal the deal as Limas picks up his third.
Maybe we'll get to see the replay there, but I'm pretty sure that was just correct Hex flashing over the wall and catching Chi-Chi off guard, because there's just honestly no way that Alistair should be able to get into that position to find the queued knockback, or the knockback with the W into the tower at that point. But yeah, I think he's just caught off guard from the fog of war. Really good pickup by Correct.
Oh, dearie me.
But
I thought it was going to be a pulverize. It was not.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And this is an amazing start for the LCO. This is exactly what we wanted from this comp. We thought that Ground Zero's team was going to be worse off in the 5v5 in a straight front-to-back sense, but because they can get this lead in the early game, now that they have this Ashe who's so strong, they have priority on the bot side all the time. Now, Kurak freed up to roam around the map, maybe impact the grubs that are coming up in just under a minute if Schönfire doesn't want to go for a dragon early as well, or potential dive, but heavy trading here.
Yeah, Chi-Chi getting taken down very low, but so is Limas here. Just the boots. It means that he is a lot more mobile, gets a little bit more attack speed, but not the whole lot that you'd want in that combat advantage that generally you'd get out of other items. But still, he is going to remain alive, and Chi-Chi with Schönfire down here is going to feel pressured, not going to be able to get anywhere near his wave, but eventually should be able to. Lakai, though, he's being looked at here by 10 on the weak side of the map, but finding a favorable trade. Lakai, though, yeah, he's managed to find his way out of it, and now Thien! One more auto attack would do it, but no, the movement speed, the fleet footwork's going to make it even more impossible, and back in will Lakai come. There's a mistake out of 10, that top laner, and J-Team have found maybe an avenue back.
And they've definitely, they've found a winning lane. This is actually a new look as well. We've never seen Ground Zero be the team to trade the dragon for the grubs. This is probably just shown by adapting to the map state. His bot lane being so strong, he wants to be around here and potential, dive. Any, potential bad trades that will happen from the J-Team bot lane. Is looking for these can respawns, but he's not really sure about where the Zyro did start. And now it's, the creative pathing coming out of him. He's really abusing the fact he's not going to lose his cans because he did start with this, Raptors into Wolves, which is not something that is really common over in the LCO.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it is the Void Grubs traded. We have a somewhat winning lane in Lakai up in this top side, 10 as well. No flash. Does have to be a little bit careful of his hookshot usage in particular now if Lalva does continue to spend some time up in this top side of the map. And it was just, I mean, 10 certainly winning out on the trade, but unfortunately not able to find anything more, and Minji narrowly is going to dodge out of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Almost certain death if that connected from base.
Absolute certain death. That stun lasting up to 3.5 seconds with Fido being able to just land a full culling into him would have been, a very easy kill. But Tien, no flash,
he has hook shot, but is he going to be able to get anywhere to use it? It doesn't seem like it. Maybe just going to have to run towards this tower, and he's under it now, but he's going to get slowed up, and that tower shot almost takes him out. One more Q will do it. Does miss. Tien, can he find a way out of this? I don't think it should be possible, but he's got some fancy footwork. The snare eventually will land, and Lalva claims that kill. Probably the person you want the kill on ultimately there for J-Team, but Tien delaying some time there is going to mean that Lakai does miss out on a few minions, but still, Tien needs to stop bleeding any of these kills over. He does have a 3-0 Ashe. He just has to maintain somewhat of an even CS score and probably looking good to win this game.
The copium there is that he's always, every time he dies, his wave is, pretty much crashed or in a position where he's not going to lose as much golden experience. So every time he walks back to lane, he's going to catch the bounce and overall not lose out in the levels department. And it's just a lot of freedom for the rest of his team as well, knowing that this jungle is putting a lot of pressure towards the top side means that, the weak point of Ground Zero in Fido that we thought was going to be, having a hard time. The mid lane is actually doing really well to stay up and stay even. Is that winning matchup is maintaining priority, but hold up.
Yeah, Lava going to get locked out here. Does manage to get his flash off. Gets that Stranglethorns out, and Kurek's getting very, very low. Oh, the Zenith Blade from downtown. Kurek's going to get taken out. It's one more auto attack there for Chi-Chi, who gets himself a kill on the board. Now Fido does arrive at the team fight. Minji coming in from base as this blue buff still being contested. Lava, no sums, no ults. Going to feel pretty rough. No spies, and Minji claims himself that blue buff. It's from bad to worse, and that little trade there as J-Team pick up some small wins around the map, even in that bottom side.
A bit of a disconnection there. We see that Schoenfire just committing to stealing away the buff as Kurek goes in, and it's just, no ult to himself there, so he's not going to be able to tank that one up, especially when there is a lot of that response damage that comes through. Even though Ezreal is weak, he has really high base damage if he can land these mystic shots all the time, but still, this game state is favoring Ground Zero. They have the lead. They still have, priority in pretty much every single lane. Even with Tien going down, he's still not finding himself being frozen on or being pushed away. He still has the, the Requiem that can come out of Schoenfire at any point if he does create some vulnerability towards this Nara in the top side. So I think that so far, the laning phase is good, but I think Ground Zero's strength has always been their mid game, their macro, and how they just have no hesitation when it comes to engages.
Absolutely. I mean, it's worrying, right, that Chi-Chi got a kill back, but you look at that CS difference. I mean, it's a 40 CS lead for Lemus at the time that we're looking right now, and obviously a little bit will be gathered back now by Chi-Chi as the wave does hit his tower, but it is Lemus who is so far ahead. He's almost got that Blade of the Ruined King picked up. On the other side, though, on our screens right here, 20 CS in favor of Lakai on that Nara. Tien getting zoned away from any further CSing here, but Lemus, yeah, you say it, coming up to this top side. Maybe looking for that swap. I actually don't think I like the swap. Personally. Maybe it's a contest for these grubs, but I think just going for the dragons more and more feels good considering you have that side lane priority. You're not worried about the grubs that much.
I think that this is probably an ideal scenario for Ground Zero because they're going to swap, they're going to secure the grubs. If these lanes do stay the way they are, Tien can always just teleport down, but I'll hold my point.
Oh yeah, everything flowing at Lakai here. That's the whole kitchen sink, and Tien will be able to pick himself up a bit of gold there. Confirms himself the kill. It was a nice roam, and they are certainly getting something for this lane swap. On the other side, though, Chi-Chi's going to be getting himself some gold back. And Enso and Lalva do arrive here, so maybe one plate does go over to Lemus, and Void Grubs will be started up by Schoenfire, you see there on the mini-map.
And, this is what I was talking about. Tien can just walk down to the bot and play the 1v1 against Chi-Chi. Both the weakest members of their each of their respectable teams, so they're going to be happy laning against each other, be able to get some free farm at this point. Chi-Chi does pick himself up 2 plates, so he is happy with that outcome, but overall Ground Zero is going to be the winner of this map state. And now, with this priority, with the fact that grubs are gone, they're probably just going to catch these waves, swap back, and look for the dragons at next objective.
Absolutely. Now, Enso looking for something around this top side, getting vision. I mean, the dragon does spawn. Lalva going to start it up there with his plants. We'll see if he actually goes for it, just angling so he can try and look for that Scuttle Crab at the same time, but does miss the root on the Scuttle Crab, does Lalva, and not going to really be able to find it until this dragon goes down, but this dragon is certainly going down. It's a Leandri's picked up there. Fido going aggressive, a definite mistake there, has to flash away, drops the thumbs up, and has a bit of a laugh on his face there in that player cam. Does get, of course, that lightning crash out of Minji on the Zeri, but loses the flash for it. Chi-Chi going to get slowed up. Arcane Shift over that wall and not going to commit the Ash ult yet. I think it's not quite up. Maybe a couple seconds left on that cooldown.
So yeah, just a couple seconds till that one has come back up. Both blades being finished on the carries for the side of Ground Zero. Schoenfire also with his jungle item completed. The Zyra also has the one completed, but a fight is happening.
So going aggressive, yeah, flash away from Schoenfire and maybe going to be able to stop any aggression here. Will the side of J-Team. Stranglethorn still available, and it does mean this Karthus can be quite vulnerable. Correct though, Unbreakable will available, and Chi-Chi actually trading very aggressively. Oh, Xenoblade connects, it's onto Kurek. He's going to be completely fine though, he pops that ultimate. Now Enso's in no man's land, and Shadow Crystal Arrow does go wide. Lemus getting hit there by that Mystic Shot. Enso certainly going to go down. Lima's picking up yet another kill. That's the 4th of the game here for this. Ash is Lalva. Got to commit that Stranglethorns. Kurak, no flash. Flash actually found there onto Lalva. It's a trade. Limas gets that kill on the bottom side, comes up, and Fido secures himself one as well. But the sniper way there from Minji on the Zeri is able to trade one back for himself. But a big win for Ground Zero as LCO looks dominant in game number 1.
And it's just crazy to me the fact that J-Team is trying to contest this 3v3. If you just press tab and look at the inventories and the player power that Limas has right now, he is so strong. And Kurak is being the one in front all the time. He's trying to pose himself as the target for the enemy team. The moment Enzo jumps on him, pops the Unbreakable Will, and all of a sudden, you know, Lava can't do any damage to him. And he just, you know, does a really good job, sends the Leona back to his team and allows Limas free time on the ball lane, crashes the wave, walks between the tower, and finds himself the solo kill into Chi-Chi.
Yeah, and take a look at the replay. I mean, it all kind of starts off with Enzo just completely sending it again, right? And he does go down, but I think things aren't so certain yet. You've lost this Leona, but there is still a lot of play around if Lalva can find a favorable engage. Kurak, though, countering it perfectly.
Yeah, I think the main thing here is they're trying to look for this trade back, but, you know, Fido has the inside track. He's first to this fight, and he's a difference maker. Maybe if Minji was here a bit earlier, this could have been 2 kills that he got for himself, but it's not the case, and it's just going to be him getting the 1 kill onto Kurak. But yeah, what happened in mid here?
So there's no E on Zeri. I have to feel like it can't be that good of a trade, but... Oh, the Requiem. Oh my god! Oh, it's so close!
He almost won that with the Karth assault. That's the strength of, you know, having the combat summoner. The top lane, but Tien, can he get out of this one?
Oh, is he? Oh, does manage to dodge out of that Gnar ult. Lakai scratching his head, not so happy about how that went. Ultimately, it won't be the biggest deal. We'll have it now that he's level 11, pretty much back up by the time he gets his next Mega Gnar.
He's going to be recalling here, though. I assume he has a lot of money in his inventory based on what we're seeing in the items coming out of Tien already. He already has that Triforce completed, but yeah, here comes the Triforce out of the Kai now. So they are matched. Does have the Ninja Tabby's advantage. Will be able to kite out the kill in the 1v1. Does have the individual advantage in the 1v1, right? So he should be able to win that side lane, but I think the rest of the map is going to be the scary point for, you know, J-Team. The 4v4 is very hard for them to match up into, especially with how strong Limas is right now and how much engaged threat.
Look at the picture-in-picture. I mean, Limas just killing Chi-Chi. Oh my god! It was another 1 Q away from Chi-Chi actually picking up that kill. There's so much action on the map, but it's Ground Zero narrowly winning everything.
Whew. This is a very stressful 5,000 gold lead that I'm seeing right now.
Yep. And then there's going to be this Rift Herald, so a little bit of gold will be afforded back to J-Team, and Charlie Crystal Arrow coming through, but going to be dodged away from. Actually connects there onto Lakai eventually in that top side as Tien going aggressive. Hookshot now down, does have that flash available for himself, but he's locked up. Stranglethorns comes through. Lalva going to get absolutely one shot there as Schönfire comes through the late waste. Will secure that kill. Lakai kiting away, feels completely fine, not going to go down. Does have to be careful though, there is still going to be access to that Hextech ultimatum as Limas goes aggressive. He's going to get taken out, but this is perfect. It's going to be that shutdown going over to the Leona. That's the perfect person to pick that up, and Limas can't be too sad about that.
This is the classic Limas. He is the player, no matter how fed he gets, will always continue to keep going forward, as you see Kurak going for an engage.
Yeah, Lakai, he does flash away. He's actually turning back a lot of damage now. Mega Gnar going to be available for himself too as Enzo arrives here. It's a very nice solar flare, but Lakai not feeling confident enough to step up through this Kartha, through that wall of pain. It's going to be this tower going down. Ground Zero continuing to dominate the map.
Yeah, would you go in the replay Limas on the mid wave? Just, this is what the kind of player is. He doesn't care how fit he is. He will trade 1 for 1 with you. 1,000 gold or not, he is going to go in. He is going to find these kills, and this is why he's so exciting to watch as a player. He is no hesitation, foot in the pedal all the time, and he has the hands to back it up.
1-5-1 is Chi-Chi on this Israel. Getting gapped. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It is a pretty sizable bot gap as things stand. Limas on your screen there, by far the most rich member of the team. 2k gold ahead of the next closest member of his team, let alone in the entire game, in Fido.
Shiny inventory full of items and a very shiny head to match for him there. And I really like Limas, how he itemizes as well. He is a player who, you know, tends to go for defensive items really early on in the game because, you know, he recognizes that he doesn't need to be doing optimal damage. But Tien, once again, 1v2 on the side lane.
Yeah, does have the hook shot. He finds his way onto Lava. Lava going to kite away, though. That Requiem not going to be here to help, and Minji picks himself up, his second of the game. So J-Team, they're down, but they're not out. They're still finding play around the map. Rift Shield going to be dropped. They should be able to pick this tower before it crashes and look for a crash there on that inner, and no one here to answer. Kurak does recall as well as you see Fido pathing out to that top side. Minji, all right, this is a man that I can confirm does not have a forklift license.
No not forklift certified, not Cert 3 forklift certified. Yeah, we need to get the Scion, the Rift race. You know, people need to trade here, but Schoenfire getting caught. Has the flash though.
Yeah, it does. Managed to dodge out at least of the stun, get slowed up, but there is no follow-up. No one to punish that slowed up Karthus. And now, boy, oh boy, do I have a treat for you, Mr. Tally. Peer your eyes towards Leona and what item is purchased, and then look at what jungler he is against. Chi-Chi is actually, well, he's going to live this time.
More aggression out of Lemus, but yeah, that is not a Locket being purchased, and then we have based Kurak, Locket and Joya into the the AoE that's going to come out of the Zyra, even the Zerial, very predictable. A lot of predictable AoE damage to the enemy team on J team. So nice to see that he is going for that cheap item, gets him online as soon as possible. But there's a very cheap, a very early Warmogs, right? You're used to seeing this item around the 20-21 minute mark, but this one is coming through at almost 17 minutes in the game.
Yes, it's not upgraded though. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the real main point, right? It's cool you have 1,000 extra health, but the whole point really isn't the fact you have extra health, because you'd probably rather just have the resistances ultimately. It is that passive, the ability to sort of make a bad play but then heal up. Is talking about bad plays, he's found himself caught out yet again. Does Enso. Teleport
Beautiful.
comes in from Tien to all but secure the deal. Philo does pick up that kill. He's 3-0-0 now on this mid lane. Lucian having a fantastic game for himself. But I mean, we can't talk about fantastic games without talking about Lemus. 7-1 is Lemus on this Ashe.
And a play like that tells me that Ground Zero have really adapted to their environment. We never saw plays like that in the LCO. The fact that they leave the neutral wave on top, they really punish Enzo for walking into River there and overextending with their teleports. This is not a summoner that you just use to get back to lane anymore. This is something that you use for TP flanks to find out members, to create numbers advantage. And all of a sudden, Ground Zero are playing like an international team. They're not playing like a team who just wins all their lanes domestically and just outwallets the enemy team. They're using their overall macro, which I'm so excited about, because that is what was so good about this team. Their mid game is what they really shine at.
Schoenfire there, maybe thinking he had first strike, kind of just popped the ult with nothing happening. And especially, I think, a little weird considering the Baron is spawning. You're not going to go sit there and immediately hit it, of course, but ultimately you find one kill and you have a Karthus, or you get someone low and you can secure a kill with that Requiem. It can lead to the Baron, but not going to have access to that for the next 2 minutes or so. I guess 90 seconds at this point, but hopefully all things will be okay. We'll be back in time for a potential third Dragon and Soul Point for Ground Zero if they choose to go for that objective.
Actually curious, I don't know if it was a misclick or he saw someone recalling and he wanted to cancel a base, but he had no reason to press the Requiem there that I saw. And there is the objectives coming up. 2 minutes till the Dragon though, but they are grouping up for this tower here. They do not want to dive, obviously. It talks about how the front to back is quite hard to deal with, but Schoenfire grouping out, throwing down the Wall of Pain. As he gets more levels, this is going to become such an important spell. The range is huge, the cast range is massive, and the fact it is this huge AoE slow is so nice for Lemus. Pair that with the Ashe, pair that with potential Engage, or pair that with the Culling. Really lines up with his team comp.
And right now is the perfect time for them to be grouping and trying to force an issue, right? Because ultimately, they've got their 2 item power spikes across the Rift, excluding 10, which you don't really mind that much. But you have that Karthus 2 items, right? You have that mid lane. The Lucian has 2 items. Obviously, Lemus almost at 3 items. Whereas you look at the other side, Chi-Chi, not even with the Merman again. Talking about Chi-Chi, yeah, Arrowlands from Lemus, and this is a very dead Ezreal. Lemus going to secure that one, and maybe some pings towards this Baron. JT Mara up here to try and defend it. This mid lane tower is certainly going to be taken out first. But then
Should
what more?
Have to see if Ground Zero is a team who does like to start these objectives. They are not afraid to put themselves in a position for a potential smite flip. But obviously, based on how much control they have, they should not put themselves in a position where this is going to be a 50-50 smite.
Yeah.
They have to look for these turn opportunities.
Yeah, you don't have the Ashe ult, which can make this scary. It is also scary to be in the Baron pit up against the Leona, up against this Zyra, and you're seeing a lot of damage coming through. Lava trying to find his way into the pit, but it's going to be Fido who actually takes it out. And Lemus picking himself up a kill. Down will come this Requiem. Not really for anything in particular. Is Lakai even going to recall? Not going to look for any damage on that bot lane tower. And it's just everything coming up Ground Zero here as they find themselves at a very substantial 6k gold lead.
They pretty much just got away with murder there. We saw Kurak was trying his best to be able to get towards Zyra, keep her out of the pit, but he got knocked up, he got rooted, forced to play the Unbreakable Wheel early before he could get close to Zyra, and he was just CC chained out. But Fido has been TP'd on. Will the TP come out of Tien?
It looks like Fido should be just completely okay. Lakai still going forward, does have a red buff, and here does come that teleport out of Tien on this Camille. Lakai needs to try and find some way to get the Mega Gnar up. Hookshot comes through, He doesn't have the time. Ground Zero punishing everywhere on the map. Anything J-Team tries to do, it's Ground Zero winning out. And now we're 4v5 against 5 members of the Baron here for Ground Zero. There goes the mid lane inner tower. Wave getting pushed up top. It can be defended here by Minji and by Enso, but what does that mean? It means the bottom side of your map is going to have 3 members strong versus just the 2. Minji going aggressive. Lightning Crash comes out. 10 going on in there, and they do get the flash out of this area. Hex Tech ultimatum coming through. Stun up though is 10 as Minji trying to find the damage. Forward goes Fido, secures that kill. That's the support down. Kurak tries to find his way in, but unfortunately flashed away, and this could be one very dead moo cow, and it certainly is. So J-Team, they do find something back. That's going to be a kill onto Chi-Chi. He's now got that 2 items. He is reasonably strong if he can land those Mystic shots, the Essence Flux, but still, that's another inner tower going to Ground Zero.
Fido is piloting towards the Dragon right now. We already see Lava starting this one up. Doesn't have the flash, does have the ult though, so he can potentially, blow up this Lucian if he just face check him, but sees him right now. Culling him almost off cooldown.
There goes the snare as well. This would be a perfect time for Fido to try and do something. Hook shot coming through, slowed up. 10 trying to find his way here onto Lava. Here goes the Strangle Thorns. He does have that Rylai's to try and delay. Stare even comes out, and culling might not be enough, but this Requiem certainly should do a lot of damage, and a lot of damage it definitely did do. Lakai is going to get that Mega, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from mid lane. Lemus, deadly accurate on this Ashe. He's deadly good at the game, and Lakai, he's sitting in that bush looking for something. But just Ground Zero, they're wise to it. They're not going to give anything over. They're just dominating every aspect of this game.
I know a Turkish man who won the silver medal for shooting at the Olympics, but the man who won gold is in your game right now. Lemus, the Turkish sniper, does not miss his Ashe arrows. Even in the LCO, we saw him constantly landing these cross-map arrows, and was the reason why Fido was winning his lanes all the time. From these arrows that would just consistently land from bot lane. He's just someone who always lands these clutch arrows. Unfortunately, that time his team wasn't able to, follow up on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that did land, but continue to watch throughout this game, he's going to land even more crucial ones.
X-Flash being channeled here for Kurak. He mines his way in. Double man knock up. Kurak tanking up that tower, and with that Unbreakable Will, not going to take all that much damage, but he's not able to find anything more. Very, very low. Mega Nut comes out. We're not able to find that knockback, though. The flash away is good for Lemus. The cleanse is great as well. It's a 1-for-1. Minji trying to find one onto 10 as well. Won't be able to do so, but he is able to turn his attention around, and 3 members do go down for the side of J-Team, but they do answer back with 2 of their own. It's a fairly even fight, but J-Team somehow holding on. It's still Ground Zero, though. They're gradually increasing that lead, but you're having to be a little scared now of Minji on this series.
You definitely should be afraid of Minji, but this is still Ground Zero ahead, pulling the trigger. Kurak very happy to go in and put himself on the line. He's happy to die for these fights. He just wants to set up these skirmishes. Tien can't go in based on how low he is in health, but, Shonfire being and the fact Ground Zero still win this one out, it's just thanks to how far ahead they are in these, overall game. And, we did see Lemus on the end of this teamfight base and pick up his Infinity Edge. So he does have 4 items in his inventory against the 2.5 of Chi-Chi, and even Minji. The main win condition left for J-Team right now cannot match up to the DPS that he's outputting.
Yeah, absolutely agree, but there is a 3-minute window now where Lemus can kind of not play aggressive, right? He does not have the cleanse, he does not have the flash, and we are going to have this Gnar flash well before that flash timer of Lemus. So very, very scary couple of minutes here for the side of Ground Zero, because you're seeing it right there, right? This gold lead is almost all piled in that 80 carry position. He's 6k ahead of Chi-Chi on the Ezreal. They are only up, well, they're up 10k gold, which is another extra 4, but, a lot of that is coming through Phyto, which is not that much ahead of Minji, and the jungle position, and ultimately Zyra at 2 items, or, coming close to 3, surely in the near future. You're not feeling that weak. It has a lot to do with Lemus and his power. If you're able to find a shutdown onto this 80 carry, take Ashe out of the equation, then J-Team can find success. So really, Ground Zero, I think they have to slow down the pace just for a little bit of time, get Lemus comfortable with his summoners up, and then you can really push the issue again. But talking of, here comes a fight. That is such an immediate kill there onto Schönfire. Caught lacking, not enough vision, not enough knowledge on what's going on, and the Requiem does land, but it's not going to be all that substantial amount of damage as J-Team. They're going to alleviate pressure for just that much longer.
And that's the best case for J-Team, right? They got the Karthus ult out, they caught the Karthus, the Baron is going to spawn in 40 seconds. There probably won't be the Karthus ult up, at least for another 30 seconds after that one does come.
That is such a funny graphic.
Does top the damage after dying, but yeah, as you were mentioning, J-Team has a window now to get a sneaky ward on the top side of the map. Obviously, the next objective is this Baron. They need to find a flank ward for Lakai to, get that Mega Gnar, get a flank onto Lemus, and find him out before those summoners come back.
Well, Lemus doing so much damage here to Enso. Does have to be careful, though. That Solar Flare not available, but the flash certainly is. And then Charlotte
Carries
Cristo
out.
comes through, does land. It's going to be onto Enso. The engage coming through. Lemus, he's going to be completely fine. It's now a 4v4 if any fight breaks out. Schönfire going to be able to respawn and join his team. Chi-Chi on aggressive now, realizes the hook shot down.
Still the flash on Ozari, so, you know, if Ground Zero are going to start this one again, Lima's not going to take any damage. We're going to solve this Baron out, but there's still going to be another 50-50 flip if they do not track where Lova is and force him out of the pit. They need to get correct to mark him, and, you know, Lakai's Mega now is running out here, so the team fight is very
just
hard.
walked into the pit, but it's a nice hit, but is he able to get in? He is, it's Smite! It's Schönfire who does pick it up, Minji. He's caught lacking, he gets stunned up, Fido takes the kill. It's 2v5 for Ground Zero to end game number 1. Respawn will come through for that support for Enso as Lakai's trying to deal with this minion wave. But Ground Zero, they have so much time to try force the issue. There's so much time until Minji respawns. Lalva as well. That's the majority of their wave clear. This Israel only single target damage and not even got that as it's the max range. Oh, coming through again. And Lemus can make no errors as Ground Zero will take game number 1.
This should be a very comfortable end of Ground Zero, and I also watched Schönfire have the flash smite steal the Baron away from his own team. Surprised that was going to come down to such a close case, but a very comfortable game of the Ground Zero. Overall, like, really well played. Obviously, Tien was the one to fall behind, but sort of, you know, worked to make sure that gap wasn't too big or a very, you know, worrying issue for the team going forward. And this is just overall a really strong laning phase, and we see Limas telling his team to calm down because the job's not done yet.
That's right, but I mean, you've got to be a little bit excited, right? That was a very, very dominant performance there in our first game of the series, and when you start that well, you have to be somewhat confident. You know, you don't want to let it get to your head immediately. We saw what happened to Frank yesterday when that happened. But, I mean, you have to be confident. That was an absolute shellacking. There's no other word I can use to describe what just occurred.
Yeah, that was just, you know, perfect. The main concerns, if you're a Ground Zero fan, was for the mid lane, right? We know that Minji's a really good player. We weren't sure how well Fido was going to do, but I think Fido had a pretty immaculate game there, right? Didn't really have any mistakes besides that one case in the mid lane where he dashed forward and had to blow his flash. But I think performed really well in the Lucian. Schönfire, even in Os, would, you know, clear his games and be greedy for too much of the, you know, getting this lead, really focusing on building his individual lead, and sometimes would fall down for that. But this game, a lot more focus, you know, trading away the grub, something we've never seen him do. In, you know, pretty much the entire playoffs, the entire domestic season, we never saw him give grub. So this is a new look for Ground Zero, even though they're playing the same style of comp.
Yep, absolutely. I think one thing we should say as well in favor of J-Team in a way is that they found themselves so far behind, right? 4 kills immediately. It was like 5 minutes in, and we had 4 2v2 kills in the bot lane.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, we ultimately saw a lot of these mid-game fights where J-Team were trading fairly evenly, despite the fact there was a 5-1 Ashe, a 6-1 Ashe, 7-1 Ashe, whatever he may have been at the time. They were still finding reasonably okay fights for themselves, and I think if they don't find themselves at such a massive deficit immediately in the game, then you're probably looking a whole lot better, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for Ground Zero to continue blowing up, you know, towers on the side lanes, tower in the mid lane, and just finding very easy team fight wins for themselves. So I think going into next game, I think Ground Zero probably need to prepare for the fact they're not going to be 4-0 at the start of the lane. I don't think J-Team are going to play it as aggressive. They're going to realize, you know what? They're punishing our mistakes. Let's not just be balls to the wall and brain dead aggressive, and let's play it more smart, more safe like we do in the regular season here of the PCS.
Yeah, and I think that went towards the comps. You know, we look at the drafts right now on your screens. I think that Alisson and Camille didn't really fit into what J-Team had shown. You know, they didn't really have a purpose besides just being, you know, a side lane priority or just a front line, a meat shield for the team. And even throughout this game, we saw J-Team consistently finding or almost winning these 1v1s against really fed members of Ground Zero. And if they were able to get those shutdowns, could have been a very different looking game based on how close a lot of these team fights were going. And the fact that it felt like Ground Zero were kind of getting away with some of these barons when they shouldn't have. I think their setup wasn't ideal, and if the game is much closer, obviously it's going to turn out much worse next time.
Yep, absolutely. And I guess another thing as well is it's going to be harder, I think, for Ground Zero to navigate this pick ban, because now it will be J-Team who have side selection. 99% sure they're going to choose the blue side, and as the red side team, you're probably not able to get away with just banning out 3 junglers because this Aurora champ exists. And it seems like you have to be scared of it, because ultimately, even when behind yesterday, we saw it performing pretty well. You know, 116, he was very far behind and still finding so much damage. Seems like a very impactful champ. I mean, look at this replay. This was one of the many 2v2 kills. I think this was the first set of them, as Chi-Chi almost gets something back, but instead he doesn't, and he does just lose his flash there, which causes him to then die immediately after he returns to his lane.
And we do see Fido being the ones to do the most damage. Like even we saw Fido, not Fido, sorry. We saw that Lemus had almost 100% uptime with fights throughout the entire game. So that is very impressive coming out of him. Even being a cast this out in damages, these 80 carries is just showing how well they are doing in their individual performances. But you know, with the side swap, if J Team does decide to go for the blue side, I'm curious to see if Ground Zero are going to leave the Aurora up, because I know they are a team who likes to cook in draft, and if they are going to have a potential answer to that one, you know, this would be the time to bring it out.
Yeah, and ultimately, I mean, I think I speak for both of us, maybe, as I want to see the Aurora. It seems like a very fun champ to watch, especially when we watched Aria play it yesterday. It was just so exciting. You never knew exactly what was going to happen, but it would always look spectacular. As who do you think is going to get MVP for this game? I think, for me, the obvious choice would be either between Kurak or Lemus, but Lemus, I mean, ultimately just got ahead and put so much pressure on the map, right?
Fido most damage taken per death. Is that because he never died that game?
Yeah, he didn't die, and he had lifesteal as well. So he was like getting hit by Israel poke and Zyra poke and lifestealing it up.
It has to be. If this goes to a jungle, if this goes to Shirt, the system's rigged. You're right.
True, actually. Yeah, there was 5 of those yesterday. That is Lemus. Lemus does get it. 81% KP is an 80 carry is not something you typically see. And actually, one thing we didn't say in the post game, we did say it during the game, of course, is that while, he was obviously playing very well in terms of just those micro sort of in the team fight, in the 1v1, 2v2 moments, his Ashe ults were critical in pushing the issue here. So many times did he land a near on max CC duration Ashe ult, and I'm sure we're going to get to see one here. Mid lane goes down to bot lane, flashed away, but eventually actually that's top lane. Sorry, I got a little dizzy there.
We're upside down.
Yeah, that's right.
I will say, the main thing about, Lemus and overall Ground Zero is that even when they are so far ahead, even when they are down summons, you saw Lemus constantly putting himself in positions to outplay his opponents, right? He was autoing the Leona with no summons on his head, and if he got engaged on, it would have been him falling down. But he's bluffing, he's playing confidence, and that's what we really want to see from, Osa's #1 seed.
Yeah. It is always good to come in here with confidence, and he played with confidence, and so I think that is, once again, as long as they can bring that over to game number 2, don't get complacent, because ultimately, this game, while they did end up running away with it, I think at moments there was much closer than the gold lead would have possibly shown us, right? You said it at the time, it was a 5k gold lead, and there were 2 1v1 fights that happened pretty much simultaneously that was like 100 HP in it. Yeah. So I think, you can't go into game 2 thinking, we just wiped the 4 of them, get a little bit complacent, keep it steady, play how you did in game number 1, and you're looking to take this series pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and Ground Zero is a much more methodical team than Bliss. They're the kind of team that's going to, bounce back, and I'm really excited to see what it's going to look like next game.
Yeah, absolutely. Next game, it will be coming up very shortly. We'll go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll see if Ground Zero can make it 2 for 2 for the LCO teams, or if J Team can be the first PCS team to find a series.
Alright, get me off this fucking champion. Holy shit. I'm so bad at
Just
it.
calm down, guys. Holy shit, bro. Just relax. We're winning. Just calm down. Holy moly, man. Just relax. Don't let the emotions control you. That's how we lose, okay? Guys, come on. No, just calm down. Just calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
OTT 奥运转播多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
Hi, passenger Michael Chen. Your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花椒鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Long as you wanna the sideline, baby, the man. No, you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal. Saturday's prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby, the man. No, you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. Let go. Yeah, it's personal. Saturday's prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man. No, you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal. Saturday's prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man. No, you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. Let go.
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number one, an absolute shellacking, as I said, for Ground Zero, and they are now up 1-0 against J-Team, looking to be the second LCO team in a row to take their series win up against the PCS team. And so far, the PCS are yet to find a win here, at least in a series, and things aren't looking so good for them.
It's tough being the underdogs, isn't it? It's crazy. Not being able to pick up a win in almost 3 series now. Ooh! But I don't think it's going to stay that way, obviously. And I think, going into game 2 of this game, it's a tough one because it's like, you didn't lose because of a draft problem, right? It was just, you just got exploded on. The early game was just something that never really happens. You never expect a bot lane to go 0-4 in, close to 5 minutes. That is that's a remake scrim kind of scenario, and the fact it did get to that case, it's just really telling. So I hope J-Team, they don't, take too many extremes in draft and be like, okay, we need to change this straight away. This was abysmal. I think they could absolutely run back the same draft and, win that game if they just play a bit better. But on the side of Ground Zero, I think that when I look at their draft, it didn't really function together. All 5 champs didn't want to do the same thing, and I think that a team who has been, so known for having very consistent drafts, very good drafts throughout the entire split, throughout even our playoffs, I think they need to have champs that all work together. or else they'll get exposed.
Yeah, and I think sort of touching on that point, right, it's very similar, and it feels very similar, at least for me, to how, the Team Bliss versus Frank game 1 looked yesterday. It was kind of an absolute wipe at the start of the game, and it didn't feel like there really should be a way back for J-Team, and there wasn't. So now going into game number 2, things can look a whole lot different. They did yesterday for Team Bliss, and now it's up to J-Team to show that they are able to do the same thing. But ultimately, going into this game, it's going to be Ground Zero with all the momentum. They are almost certainly going to have to adapt their draft. I don't know that you can get away with just the 3 jungle bans here on the red side, being that Aurora power pick that we have seen certainly does seem very, very strong. And what is the answer to it? It would also open up Lalva to play something different. He wouldn't have to play this sort of carry AP jungle style if they do have that Aurora in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think that, counter that point, I think that Ground Zero is the kind of team that will play anything to beat a certain pick, and Fido himself has really, really weird champions in the mid lane, so I expect to see Aurora actually sent through this time. If JT doesn't prioritize it, I think Ground Zero won't prioritize it either. It's probably going to fall down and draft, and I think it's a champion that you kind of have to pick early, because if you give Red Side the ability to pick Aurora later on and cover it with 2 blanket bans, then it becomes a very scary prospect for the overall draft health.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're up to the last ban. It is just going to be those 3 jungles taken away from Lalva. He's going to be forced onto something new, but the insta-hover, the insta-lock, and I think the scary thing here is that Minji looks a whole lot better when he's on these mages. And so obviously, he had a perfectly good game for himself on that Zeri, kind of only one glaring mistake in that last fight around the Baron. But other than that, played a great game. Now he's going to have his hands on one of these mages. It's something he excels at. And Fido, he's going to have that Lucian up in that mid lane against him, but we have to see. We haven't seen yet how these AD carries really do into the Aurora. We've only seen the LeBlanc and the Nico, and I'm not entirely sold that the AD carries are that good. Maybe like the Ezreal, who can immediately get out of that ult, but other than that, I mean, it can be a very scary concept, right? Just having these AD carries locked in, as you said, this 1000 damage Jarvan ult.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you cannot dash out of the ult. It has to be a blink or a flash, right? If it's something that, is going to travel your champion, you just get, going to headbutt the between worlds and get sent back into the ult anyway. So Lucian, a champion, is extremely low range and could be punished for it. But this, with Shyvana popping up in the meta, I was waiting for it, right? This is a Shernfire champion. It's to his core. Everything about this champion is what he wants. This extremely fast farming, objective killing, hyper scaling, AP carrying the jungle. So I'm really excited that he's finally pulled this one out.
Yeah, I am a little worried. Reason being that now with this Aurora picked up, you don't have to go for that AP scaling sort of champ in the jungle here. You can go something more aggressive, and you can start to play games with Shernfire, right? You can look for a Viego, you can look for a Lee Sin, and just start to invade this Shyvana on repeat. And we saw it yesterday, the start of game 2 against Team Bliss. It was Frank that very, very much so dominated Kevy in that early game. He found almost no impact on the Shyvana until he was able to get some farm, get some items, and ultimately at the start of that game, Gemini found himself at a massive advantage. Can Lalva replicate that? Because I feel like as a player, certainly he can. He plays in Challenger on the Korean solo queue server. He is, at least as an individual, a very skilled player. So he's going to be able to punish this pick. What is he going to go for, though? Is he even going to look to do that? I mean, it remains to be seen.
This is the nice thing about Red Side, though, right? With the Lucian already being played into the Aurora, you can kind of guarantee mid-priority with that pick in itself. And then with the counter picks coming from the rest of the champions, I think that Ground Zero can secure priority in the early game to really protect the Shyvana and make sure that she does feel safe. But the Seraphine being locked in, that is not something I expected at all.
And, I mean, do you think this is going to be the support or the AD? Well, I guess carry, farming Seraphine or support.
I would probably say this is going to go towards Lemus. I think that he's the kind of player to, if this wasn't the Ziggs, which was banned away, he has backup mages, and we haven't really seen him play this kind of style. He's always been the carry player, but I think he can absolutely play a champion like Seraphine, and I'm really excited to see what it looks like here, because I think the answer to, when you're in the Thunderdome is you have to, somehow respond to what they were putting out, whether that's going to be the Lamb's Respite from the Kindred, or your Galio ult, or like the Nico ult that we saw yesterday. I just think you need to be ready to stand and deliver.
Okay. We'll see where it does go, obviously. I mean, it's already going to be definitely the Leona. I don't know. We already see the Leona. I've kind of just completely blanked on that, but I guess ultimately it could theoretically go mid-right and have the Lucian AD carry, but that's very, very unlikely. It would outrange the Aurora in theory, but
absolutely
most likely will be Lemus. Now that would mean we're just looking for a top lane pick here. Gonna have to match up into the Gnar. The blind Gnar is a bit crazy.
I think it's a champion that can be blind. You know, it's quite safe into a lot of things, and this is just Tien playing his Lee Sin. It's just, you know, he was always known for, you know, stuff like his Riven, his Camille, but Lee Sin has always been his champion that he likes to play in solo. He is so comfortable on it. Did receive those laning buffs in, you know, I think it was like 2 patches ago, so has been one that he started playing competitive now, and he's found himself really fitting into these comps, because you look at what Ground Zero's comp want to do, and they want to outrange, they want to poke their champs, the enemy down, and use these tools to disengage, and the Dragon's Rage is one of the best disengage tools in the game.
Yep, and he did play it last PCS playoffs. Found a win on that champ, if I remember correctly. So, going to be rearing his head again here in the second round of the PCS playoffs. We'll be going up against the Gnar. Be interesting to see how that lane matchup goes, because it feels like you'd have to favor Gnar, at least in the early stages, assuming Lakai's not getting hit by that Sonic wave, and surely should be a good enough player to be able to dodge out of that. But it is backs against the wall, and all motivation here for... Sorry, all momentum here for Ground Zero, as Game 2 will be getting started up very shortly. Lalva, I mean, he honestly, I think, had a pretty okay showing in game number 1, ultimately. It was just, really, it's just all the issues stemmed from their bot lane, right? And we do have, once again, Chi-Chi on the Ezreal. Certainly going to be looking to have less mistakes here. They have the Braum into a Leona. That's a very good matchup. You love having Braum into these melee engaged supports, so you'll have to feel confident at least in that for J-Team, but still, I mean, based on last game, you can't really bet against Lemus and Kurak.
Yeah, and you know, we're going to see a different look. Last game, J-Team had a lot of success towards the top side of Ground Zero, punishing Tien in that 1v2 scenario, but now that Ground Zero is playing the Seraphine in the bot lane, all of a sudden the lane that got them that lead in the early game can't really generate the same success anymore. You do not expect a lane like the Seraphine Leon to find the 2v2 kills onto the Ezreal Braum, and they need to be very cautious about the level 1, because if they get them, if they find themselves caught away from the minion wave as they walk in, they can get zoned, they can get all in, because Ezreal Braum is a really strong level 1 duo, and we might even see them being active on the map to try and find an advantage before these creeps run in.
Absolutely, could be something that we do look towards. It is a PCS special where you just blindly invade everywhere. You can just send 5 people wherever you want, and it's something we've seen a lot. As Kurak now going to get stunned up, might even have to pop this flash. Very low aftershock pop. One more Q coming through. One more auto. He might just be down! And that's not a good start. I think out of every champion in the entire game, the one you don't want to get a random kill before level 6 is the Nocturne. That's going to be a very, very good start for Lalva. Does lose the flash, but ultimately going to take that trade every single day of the week.
So they know they're in this bush, but they can't really do anything about it, right? This is a Shyvana level 1. He's just going to have to hug the wall, walking back to lane, and hope he is able to sneak past this one. I think that, you know, he does get spotted if they do hug the edge of the bush, but Kurak has to get to his tower. He's going to lose some health walking down here,
not able to dodge out there as Chi-Chi does miss out on that Mystic shot, so Kurak's not going to take any further damage. Maybe even Lemus here going to be able to find something. Q does connect. That Q lollipopping is just the most ridiculous thing, by the way. I hate laning against Seraphine because it just feels like you cannot dodge that ability.
Biggest hitbox. But still not the worst start. They got to lane, so they navigated that really hard part, but this is still, you know, the Nocturne getting a kill pre-6, the longsword on his first clear, being going to be able to, you know, shore up the difference between, you know, the power that Shyvana has in his early clear and probably match the overall full clear of the jungle with the extra, you know, 780 in the early game is just really nice to have. So going to be very nice for the Nocturne to be able to speed up his early game tempo, have some uptime to maybe impact these lanes pre-6 because he's just cleared his camps that bit faster.
Interested to see how Aurora does here into Fido, into that Lucian. We saw it into the LeBlanc. It looked completely fine into that matchup. It looked to be fine into a Nico of all champs, and so I'm inclined to think it should be okay even into the Lucian. You're not worried about any form of gank pressure for a long, long time in this game. Honestly, for both sides of this mid lane matchup.
Shouldn't expect, you know, too much action in the early game as well. A lot of these lanes are, well, they can be volatile. It's more like you have to respect your opponents. You don't want to create, you know, these insane trades in the early game because, you know, that you just don't want to put yourself in a position where your Shyvana could potentially get, you know, invaded because you've just done not doing your job in the early game. And all Ground Zero want to do is keep priority and make sure the Shyvana can get through that first, you know, 6 levels without any strife. Nocturne, not a champ really known for invading, but is an exceptional duelist. So if he does find himself in that 1v1 against Shernfire, will absolutely win that one. So as long as they do just, you know, maintain this priority and keep these, you know, their lane oppositions under tower, their job is done in the early game.
Yeah, and good trades early on here for Fido as he does go aggressive there, gets slowed up, but not under the tower, very importantly. I want to pick your mind real quickly because, you know, yourself, mid lane main, you would have played in the meta where it was about one patch, actually, where Lee Sin just became the unequivocal best champion in the game in that mid lane. No flash, but he does manage to dodge out of that Sonic Wave, and Lakai's now here. Lalva, he gets that Conqueror procced up, and he is going to go down. Sonic Wave even connecting his teleport comes through from Minji from base, but it's not going to be enough, as it is Ground Zero striking back, and Tien on that Lee Sin top specialty of his, finding himself a kill early on.
Yeah, that wasn't even you know, a straight 2v2. This is just the fact that Tien had the priority, was able to rotate first, misses the Sonic Wave, so finds the kill without even his main executing damage there. But this is just Shern recognizing, oh, I lose this 1v1, but you look at the map state right now, he has 2 lanes of priority. They both ping on my way. The first one's the area, so Shernfire initiates this one, happy to proc the press the attack, tank up all this damage because this is a no flash Nocturne. And Lee Sin is extremely strong in these early game skirmishes.
Yeah, able to find that kill and nothing answered back. But I was going to finish off my... Oh, hold up. We have more action. Stun comes through, but Enzo isn't really under all that much threat. Is going to be able to get that recall off, but it's, again, advantage here on the bot side. I'm kind of surprised that Chi-Chi didn't just take teleport in this matchup. Like, I understand,
yes,
you know, Leona, but you have the Arcane Shift. That's the only champion that's ever going to be CCing you. And I feel like the teleport, when you're against these mages, just makes a whole lot more sense than the combat sums.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the teleport is, especially when in competitive, you know, having that extra bit of tempo, being able to, you know, teleport to these side lanes or maybe even gank the solo laners as the game goes on, just gives you some more avenues in the late game because, you know, while you do have the cleanse, if you do get hit by a stray Seraphine or a solar flare, it doesn't really do much for your game state based on the fact Lemus all of a sudden got a favorable recall, held his TP overall, and is going to walk back to lane. But also, I didn't notice his Keystone. Lemus has gone for Conqueror this game. Not something that we've ever seen on Seraphine. So this could have been why they were able to win out in that 2v2.
Yeah, interesting. Does mean that the poke's going to be less important. Lakai getting looked at here, but he does see all these members of Ground Zero up here. Obviously, Kurak, whilst having a Seraphine as his bot laner, pretty much doesn't have to spend any time there. And I think Enzo should probably feel the same, being that he has the Ezreal, but still teleport advantage for Ground Zero, being that the cleanse was taken for Chi-Chi, can lead to a lot of impact around the map being found and advantages for Ground Zero going into this middle stage of the game.
Shern's in trouble.
Yeah, Shern's in trouble. Minji going to pop that ultimate as Lalva trying to find some damage. Culling coming through though, and the flash. This Q will miss again here for Tien, but they're not going to be able to find the damage. Minji flashing over that wall and will get himself back to safety, but it's going to be Tien once again picking up a second kill of the game, and it's Ground Zero leading the charge 1k ahead.
Yeah, and Kurak always hit the flash predict there. This is just really well played by Ground Zero overall. This is the strength of the Seraphine, right? You have the teleport, you can roam away, you don't really care about leaving this champ in a 1v1 against Chi-Chi on the Ezreal. Obviously, Ezreal's going to win out on the individual 1v1, can push that wave much safer. It's going to have more upfront damage to be able to, you know, win the individual 1v1. But Liams is still happy with his game state, and the fact that Kurak was able to allow his top lane to get priority, Tien the first one to rotate to that fight, and he's the difference maker once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Minji recall number 2 and still doesn't have that lost chapter, is going to feel miserable about the state of his items. And we'll take a look at what exactly happened. I mean, Shernfire looked like a dead dragon to me here, but Lalva maybe some questionable target selection going for Fido, who still did have that flash, still had that relentless pursuit. Not able to follow up on the damage coming out from Minji, and ultimately just leads to him finding his second death of the game after picking up that early first blood.
Yeah, and this is a huge early game lead for Ground Zero, especially for Tien on the top side. He is going to be able to maintain this priority and, you know, win out on the side lane going into the mid game just based on what his team has done for them or done for him in this early game. So it's really nice to see that the team with the Shyvana is still having a lot of success because they covered up the weaknesses of the champion with their draft overall, and this is just well planned by Ground Zero to draft priority, allow Kurak to roam on the support, and this is what Ground Zero's had so much success on in the LCO, is when Kurak is freed up to roam, you know, when Lemus is on stuff like the Ezreal, like the Zeri, you know, even the Seraphine now, being able to play that individual 1v1 and allow his support to roam is when this team looks so scary.
Yeah, look at the CS difference in this top lane. The blind pick now certainly not working out, as he does find himself at a 30 CS deficit. Lost 2 plates, down 2 kills. It's going to be a long time till this Gnar has any power up against the Lee Sin. Might not even happen at any stage of the game. You do feel like later on when you do have that Triforce and, you know, Steerix or Black Cleaver, whatever he chooses to go as that second item, you do become quite strong, you know, in that 1v1 on the side lane, particularly when you are in that mini form. Maybe can find play around that, but that is a long time in the future, and there's quite a few objectives between now and then that Ground Zero can look to secure using the power of this Lee Sin. Stian will spot out Lakai as Shunfire is taking away this blue buff. Minji does find him. Going to be using that Paranoia, and down goes the Ascent of the Dragon. It's going to have to be a ward jump, but he can't actually use one because of this Paranoia, and with that, we have found our way out. It was a nice ward jump here from Tien, but that's your very, very fed Lee Sin. And now it's a very fed Aurora as Minji's able to pick up that kill. Flash forward coming through as we're trying to find all the damage. And yes, Shunfire does get one kill, but it's going to be Enso picking up another. And Fido's in no man's land. He's going to be going down. Who do we give it to? Minji is the obvious answer, and he will pick that one up. So J-Team, they're fighting back, and they're fighting back hard as they do find shutdowns. They find 3 kills in total. It's just the one answer for the side of Ground Zero.
And this is the kills going on as the correct member for J-Team. You know, the fact that Aurora is picking up these kills. We saw what that champion was able to do yesterday from a terrible deficit. So the fact that, you know, while it's engaged is not that ideal for J-Team. You know, Shunfire just trades the ult for ult. The fact that Tien cannot wall jump out here because of the, you know, the lights being out. He cannot see where he is over the wall. And, you know, the ult does miss, but he does walk this one out. And he falls down anyway. I think that Ground Zero extending this trade when they know Braum is coming here is such a mistake, and they fall down for it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately you get Lakai, right? But Lakai is pretty much out of the game at this point. You certainly shouldn't be committing 2 more deaths and all that gold over to Aurora for that kill on the top laner. Ultimately, it is the decision that Ground Zero do go for, and J-Team going to reap the rewards of that. Although it's still, you know, Ground Zero with a lead in terms of gold, just barely. But that's a problem, I think, mainly because they are just so far ahead in CS. Their solo laners are just ridiculously far ahead. 30 CS at their top side, 20, nearing on 30 as well for their mid lane.
I think you know, while J-Team are falling down in those solo lanes, I think their 3v3 is quite strong. The Shyvana doesn't have a lot of power right now. Obviously, it does an insane amount of damage, but that's all it is, right? As Nocturne has a lot more utility in the kit, can, you know, go for those weird gank angles with the ult. You know, it does have CC, so can offer a bit more in these skirmishes, and I think paired up with the Aurora is where that champ will really get to shine. TP is coming up soon, and I assume that he does have the, you know, first completed item in his inventory, maybe on this wave or the next wave. He's going to reset, teleport back to lane, and that's when you're going to see J-Team come online and be ready to fight.
Yeah, but likewise, Tien, he has his teleport, and he has the Ravenous Hydra online. Typically not the greatest team fight item, right? It's very good at just sort of winning a war of nutrition. In that attrition, should I say, in that top side, you're just pretty much never going to be forced out of lane, and Lakai probably will, although Fleet Footwork, Absorb Life, and no mana bar means it's not as bad as it possibly could be. Larva going to be trading this dragon. It's going to be 6 grubs, 2 dragons for J-Team, so certainly a win con for them, but as the game progresses, if this priority over the side lanes does still exist for Ground Zero, it's going to mean a lot of damage, a lot of chip damage, and eventual towers for the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, and this is the classic Ground Zero that we know. The 6 grubs going towards Sherm, but Tien getting run down here.
Yeah, is going to have to use that ultimate. Enso does questionably use his. Ultimately, I mean, the Braum ult not typically going to be that impactful considering there are no objectives up. But still, I mean, Lakai, he is pretty far behind, and finding a favorable trade for himself is going to bode well as he looks for a recall. Teleport available. See if he has his Triforce. I would be extremely surprised if he does.
Absolutely not. No way. Those are very expensive items. I do not think he is quite close to that one yet, but the one person who is close to that Triforce should be Chi-Chi down the bot lane. He has been farming up very well in his individual 1v1, but the Blade of the Ring King on fire now.
Solar Flare and Minji with some nice pathing gets himself away from this follow-up Zenith Blade. As it's going to take a lot. Minji popping that ult to get out of that culling, and then Enso coming in with that wall. This is going to mean that his mid laner stays alive, but still, this is pressure on the map and priority in the mid lane. Let's see what Ground Zero can use this for. I mean, at the moment, it is just looking like a bit of farming getting done.
Even though this is only, just a 900 gold lead for the side of Ground Zero, a lot of the completed items coming through right now are an insane power spike for that team. So I think with pretty much every single person having a completed item, going to be the Warmos coming out of Kurak a bit later on, but doesn't really need that one to be strong. He just needs to land his abilities. They are online, they're ready to fight, and we should see them start to contest a lot of these camps and these, you know, respawning objectives and kind of fading away from the trading play that they have been doing so far.
Yeah, 1 minute until the Rift Shield, and that would be the next objective to come up as we see Kurak looking aggressive. Hex Flash over that wall. Zenith Blade, though, not going to be in range, and so he's just going to walk that one out. Looking for some targeting around this bottom side. No one really there, though, to be potentially caught out, as we do see some pathing out. Minji doesn't have ult. Not quite. Very close to being up, though. That Malignant's doing a lot of work in terms of that ultimate cooldown, that ability haste. Lava going to get caught out. There comes the spell sheet. He is able to get out for the time being, but will it mean anything by the end of it? Fear not going to be able to come through as the lights are turned off. Yeah, the teleport does come through, but it's all for naught. They do get that team fight win. They get the pick, I suppose, onto Lava in that jungle, and even finding a nice little Zenith Blade there onto Minji on the backside, but still there is no follow-up. Minji's going to be able to walk that one out. Now teleport coming through from Lemus, and we're seeing the power now of 3 teleports on one team.
Yeah, I was going to mention this one, but I'll hold my point again is Minji is getting dove.
Yeah, ult coming out, but he's traded back one. He's looking for a second one, and he might be able to just find it. 1Q landing, but it's a nice flash from Fido getting out of that, but where is he going to go? Schönfire now stuck in an absolute horrendous position. One more auto will do it. Yes, they're not able to find it. The Q, Winter's Bite, misses Schönfire. Dip and dive and duck, and he's trying to walk his way out. Smite comes through. Winter's Bite, and so he connects, and Minji, it's clear cut now. J-Team, they're fighting back. They're still down in gold, but every fight is starting to look in their favor.
Yeah, an overstay there for Ground Zero, not something we're really used to seeing from them. The classic, you can't do 2 plays back-to-back because you're always going to be down tempo and you can always get caught out. And this was Ground Zero initiating a really nice play, right? They had the teleport advantage on Tien, so they walked into the bot side. They used that one to create a play, and then they used their teleport advantage on Lemus to now cover the exposed lane on the top side of the map. So they were maximizing their advantage, but then they overstayed. They went for that second play, and now Minji has 4 kills in his pocket, and we're going to see if this Aurora champion can be that 1v9 monster.
I mean, here we're just going too aggressive, right? Minji able to get out of dodge, really, just going invisible. So, yes, he got stunned, but he's not able to be targeted. And Schönfire, he has no ultimate. What is this Shyvana ever going to be able to accomplish here? Literally just walks into that tower to then try and run away. Does lose his flash.
Tien?
Not able to find it. Yeah, Tien on the bottom side. I mean, Minji has used his ultimate, and Tien has jumped into his ultimate, and Minji's picked up a 5th. Hopefully we get a replay of that, because I do want to see how Tien ended up in that position. He lost flash and still went down.
And that's just Tien being aggressive on the weak side, right? Obviously going to be outnumbered in the side lane when he's being played away too, but he's just trying to find that cheeky 1v1 because he is so strong and will win that 1v1 quite comfortably. And so just being there on time, we see he's kind of the difference maker in this second game so far. He's always there for the top skirmish cleanup, the bot lane skirmish cleanup, and then once again there to clean up Tien. So he's in the right place at the right time. Ground Zero does get what they wanted on the top side of the map with their setup, but going into this replay, this is just Tien overextending on the map without the team.
Yeah, red buff as well, making this a miserable time for Tien to ever try to get away, and actually looks like he might re-engage here. Yeah, sitting in this bush, they don't know where Enso is, and yeah, just lands the Q, and oh yeah. Even commits the ward jump. Oh, even the flash, yeah. I mean, he tried. Credit to him. But Minji, I mean, it is so cool, actually, to watch this Aurora champ. Like, gets hit by the Q, waits till the Lee Sin comes to him, and then just jumps to the other side of ult.
It's deceptive how tanky Aurora is, because she does heal a decent amount in these exchange fights. But now we have a 5v5 setup. Schönfire already lost nearly 80% of his health bar.
Yeah, but Enso does lose his ult as he tries to search for that Glacial Fissure, not able to land it onto anyone, but Chi-Chi starting up this dragon as a Hextech Soul. J-Team are 2-0 in terms of that priority. Now Schönfire's popped his ult, and he's not going to have it. It's going to go down before this dragon's even nearly taken out. Yeah, the sustain is coming through, but having to get up that ult, and that's a 4-man Aurora ult. 1 kill, 2 kills. Can I get a third? It's looking like Lava playing aggressive, is going to use that Stride Breaker, but going to have to run away here. Fido does arrive, but it's a 5v3. Meganar only just coming to Lakai. Flash forward, 2-man Nar ult to Chi-Chi. He's able to play aggressive this game. Is he able to find a kill? No, he won't. Minji is going to gobble absolutely everything up, and that's 3 dragons now to J-Team, and I think 7 kills for this Aurora.
Got to be 8.
Oh,
Lemus,
maybe
no
8. Kurak with the flash, but the Q does miss as Lemus dipping and diving himself. Does not manage to find his way out here as Chi-Chi now waiting on to Kurak. The stun, 1 more auto, and Minji yet again it's going to lose Enso's life, but by God do we have a Fed Aurora.
Absolutely, and this was one of the downfalls of Ground Zero and LCO. Whenever they fell behind, they never conceded anything. We see that in that state. The setup on that dragon. Schönfire loses almost 80% of his health, but they stay around and they try to contest this one. You're going to see the ult running out. This is a terrible scenario for them to be in, and the fact that Aurora can just land this huge between worlds into the entire roster. Fido is not here they have no way to turn, and they could have cut their losses, just walked away, given Schönfire and the Dragon, but they decided to stay to try to outplay the 3v5, and that cost them everything.
Yeah, and Lakai, I mean, a fantastic find there, right? The flash, the two-man ult, and I think we're now seeing kind of the weakness in this Lee Sin, right? There's a clear difference in what Lakai can get done in a team fight versus what Tien has to do to find anything in a team fight. It's a lot more mechanically intensive for this Lee Sin. Requires more setup than Lakai. He just gets his mega, E, flash, R, and pretty much all he needs to do, whereas Tien has to try and isolate Minji ultimately. I mean, he's not ever really going to find anyone else. He has double TP, but Fido loses half his HP immediately, pops the culling. That's going to go and get absorbed entirely up by this wall as Lemus, as the Seraphine, not going to have all that much autonomy and can't find anything really. Chi-Chi now is going to probably force out the flash or the ultimate from Schönfire. There does come the Ascent of Dragon, but I mean, that's not how you want to be using your Shyvana ults. This J-Team, though, with utmost control.
Definitely does seem to be that case. J-Team, once again, all over the map with all the aggression, but Grounds are not a team who likes to concede stuff. They're going to fight, even if it does cost them this game. They're up on the top side of the map. Schönfire's ult is going to run out here, and this is signs. They're like, okay, guys, we need to reset, wait for the ult to come back so we can be aggressive again, but have to see if they have that discipline, because so far they aren't really showing that to be the case, and it's kind of weird to see a Seraphine be on the team that you would consider to have the weaker team fight, right? You look at J-Team's comp right now, just overall, it's so much easier for them to function in this, 5v5 state, and the win condition of Ground Zero was going to be these side lanes, but all of a sudden, there's an 8-0 Aurora. When the control mages can get priority on the side lane, the game state is in a terrible position for you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people go to the Northern Hemisphere to see, the Northern Lights, right? Everyone's really infatuated with that. But I think Minji might just be the most beautiful Aurora that I've ever seen, because he is playing so flawlessly. This game started very rough for J-Team, and it's been almost just plays back to back to back to back by this mid laner that has found them back in there. And I said it at the top of the day, right? He succeeds on these majors, typically the melee ones, but honestly, even, you get the Azir and whatnot, and Aurora seems like a champ that he's added to his champion pool as he looks to almost entirely solo carry the second game.
Yeah, this is a very different look for Ground Zero. We're always used to seeing, this inconsistent, chaotic playstyle for them, but Lemus is the one who is in this position right now, being really fair, but I'll hold my point.
And so, yeah, he's going to get engaged upon, but he finds a fantastic glacial fissure for that re-engage, and more importantly, this Aurora ult is once again fantastic. Minji claiming one. He is stunned up now, though, and Kurek's going to be able to answer back. It's Lemus who picks up the shutdown, but still Chi-Chi's going wild. Very, very low health bars on the side of J-Team. What can Chi-Chi do? Fido going aggressive, Fido going forward, but Chi-Chi finds a triple kill. Lemus, there's so many low health bars, but he is just one little Seraphine in a world of J-Team members, and nothing can be found. It's on a knife's edge, but it's once again J-Team coming up trumps.
Not sure who picked up that shutdown onto the Aurora, but that is massive for the side of Ground Zero, and if they were able to pick up more, we saw how many blinking health bars there was on the side of J-Team, so these fights are still extremely close, even though J-Team has quite a big lead. The gold doesn't really tell that, this team fights don't really tell that. Ground Zero definitely has the hands to win this one, but so far, it is the J-Team showing these fights, and it is Chi-Chi being unleashed to do so much damage.
Yeah, it's just a lot used here on the Braum, who ultimately stays at half HP, and you'll see at the back end, Lemus, a fantastic ultimate. He catches on to Minji there, and he ends up getting that 1,000 gold shutdown. Possibly not the member you exactly wanted on. Fido, I mean, if you really examine this, there's probably something he could have done different, but it is just such a rough fight, and there's just the instance he flashes forward and loses vision that exact instant, and that could have just been the exact difference maker in this team fight. I mean, Lalva, the wherewithal in the middle of that to put down the pink ward to ensure there wouldn't be vision, but ultimately, what a rough sort of scenario there for Fido. Is Ascent of Dragon going to be used? Lalva, though, he is just soloing away this dragon. It's the Hextech Soul. Enso puts up this wall, and Tien goes aggressive. But Ground Zero can't find a way into this river. The Hextech Soul's getting taken down, 8k HP. How are you getting in here? Schönfire is losing that dragon so quickly. Minji's on the wall. He goes to put that ult down, and Lemus in this no man's land. The snipes, the Hextech Soul. And while it was close for such a long time, the wall comes tumbling down, and it's J-Team who tear it apart brick by brick.
That's a huge engage from Likai there. There was a lot of hesitation on the side of Ground Zero, right? We just saw them, try to contest that one, but once again, Enso just stands in front, puts the wall up, absorbs all that engage, and there is no, follow-up threat when he absorbs all that. They wait for the Shyvana ult to run out, and this is the problem with the champ that we keep seeing in these games, right? Is there's just not enough uptime on that ult where you can get an insane amount of damage with that poke. You know, it's just about, you know, 3-4 E's that go out, and then all of a sudden you're back to that human form and you're not really doing anything. As you can see in this replay, Shen popped this ult so early, and all of a sudden this objective, which, you know, isn't really started yet, they just have to buy time. J-Team doesn't have to really do anything besides buy time. They have the inside track on this dragon. Shunfire can't walk in and steal this one, and they just have to play goalie, and that's exactly what Minji does here.
Yeah, Minji just activating that ultimate. I mean, Lemus, he picked up that 1k gold shutdown, but ultimately not going to be able to find anything for the remainder of that fight. Lakai with that re-engage, finding a nice 2-man ult. Eventually, I thought he actually went down, but he certainly did not. And now, Lava, he was the one getting solo killed time and time again earlier on in this game. He has now turned that around, and Minji now sits at 22 KP out of 24. And one of those KPs was First Blood that he didn't get himself involved in. So just everywhere and anywhere you need Minji to be, he has been there. And what a performance out of this guy. It is J-Team now marching down this bottom side. They have the Baron, they have the Hextech Soul, the most oppressive soul that exists in the current state of League of Legends. And you're seeing it here, the slows coming through. Fido can't walk up, the wave clear's not there. And in comes the engage. Minji so aggressive, just going forward with impunity. And down go 2, down go 3. We've already had 1 go down. Kurak is limping away, and he's not going to be able to get away from Lakai. It's the clean ace for J-Team, and they will not go down without a fight. They will take us to a game number 3. It's Shernfire versus the world, and PCS versus Alcio continues to deliver.
Absolute banger games really seeing you. While I am biased, I am not delusional. This is J-Team picking up a very convincing win and a Ground Zero showing a new playstyle we've never really seen before, but obviously not working, and something they need to go back and change. But we'll have to see if they have that same, you know, adversity to bounce back from these really bad games. As we saw from Bliss yesterday, they were able to bounce back from that terrible game 1. I think this game 2 from Ground Zero was not what they are known for. Very different style. They need to go back, have a chat with their coach BNB, and make sure that the players are calm, as Lemus was trying to rally the troops after that first game. They need to get in a good headspace, get a good draft for that game 3, and pull it back.
Yeah, Tully, I got 2 points I want to talk about here. First of all, this series is starting to look like an exact opposite of yesterday's series, the Team Bliss up against Frank, right? Where game 1, complete domination for one team. Game 2, they're very far ahead at the start of the second game, and unfortunately aren't able to capitalize and do go down. And now it is J-Team, they're in the position that Bliss was in yesterday. They're going into game 3 with utmost momentum. And I think personally, this was my second point, that I think you look at game 1, you look at game 2, who was the most consistent and most beneficial member of your team, I suppose, in both those games? It has been Lemus. I think we want to get this guy on a carry. Get him on an AD carry. Let him have all the control in the game, right? Because game number 1, fantastic showing on the Ashe. Is still a utility champion, but it's a utility champion that also has a lot of autonomy. Honestly, no real quarrels with how he played the Seraphine this game, but he is just a Seraphine. You're not able to have the impact that you can on the AD carry. So I think give Lemus, he is the person that ultimately has been over the PCS 4 times. He's going to be the most comfortable. He's got the most experience here. Get him on a carry. Let him try and take game number 3 in his hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that game 1 was all about, you know, it wasn't even about Lemus, but the game became about him. He took over that game. Game 2 was about the top side for Ground Zero in Tien and Shernfire. Tien had the resources, he had the lead to be able to carry that game, but once again was just falling down the side lane, which is not what we're used to seeing from him in the LCO. He's so consistent, he's a very respectable player, but he is kind of on that, you know, burger flipping style that we are seeing from him. And I think that the Shyvana is a potential bait pick. You know, so many times we see how high execution it is, and these are the pokes setups in these team fights don't seem to be connecting as much as we'd really hope. So I hope that they run it back with, you know, a different mage in the jungle. Hopefully Shernfire can play something. I think even the Karthus in the last game was just so strong, but it was banned away this time. He has a huge plethora of champions that he can fall back to, and I think they just need to go back to that consistent style and make sure that Lemus can be that late game win condition for themselves.
Yeah, I think just play a bit more standard is sort of what I'm looking for Ground Zero. I think, honestly, it's cool that you can bring out sort of something fancier, something a little bit more unique. You know, have that Lee Sin up on the top side, have him try and be that sort of carrying force alongside Fido and giving the poke that comes out of Shernfire. But when you get your Shyvana such a nice early lead, like, let's be honest, he picked up 2 early kills, or maybe it was just the assist, but still a lot of early impact on a Shyvana. You really want to see that sort of be capitalized as the game extends. And it wasn't, right? It was eventually Lalva coming back in that game and having a lot more impact. And even if it was just because he could turn off the lights, if you're just trading your Nocturne ult and that's having more impact than the entire jungler on the other team, then you're pretty happy with that. Because, you know, Nocturne, traditionally, he's sort of the champ that goes in. If he dies, whatever. He's done everything he needs to do. And he wasn't even dying by the end of that game. Schönfire was just forced to use his ult before every team fight, before every objective, and that's something that you really don't want to have happen as that Shyvana, right? You want to be using it aggressively as this objective's coming online, get that poke while the other team's either doing the objective or while you're doing the objective to thwart them off coming off, and we weren't able to see that come out of the Shyvana, and so I think yesterday it worked for Kevy. It was kind of a unique situation, I feel, where he just found himself up like 200 CS by the end of that game. And he was against an Italy, which can't have the same sort of teamfight impact that a Nocturne have. And I think this is going to be a really good example. I believe this is the fight that ends up being the Soul. Maybe it's not quite the Soul fight.
This was the initial one where Shön got chunked in the same amount of health and they decided to stay around. I think that the team with the Shyvana, if they are the ones on the objective and you can hit that objective and maintain your ult, it's extremely strong, right? Because you're just throwing poke over the wall, you know, as you're sitting on a pink wall denying vision, and it's just doing the same amount of damage. But as the team contesting objectives, you offer nothing. You have a short window of like 15 seconds before this ult does drop, and you're back to just being a you know, a ward for your team. So I don't like how inconsistent Shyvana is, and it's just, if this is the case, it's very hard to make it work in competitive. But it is an extremely strong champion when it does, you know, tick the boxes. And I think that also something for Ground Zero was just their discipline just wasn't there this game. They were just trying over and over and over again to, you know, outplay their opponents from positions that should not really happen. And in that first game, it worked out for them, right? Because they just had such a big lead and they were able to, you know, out-micro their opponents, and playing with that confidence was really good when you're ahead. But in these even game states and when you're behind and you need to get back to the game, you can't be playing with so much disrespect.
Yep, and I mean, Aurora as well probably needs to be looked at. I think J-Team, they did ban it in game number 1, and they will be back on the red side in game number 3. It's Ground Zero who will get that blue side. But it seems like Fighter was just preferring those AD champs. I'm not sure if he's gotten that Aurora practice. You know, obviously, being from the PCS, all of these mid laners, as soon as there's a new champ out, they just spam it. That's something we see. And there you go, you asked about it yesterday. This is what you asked about. Have we seen the 4-way? Yes, we have. Here it is, Minji picking up everything. He died only 1 time, so that's effectively the same as dying 0 times, because they counted as 1 death either way. But certainly the most kills, the most, you know, 13 kills, you're probably going to have the most gold and the most damage. He did that by a long mile. 92.9% KP as that mid laner. That's 26 KDA. It was a diffy in the miffy.
Absolutely, and I think that Ground Zero's approach to this game was they picked the Lucian because they wanted the mid priority, the protection of the Shyvana. That worked out for them in the early game, right? That's what they wanted. But all of a sudden, you get to the mid game, you get to these team fights, and now you're playing this low range 80 carry into this, you know, champion who got through the laning phase, has so much impact in these team fights, and all you're really doing is throwing your culling into this Braum wall and not offering anything else. No one on your team is enabling you to have an insane amount of uptime because the Leona can't go in against the Braum. The rest of your team in the Lee Sin and the Shyvana don't enable you to do anything, and then Lemus is kind of just waiting for these team fights to start before he can do anything, and if he's the first one to go down like he was in this fight, it's so hard for the Ground Zero comp to function.
Yeah, I also wonder, like, you saw obviously how hard the bot lane of Ground Zero won in game number 1, right? And it seemed like this game, I mean, Chi-Chi just got to play a 1v1 lane as Ezreal against Seraphine. And even he, like, we didn't really talk about Chi-Chi, but he had a lot of impact in these fights, right? Minji in that team fight he died in, it was actually Chi-Chi picking up a triple kill. And I can't remember the exact scoreline, but Chi-Chi finished something like 9-0 and you know, 13 or something like that. So I think when you look at how the first game went and the second game went, and pressuring this bot lane was very, very effective for Ground Zero. And I think that just bodes well to how we probably don't want to see Lemus on a Seraphine type champion. We want to see him on something with more autonomy. But that is a story for after the break, because we are going to go to a break. We're now up to match point for both these teams. Can Alcio get it across the line, or will PCS find their first series win here of the summer split?
拿手杀狂送，我的，你忘记点没事了。
地狱难度啊。
啊。
哎，追打讲，逼他，追打。别内选。20开地狱难度啊。把他刮了，我黑化了。
真的，我冰手。
OGT 奥运转播多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing.
环保有序的转播平台， 独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面啊，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花椒鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek-God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. So welcome to the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
And we are back, and there's one thing I know about the LCO is that they guarantee 3-game series. Even when we used to have best of 5s, it was often a 3-game series. They've leveled up now, we have best of 3s, and they're still bringing it to 3. It's them against J-Team. It's Ground Zero to get it done for the second time for the LCO, or is it going to be the first PCS win here in the playoffs? It's yet to be decided. We're going to have a different look here in the draft. Almost certainly we're going to have Ground Zero on blue side, and a lot can change here in this draft from that alone.
I can spill some coping. Game 1 was a very one-sided affair, and I think Game 2 was more so Ground Zero throwing quite a lot, right? They definitely had the game in their hands, so it's good to see that they can win the early game 2 times in a row. I just think the comp that they really drafted there had no room for execution. Oh, no room to mess up, right? A very, very high skill ceiling, and I think that is very tough to do against a champ like Aurora, we do not have a lot of competitive experience against. And, going to a point where it's like, oh, we can't win team fights anymore because we left up this really OP champion is scary. So we have to see if, is it going to be the same 3 jungle bans for Ground Zero? Is the Aurora going to get banned by J-Team, or is Ground Zero going to feel pressured to first pick that one if it is left up?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Ash ban out first. Makes a lot of sense. Get Lemus off that after how he looked in game number 1. Now, same bans coming through here so far for the side of Ground Zero. Murkai would be their natural last ban. If all things do remain the same.
not really a team. Ground Zero's not really a team known to like change their bans. They kind of stick to it. They change up their champions a lot more in these drafts. I think that we're probably gonna. Oh, they're his ban away this time, so that is respect going towards that one. And this is the Maokai being left up.
Yeah, and so I was saying it just before we came back, right, Telly? It's like now you're kind of in a position where does Schönfire take away the Maokai from Lalva? Because ultimately in both of these games, Lalva hasn't looked that good, and naturally that's what we've seen as well in the regular season here in the PCS, is if he's not on the Sejuani, not on the Ivan, not on the Maokai, he does struggle a lot more, and they're going to go for that first pick Lucian, which means I can almost with 100% certainty tell you that in 1 or 2, we are going to get the Maokai.
Yeah, I think it's pretty expected when a champion's banned away, both games that is left up. You feel like, oh, I kind of have to pick this champion because there's a reason it's being banned. And I expect J-Team to have a lot of success for that one is locked in. The Lucian makes sense to me being taken away by Ground Zero again. It's just kind of the strongest champion on the patch in mid lane. It kind of guarantees you mid priority, early game pressure, and is an 80 carry who can scale throughout the entire game. So it applies the pressure at all levels of the game and gets its job done. You have to see what they ran out the comp with though. Last time it was the Carthus that came out in the first 3 with that melee support, but not available this time.
It certainly is not. Now, maybe Lalva's actually just going to go away from it and pick a bit more carry-orientated. No, there we go. There's the tree. Lock that one in, Lalva. I think anyone that's ever watched a J-Team game before is not surprised to see this locked in as soon as he can get his hands on it. Now, we're going to get the Shyvana into the Maokai. Should have a pretty okay time early on here. Now, if you are found by Maokai, if his lanes have priority, you can quite quickly find yourself in a pretty bad position, but I think Schönfire ultimately on that Shyvana will be clearing his jungle almost 2 times the speed of a Maokai and should be pretty safe.
This was, one of the matchups that Shyvana came into the meta for, right? It's just extremely good. Being able to buffer the CC that comes out of the Maokai is extremely good, and the Maokai champion who is not known for punishing early game. You do see in the top leagues that Maokai can invade, and his Q Smite sort of guarantees those 1v1s on the camps, but not a champ known for invading and using his early pressure besides ganking. And I think that the Shyvana here, they are going to run it back. Still a lot to really worry about how these team fights execute, but if they do have the priority, if they do maintain that pace where they are the ones selling objectives, he can maintain that dragon form, and that's when the Shyvana is strong.
Yeah, and I think one thing you probably need to be worried about for Ground Zero is you have to kind of be the team that's first to these objectives when you're against the Maokai. Otherwise, he kind of just, presses R, it covers the entire river, you can't really find a way in. And especially as the Shyvana, right, is you want to be, as you said before in last game, you want to be the one on that objective. And I think it's even amplified because of this Maokai, that if you're not on the Dragon first or on the Baron first or whatever it may be, it's going to be almost impossible to get in there, especially with those Warmog's nerfs coming in too. It means that Kurak's going to have a much worse time face-checking into what will be a Leandri's Maokai sapling, and it's just going to be in every single bush, so Ground Zero, they're going to have to get mid lane priority. They're going to have to be at the objective first. Otherwise, J-Team should find themselves in a fairly comfortable position to secure some objectives.
Yeah, what we're seeing so far from the first 3 is if the Ground Zero comp is on the objectives, J-Team don't feel too uncomfortable about walking in and checking those objectives, right? They do have the brawn, they do have the market, a lot of space checking tools, a lot of champs doing a lot of damage and getting there pretty safely. But this flips, if this is J-Team on the objective and then we see the Ground Zero comp walking into them, it is so hard for them to walk through the Ezreal Probe, Braum, how he can split up the map, and then even pair that with the Maokai ult. Very, very hard to execute, especially since they're so low range right now. So we have to see what these 4 fights are going to be rounding out. I assume J-Team are going to get they get the counter pick on mid lane. Not many champs that counter Lucian in the current meta, but they will get the counter pick on top. So they should have a priority in some side lane, right, going forward. But Ground Zero needs to have that mid game control. They really need to be on his objectives for this comp to function.
Yeah, absolutely. I think J-Team doing a bit of homework here, banning out that Jace away from Tien. It's been a champion that he has liked in the past. As soon as in the meta, he does tend to enjoy playing the Jace. So getting that champion rid of, and obviously it does pair well in sort of poke comp alongside that Shyvana when she does have access to that ultimate. So going to be a bit harder here to pair up a top laner alongside the Shyvana. Maybe it is an angle where he wants to look for something akin to that Lee Sin again. I would be surprised to see it come out as it didn't have that much success outside of the early stage of the game. It's much harder to execute than just picking one of those regular top laners, the Renekton and the Cassante. We are going to have the Zeri here. Now, most likely will be that mid laner, but at least in the PCS, we have seen a lot of Ezreal mid as well, so there is definitely a flex option between those two champs. Obviously, Chi played the first 2 games as that Ezreal, but actually historically his most played champion has been the Zeri, combining last split and this split. So certainly a little bit of uncertainty around those 2 champions, but you would expect for it to just be the Zeri mid.
I really like the Misfortune pickup for Limus here. You know, we're looking at how these comps are really going to function. There's going to be a lot of pokes, so being able to rush the Bloodthirster first is nice. Well, you would assume that something like the Kai'Sa would come out there, or the Jhin. Limus throughout this entire split has played, you know, no Kai'Sa games. He's always been the person to go for stuff like the Senna, the Ashe, the Zeri, even his like odd Caitlyn Smolder games. But besides that, there's a big drop-off between those champions and the rest of his pool. So nice to see that he does have more champions in the you know, the back pocket to pull out. And I really like the Leona MF as a combo, but it is quite hard to, you know, do damage into what we're seeing right now coming out of JT, because they should have that range advantage, and they need to get through the you know, the early game. With the Renekton counter to Camille, they should be able to win the, you know, the top side of the map pretty easily with the Dominus just being so strong. But it's all on Ground Zero to be able to, you know, create a lead or find something to get them ahead in that mid game, because they need side lane priority. They do have the scaling advantage when it comes to the Camille on the side lane, but if this Renekton is strong, he can certainly match up and mark the champion in the 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm a little worried, actually, for Ground Zero in this matchup, because they have got, you know, all the parts of sort of a poke comp. When you do look at just having the Shyvana, the Misfortune ultimately actually does have just a good time at being like, you know, walk up, find a Q, look for an ultimate from afar and try and clear out a lot of damage there. But you're going up against a Braum shield, and again, an Ezreal that can, as long as he doesn't die 4 times early on in lane, get to that Bloodthirster fairly early on in this game and have a pretty good time, as well as just almost a perfect anti-poke comp, right? Like, you can just find a flank as this Renekton. You're not going to be very scared of the upfront damage coming out, maybe the Lucian being the main exception. As well as there is not lockdown for 2 of these AD carries. There is lockdown in that Camille ult, but you can only use that on be it the Zeri or the Ezreal, while the other one is just going to have complete impunity in these team fights. So we'll see how Ground Zero navigate that. It does feel like it's going to be very difficult for TN to find a lot of impact in team fights. Now, again, you pointed out the side lanes should be pretty good for them, and maybe it's just an angle where this is a game where Ground Zero are going to need to try and find some early Void grubs, so the side lane pressure is heightened. Maybe they want to look for a dragon so they have more time to utilize the side lane. You can kind of look at it either way. But whatever they commit to, they're going to have to fully commit to, I think, and it's ultimately, I feel like it's going to have to be side lanes, because I don't really see a way for Camille to have a whole lot of impact in these team fights, being against the Maokai, being against the Braum, the Zeri, and the Ezreal at the same time.
Yeah, until this gets to the ultra late game point where we know Camille can be that, you know, tank, bruiser, control mage, everything she really does in the late game part. But starting out the hook shot here onto Chi-Chi, I'm not really sure they can really punish this one.
Yeah, they have gone aggressive, but ultimately J-Team's bot lane will be able to just recall, get their health back. Hook shot level 1 means that obviously Lakai up in this top side is going to have a very, very easy level 1.
Yeah.
And one thing about... Oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, I guess a way to look at these comps right now is that, you know, the Ground Zero comp, they have more damage, right? But they don't have the consistent threat where you look at J-Team, lower damage, but they have a consistent way to do damage. They have the Maokai CC and the Braum. I think the Ground Zero comp relies on Kurak, you know, CCing his members up, but it's so hard for him to go in and get out. He's going to go in, get tagged up by Braum, double 80 carry is going to CC him up. You know, the Kai's going to be doing so much in the back line there. And, you know, while Ground Zero have a lot of damage, none of these champions really enable each other to do damage besides Kurak. And I think that if Tien does dive in with the Hextech Ultimatum, he is just a target in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And similar, again, to game number 3 of yesterday's series between Bliss and Frank. It's game number 3, life on the line. The team that just lost game number 2 have picked up the Camille on the top side. So we'll see if Tien can, unlike Yijiang, pick up that win for the Camille. And I mean, Ground Zero, they're going to get that insta-push bot as they are now going into Lava. Yeah, they have played this level 1 fantastically. Lava's going to have to flash away. Is going to be able to survive. Did manage to pick up at least 1 camp, but still, I mean, I think smart play there by the bot lane of Ground Zero to just smash in that first wave and come and meet up their jungler to defend his bot side jungle.
Yeah, Ground Zero really recognizes one well. The fact that bot lane just starts in the wave and just hits the mini wave the entire time, whereas JT's bot lane is trying to enable Lava there in the jungle to make sure he gets that camp. They denied the wave, they run across Shenfire, goes 1 camp straight to his red buff and just fights that one away. Knows that Maokai can't do that camp fast enough with that initial smite on the first camp. So nice to see they play that level 1 so well. And this is what I was talking about. The initial invade is so hard to pull off. Even if they do seal away that camp, this is just going to be those respawns happening for Schoenfire, and its next respawn cycling will be beneficial for him.
So same mid lane matchup as we saw in game number 1, but this time Minji has opted for the teleport instead of the barrier. So playing for a little bit more autonomy, especially in the middle stage of the game, and a little less pressure in the direct lane phase. Now Schoenfire is getting forced away from his blue buff, but did get it low enough to just be able to smite that one up. But still, it has been an annoying early game here for Schoenfire. He lost his Raptors, so ultimately going to be down 1 camp. Getting forced away from his Gromp, at least for the time being, as he doesn't know exactly where Lalva is on this Maokai.
Does have the smite, so now that he does know where Shern is, he's going to walk in the river, deny this crab, and go back to his camps. I don't expect Shern to be the one to invade in response, but he is a player who is down to be aggressive, and with Fido TPing back on that mid wave, does have the cull, should get mid priority here. Might be an invade.
A lot of damage. Kurek flashing away. Lemus, he's got to be careful, and the Xenoblade connects here, but that is not what you wanted. Kurek going far too aggressive after using that flash, goes back and not going to find what he wanted. Now trades in the top side. Lakai, he's getting low. It could be the opposite of what we've seen in the past where bot lane was winning, but Lakai going to lose his flash. Tien, really well-timed aggression, knowing that his top laner is there to join him, and Lakai now, a bit of a weak point for the side of J-Team after very early success in the bot side. GG lands everything and Lemus survives. The wherewithal to keep that potion tick and keeps him alive.
To see what happened here, we know how Kurek did die, but how does the initial trade happen? Is it Kurek being the aggressor here, or is it, J-Team finding that engage onto Kurek here in the bush?
Yeah, so he's just sort of standing around. I mean, probably could have slowed down this replay a bit, made it a little bit quicker, but there we go. There we go. Okay, there it comes. It's just a Q landing, and then the follow-up CC. Lemus, I mean, he has a lot of upfront damage, right, as a misfortune, but nowhere near the amount of consistency that an Ezreal can find, especially when you are landing those abilities. Probably the highest attack speed AD carry, maybe Xayah when you use your W, but at this stage of the game, it's probably the Ezreal with a 5 stacked up passive.
Definitely an exceptionally strong champ at this point in the game when he has that passive stacked up, and he can land those mystic shots with the press the attack. From Ezreal is just very old, strong combo, especially into these melee champs. You can't really do anything to fight back because it's just that instant stun. If they do want to disengage the one, they can, but they commit and they find the kill on the Kurek. So well played by them there. But Tien in that 1v1 on the top side, finding the flash advantage is so huge. This is what he really does in this Camille well. He always finds these individual leads through the experience he has on the champion, and have to see if he can turn that into anything going forward.
Well, Kai is proxying here, and he did lose that flash. Schoenfire's on the top side of the map. This is a very, very questionable position for this Renekton to be in, but wise to where Schoenfire is with that ward over the wall and is going to be able to walk on out. Schoenfire, though, may be able to stop his recall. Ultimately not going to be able to find a kill.
Potential trade of objectives here as well. Should just be, the Grubs going over to Schoenfire. Once again, we see J-Team being the team to prioritize Dragons. Last game, it was the 2 Dragons given for the 2 respawns of the Grubs. Obviously turned out extremely beneficial for them in the end, as they did get that Hextech Soul extremely early on in the game. And, we just aren't really seeing the same value of the Grubs as we were in the LCO. A lot of the time, the teams who, end up getting the Grubs would just win through, the experience lead the jungler got, and the fact that these lanes are just winning through, getting that extra bit of gold from the chip damage you get onto those plates. But definitely not the case in these games. So far, it's a much slower, performance, and I think that the Dragons just having a lot more overall impact in these games.
Yeah, and Talia, on that point, I mean, we've had the Ocean Dragon come up. It's now the Mountain. There's a 50-50 for it to be one of the 2 best souls in the game or 2 of the worst souls in the game. Now, admittedly, I think actually maybe for the side of J-Team, Air Dragon's actually one of the better ones. So maybe you have a 75 chance of a very beneficial Dragon coming out for J-Team, and being the team that did pick up that first Dragon here, maybe leads sort of favor to the next Dragon comes up, Ground Zero wanting to contest it, because ultimately you get that 2 Dragons. If you roll the Hextech Soul again, this game becomes a whole lot harder to play for Ground Zero. You get a whole lot less time for 10 in those side lanes because you are just forced to group up for that Dragon fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure if you talk about stats, right, Cloud Soul is the best soul. It has the highest win rate by 6%, which is quite a lot. A lot of the souls all sit at the same point. It's like 88 to 91%, but I think the Cloud Soul is around 95 to 96% win rate, which is fat. It's a fat lead.
Yeah. Is that in competitive or solo queue? Because I feel like the extra movement speed, particularly in solo queue, probably finds a lot of value, more so than in competitive, right? Where you are just playing safer for a lot more of the game.
Yeah. I personally, in a competitive environment, I value the move speed over anything else. Like, I think that having extra resistance with the mountain is obviously nice, but like just having, you know, overall, you can rotate to objectives faster, you can set up faster. You know, getting that move speed with your ult is just such a big deal. I think on certain champions, like the Shyvana, it is massive. The Lucian, massive. Maokai, massive. You know, being able to engage, just it kind of shores up the weaknesses in your champ, because I think a lot of champs, especially the melee ones, are, you know, countered in the late game by the fact they get kited so well, right? So, you know, having that air drake just gives you the ability to kite down these 80 carries. And
and
really
all those
shut them down
champs.
these team fights.
Yeah, all those champs mentioned, and I mean Renekton as well. I think maybe the biggest benefactor in this game, just popping Dominus and sprinting at anyone, as heavy trade's going down bot and it's a bullet time coming through, but Enso's going to be here to block that up with the wall, and down comes his Nature's Grasp. Lemus, there is all the sums in the world available, only the flash missing. Here comes the Glacial Fissure, not going to connect, but the Mystic Shot does. Now Lemus is in a spot of bother as he's stunned up. Cleanse comes through, but it is too late, and the phase rush is going to get Lauva out of the skin of his teeth. Top side though, Ground Zero, they realize it's their time to strike, try and find something onto this Renekton, but Lakai, he realizes he's weak side, he's full HP, he has the Dominus, he has the flash, and there's no real way to punish.
Yeah, this is extremely hard to dive. He does have the Dominus, he's just going to sit that one out, but Shern is just going to steal away the camps. Obviously not an ideal trade, right? Both your bot lane members for 2 camps is not going to be the win, but still a consolation prize for Shern on this Shyvana, and I think that they do have, you know, the scaling advantage. They do have, like, the ability to win the late game, but it's not a clear-cut thing where it's just like, okay, we got the 6 items. Now, all of a sudden, you know, our Kog'Maw will 1v9 the game, right? Yeah. This is a much more close case where I would just give, like, a niche advantage to Ground Zero to be able to win these fights. But once again, I think it's going to come down to the setup. Whoever has, you know, the better, you know, map play, being able to get on that objective first is so crucial for how both these comps want to work.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I think as you touched on, the setup's really important, right? The combination you see on Ground Zero, this Misfortune with the Leona, Misfortune with this Camille, if you can find a way to combo those champions together, you can have a lot of success in these team fights. But on the other side, you have J-Team, they have the Braum that can deny a lot of this damage. And so, yeah, ultimately setup is going to become very, very important, as long as this game doesn't get very out of hand. And I think so far it's not that out of hand. 1.5k gold, while substantial at this time of the game, isn't game-defining, right? It's definitely comebackable, as maybe this is going to become a little bit harder, but 10 with that max range hook shot is going to be able to get himself out, as well as get that ultimate away from the Renekton. But problem being, he just teleported to lane, and now he's going to be forced to walk his way back as a wave comes crashing into his tower.
This is the grub respawn in 5 seconds. There is no Dominus onto Likai anymore, but...
Yeah, Lightning Crash comes out. Lauva with that CC is going to be able to chain it, and now the culling coming out as Schönfire will arrive here with that Descent of the Dragon, but it's still Minji wailing away at Fido's health. He's going to have to flash away, and Minji still feeling okay. Going to have to dodge out of that ability, but won't be able to do so. So he is low. Schönfire, if he finds one more, it might be able to pick up a kill, but with the press the attack, potentially not. Minji getting lower and lower as he tries to greed for one more wave. Not going to be able to do so.
Walking towards the grubs. This is going to be no ult on both Shern and Lakai, so...
Fido's teleported in. Fido's found the angle. A nice ward means that Fido gets in. He gets himself a kill, and now Tien chasing away this top and jungle here of J-Team. They are going to have to concede these grubs as Schönfire finds more objectives for himself.
That's really, really nice for Shern here, and really well played by Fido. We saw that Minji had the opportunity to just back off that wave completely and go for that fast recall, but overstays and finds himself caught out on the, you know, the tempo game, but Kurak just overextending here, you know, walking in a bad way, doesn't have the numbers advantage. They know that Braum was on the top lane, he's going to walk down, and this is him getting caught out by pretty much just a 2v1 or 2v2. There's not even Braum impacting this one, but Shern tries to clean this one up. Flash comes out of Braum, and it's just not enough damage to stick there. But, you know, Minji here didn't recognize that, okay, the grubs are the next objective. I need to base, I need to TP back mid to maintain priority. Wasn't there on time.
It was not, but it is going to be okay now. J-Team are going to pick themselves up a dragon. With Schönfire, he is running down here, does have his ult back available, but he hasn't recalled since the last fight. And we saw, obviously, in game number 2, that we had some problems when it came to that sort of concept, right? Where we went for 2 fights in a row, and that's kind of how the game turned on its head. They are looking for it again. Enso might be caught out here. He's going to be spotted out, at least as ward, and will likely go down. Solar Flare used. He's going to delay at least the kill for a little bit, as the dragon will be picked up for J-Team for the trade there of that support's life.
I think both teams, that's the kind of scenario where you're happy, right? J-Team's going to be happy that they got the Dragon, and also Ground Zero's going to be happy that they just got another 300 gold onto one of their main carries in Fido in the mid lane. It is so important for both Fido and Tien on their respective solo laners to be strong on these side lanes and garner priority for their team to be able to function coming to these objectives. Because if they just have to, you know, group mid as 5 and walk into these objectives, it's so hard to deal with stuff like the Maokai saplings, the Ezreal poke, and the potential engage that comes from the Focal Wall.
Absolutely. Now, mid lane is going to be occupied by this AD carry and support of J-Team. On the other side, though, Fido is still going to be here sharing XP alongside his support by the looks of things. It's Kurek around the mid lane and Lemus sitting there in the bottom side. Although, you know, Misfortune with that strut is going to be able to get to this top side faster than near on every champion that exists in League of Legends.
Do you see Tien staying around here? They recognize that Lakai does not have TP on the bot side of the map. They were waiting for, you know, Fido to rotate down. They were looking for a potential engage, but J-Team is respecting that one, so they're just going to go to those lanes, but now they don't have control of the map, right? They just lost priority in the mid and the bot side of the map. They're going to walk into the top river, J-Team are, and just get control of this Rift Herald. And if Ground Zero do want to contest this one, no TP on Fido, he's going to have to walk all the way up.
Yeah, and ultimately I think...
not ideal.
Yeah, and right now I think J-Team are ultimately spiking harder than the side of Ground Zero. I think just, you know, honestly just coming through that AD carry. We don't quite have the Bloodthirster available for Lemus, whereas the Triforce is up for Chi-Chi. And I think that alone kind of leads favor to the side of J-Team to be able to pick up advantages here as they do look for this Rift Herald. Churnfire showing his head there in the top side. Won't be able to find all that much. Now, Renekton coming up to this fight. It is Fido, though, staying in that bot side. No teleport available for either of those champions, as Lakai now is just going to go back to answer, as it's all but confirmed that J-Team pick up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, easy pick up, and that's just thanks to, you know, Ground Zero. Went for that play, didn't work out, they lost priority, and now J-Team got the Rift Herald, they can group up, but Shern going in on the mid lane.
Going for another play, but Nature's Grass coming out, stunned through, and everything's going pretty poor for Ground Zero here, although Lemus is remaining pretty topped up in health. It's Chi-Chi, though, returning fire. E forward, Lemus going to flash away. One mystic shot! Fantastic sidestep there for Lemus. Keeps himself up.
Fido.
He is going to be able to find that recall as, yeah, Fido is coming up. He actually got solo killed.
Yep, just tried to fight the Renekton there, and it's just a very, very hard matchup to win. And I think these lane assignments for Ground Zero is just not ideal, right? They don't want the Camille to be into the Zeri because she's just too mobile for, you know, Tien to be able to take down the 1v1. And obviously, Fighter's not going to win the 1v1 against the Renekton. So even if he does get the priority, he can't hit the tower, can't really do anything but rotate to the mid. And as his team doesn't have priority on the mid lane, doesn't want to be running there because he is that target for the side of J-Team. And that's just a really easy pickup for J-Team to win that single mission. Chi-Chi in particular, playing that one extremely well, you know, flashing forward to proc the concussive blows to, you know, guarantee the execute that comes out of Maokai.
I mean, yeah, the Eclipse Renekton with the ult against a no-flash Lucian. It's a bit of a trivial 1v1. I think maybe if you have the flash, there's an angle there, right? You can try and flash away from that empowered W. It's probably going to be answered by Lakai's flash, but still, maybe a chance to survive. Ultimately, wasn't up and available. And so it is a pretty clear-cut win there for Lakai. And I think that's very, very impactful, right? You've just taken this Lucian off the map. Hold on, there might be a fight coming out as Enzo might be just caught out. Fido with that Blade of the Rune King certainly offering a lot of damage. Bullet Time coming out and flash forward. Solar Flare as well. And that's going to be a third kill now for Fido as Ground Zero. They're still playing aggressive. They're still finding angles in this fight. And Fido's going to have to be the guy to do it.
A lot of resources committed for that kill there. We saw that Shern threw one of his flame breasts towards Chi-Chi on the Ezreal. So, you know, we saw the flash, the solar flare, the bullet time, pretty much every cooldown come out of Ground Zero to get that kill. So now all of a sudden, they do have an advantage from the numbers that they garnered from that fight, but they do not have the tools to be able to fight again. They need to wait for these ults to come back. And luckily, there is no objective for at least, you know, another minute. We're going to see the setup for this dragon coming through really soon. And if this does want to be a team fight, they need to be there first. They need to get that set up.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be very hard for them to walk into a Liandry's Maokai. You don't have the Warmogs available. Yes, there's lifesteal, but, you know, if you're in the river, there's not really anything to lifesteal off is the problem you find yourself with, you know? Like, in those mid lane sort of skirmishes where you are just poking back and forth, Bloodthirster, Blade of the Rune King, fantastic items. You hit that minion wave as it comes next, and you're back to full HP. In the river, the same cannot be said. If you get poked out, there's nothing to auto-attack until there's a full-on team fight, and by then it's probably just too late. And obviously J-Team, we see them now, they do have priority over this river there. Littering the Ground Zero side of the jungle, at least with all these saplings. It's going to be very, very hard to find their way through. Churnfire at least has done so far as midway prio being gathered here for the side of J-Team as well as that top side. Teleport available for Lakai. We have to watch out for a teleport. That bot wave most likely the position that Lakai looks for. His teleport now coming in. He is just going into this blue side river. Yeah, there is going to be a Schönfire in this pit, but Lakai's found him in the Eclipse. There's so much damage, and down will go that dragon, and with that, the hopes of picking up this third dragon subsides with it. J-Team, 3 dragons to 0, a lead in game number 3, and looking to get PCS on at least one series on the board.
And this is Ground Zero rocking up to the objective late. They are committing everything by going through one lane. They do not care about the farm in top or mid, and this is, you know, losing a team fight like that costs them so much, because now all of a sudden all the resources on the map are just being wasted to these towers, and it is so hard to deal with. I think Ground Zero really needed to leave a member mid who had teleport to, you know, eat that wave and then play for flank. Obviously, Tien cannot be playing front to back on the champion. He needs to be, you know, diving onto the back line and trying to execute these members that are left alone, as the rest of his team is fighting against the Renekton and the Maokai going on them. But, you know, pressing tab and looking at the inventories right now, Lakai on this Renekton is absolutely massive. You know, having 2 items at this point in the game on a Bruiser is going to mean he is pretty much immortal, especially when you look at the inventory of Lemus. You know, he's sitting on a Bloodthirst. He doesn't have a DPS item, right? He just has this, you know, defensive, offensive item. Not really going to do the most damage, but they need to buy time, Ground Zero. They need to wait and wait and wait. I think before they get to 3 items, these fights are extremely hard to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the one problem you find yourself at when you're sort of in one of these team comps, you fell behind and you need to wait, is that, you know, it's all good and well until Dragon is a legitimate threat, and I think with how accelerated, you know, Minji as well as Chi-Chi are, this Baron will go down pretty fast. Again, similar to the Dragon, it's going to be very hard for you to find a way into this river against the Maokai, against the Glacial Fissure that can come out of Enso. If the Baron goes down, or even if the Baron doesn't go down, you're going to just be able to see Lava walk up to a tower, press that Nature's Grasp, and who is tanking it up? No one at this stage can really sort of tank it up. You know, the amount of damage that comes through from this Ezreal following up from a Nature's Grasp is very, very hard to deal with. And so we'll see how Ground Zero do manage to navigate it. At least if you are at your tower, like I said before, you will be able to lifesteal up, and down comes this Descent of the Dragon, but the entire damage from the Shyvana just gets eaten up by that Braum Shield, and he's not going to feel all that bad about this damage because he does have the Warmogs, he does have that upgraded support item, and he does have a Ruby Crystal to get that 1500 health up and available to keep restoring. And you're seeing it here, he's, you know, 78 health, just constantly ticking away.
And we see Fido grouping again. They feel really pressured to try get back some control of mid lane in their top jungle, but at the same time, Lakai's just down in the bot lane, pushing the side lanes, and this is what JT's been doing the entire game. If you guys group, we're just going to go to the side lanes and we're going to push, because they both feel safe to win their individual 1v1s at this point, and also, you know, get out pretty safely, because the Shyvana just doesn't do well at killing these side laners, and if, you know, Kurakas just disappears from the map, if he goes missing, it's very easy to respond to that one as well. So Ground Zero don't really have a lot of options. If J-Team continue to play a very oppressive like they are, they can secure very deep vision and wait until that booby trap that they set up at the Baron finds that pick, then secure themselves the big prize in the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, definitely slowing down now is the game, and I think ultimately, I mean, it benefits both teams, right? J-Team, they don't feel pressured to do anything because they can ultimately just play for the Dragon Soul that's coming up in 2 minutes. There's no reason to throw this game for no reason. You know, doing the Baron, that's a definite way to throw the game. It's very scary to do the Baron against the Shyvana, against the Misfortune that can use that bullet time. And so just biding time. On the other side, though, you are now just going to be able to get to those item spikes. We now have this Lucian at 2 items. Lima's getting close now to that Essence Reaver as well. Getting a lot more damage, getting some crit on the board there for this Misfortune. See, I think ultimately the most important thing can be if he does manage to pick up his second item, is Lakai being looked at. There comes the Hextech Ultimatum. The culling was used. Lakai trying to find a way out. He's actually turning it around. He's trying to find that Essence proc, and he's not able to do so. The hook shot comes through. Tien finds himself a shutdown, and that's what I said. Just don't make a mistake. They do make a mistake here, but 2 teleports available for both Tien and Fido. They're going to be able to recall. They're going to be able to make it to this Baron as J-Team try and burn it down as fast as possible. Here comes Fido, and J-Team, they do choose to get off that. Descent of Dragon comes through, but Chi-Chi remains untouched, and Schönfire loses half of his HP. Fido on the top side as well catches a raw sapling and doesn't feel too good about that.
Now, Ground Zero, this is ideal for them, right? They pushed them out of mid lane. They got the kill. They got the shutdown to Renekton on the side lane on the correct member as well, and they forced them off Baron. They just need to get back on the map and make sure they have control of this mid lane again and get to that dragon. I think basing here or being late on the map is, you know, possibly a mistake by Ground Zero. All of a sudden, the lead that they got from killing this Renekton is just, you know, given away if J-Team decide to just walk down to this bot side. But the one thing that J-Team can do as well, they don't really care about this dragon. While it is the soul for them, it's nothing for Ground Zero. So if Ground Zero do overcommit towards the bot side of the map, all of a sudden the Baron started, and they have so many tools to delay, you know, Schoenfly getting towards that pit and stealing the one away.
Yeah, and I think you have to be concerned, especially for Ground Zero, is that this Shyvana champ kind of can't do the two fights, right? Like, if you commit to the Dragon, you have a fight around Dragon, and it's somewhat even or slightly favored towards J-Team, Schoenfly won't have access to that ultimate, and he won't be able to contest the next objective. So we see him there losing half his HP. He does still keep his ultimate, at least for the time being, but it's going to be very, very difficult for Schoenfly in specific to navigate when to use this ult, how to use it for the most effectiveness, and how to use it to not lose both the Soul and the Baron at the same time.
This is just Minji soloing away the Dragon right now. Very easy pick up. Ground Zero, they're doing the, you know, the thing where it's like, okay, you guys can have the Soul. We don't really care too much about you having the Chemtech Soul. We want the Elder to be in play as soon as possible because that is our big ticket win condition to get back into this game. They want to flip that Smite. It's very hard to keep Shyvana out of the pit when she can just use that ult plus the flash, but aggression on the mid lane.
Yeah, Lemus losing his flash. We'll have it back in time for an Elder Dragon that could come through. Hextech ultimatum. Chi-Chi's in a lot of trouble. And the bullet time's going to come through. Fido picks up that kill. And Minji's in the back line, though. He comes through. Lightning Crash has been used, but he's stunned up, and Lemus is finding the damage. It's a double kill for Fido. Ground Zero, they remain strong in this game. They're not going to go down without a fight. Minji, though, he is playing aggressively. Lemus trying to find damage back. Not going to be able to do so. All things said and done, a 2 for 2. It's Fido, the big winner, though, in that team fight. This Lucian picks up a double.
Huge for Ground Zero. The fact they can go even there in a game state that is so dire for them, but this is more gold going over the Fido. It is nice, right? But the sad thing about that is all their gold, all their eggs are in one basket right now. Lemus doesn't have the items he needs to be effective in these fights. We'll see that, you know, while Minji does dive in, he doesn't have the damage to be able to execute him there, but this is just well played to get Chi-Chi potential overexertion of all their resources, right? This was maybe too much committed to kill the Ezreal because Shern pretty much wasn't able to do anything in this fight, just died. Straight away to Minji here, cleaning him up on the backline. But, you know, as we see, Lemus finds Minji here, CC'd up, but just doesn't have the damage to take him out or force him out of this fight. And even though this is a Ground Zero going 2 for 2 in the skirmish, it is still J-Team with, you know, control of the map.
It is still, as you said, J-Team with control, but I think a good fight there and getting very, very close down to this Infinity Edge is Fido, and a big ticket item certainly if he is able to pick that up. But as you said, I mean, yeah, all eggs in one basket. And I think the problem you have in this sort of situation is, you know, I've watched a lot of professional Renekton games now, and there is always one point in a team fight, in a game, that he will just flash, stun an AD carry and kill them. And the only way around it is the cleanse. Lemus, he has the cleanse, but Fido does not. And that is a big problem, right? If for one moment Fido makes a slight mistake, he can just be immediately found. Now, Tien on the bottom side does have teleport available, with J-Team burning down this Baron down to half HP. They will have access to this Maokai ult. The Nature's Grass is coming through. Kurak might just be caught out. He has no way out. Soulflare comes through, is not able to land the stun there onto Minji or onto Chi-Chi, and it is going to be a massive team fight coming out for J-Team. Tien trying to run away, trying to stay alive, as is Lemus, but that slice, that dice, and it's going to be Lemus going down. It's going to be Tien going down. It's going to be Ground Zero going down as J-Team get the clean team fight. It's a 5-4-0, and they're marching down this middle lane as they look to finally get the PCS teams on the board here in the playoffs.
20 seconds left on fire. This is a creep wave. They do have the damage to potentially be able to end this one, but I think it is going to be close, right? This is going to be the respawns coming through and potentially the team on the Nexus, but honestly, the more I look at it, it looks very convincing, and this is, you know, the playoffs of upsets, right? The teams that we do not consider to be the ones to win, the takeaways of these games, you know, drop game 1 in these really convincing matters and bounce back in games 2 and 3 and have such dominating performances.
Yeah, so far, I think, as you just said, the PCS playoffs thus far have continued to surprise, right? I think looking at how we came in, Bliss didn't tout them to win up against Frank. They certainly did do that here. And Ground Zero, the favorites, up against J-Team. They looked like it in game number 1, weren't able to get it across the line by the end of the series. Smiles on the face there of the J-Team players. It is a victory at long last. I think I have to give some credit to Lalva. He was targeted very, very heavy in these drafts, and you know, finally he gets his hand on the Maokai, and you see how big of a difference it makes for this team, right? Out of all these games, this was by far the most convincing. This was the game that you could look to Lalva and think, yep, he was a very, very big contributing factor to this game, and you're seeing why it has become so important to ban these 3 champions away from him. And I think now, going forward, you look at Ground Zero, you look at how Aurora's been in this PCS playoffs. We need to find a way. We need to get this champion in our pool. We need to not be banning it on the blue side, because it just seems like an almost unstoppable champion, even as a blind pick in that mid lane.
Yeah, I think that, you know, with Aurora in particular, there is these play styles where you give the champ and you because it's obvious, right? You leave it up, enemy team's gonna pick it. You play what you think is really good into it. We saw that attempt yesterday in the Nico, but obviously it wasn't the case. I think that teams can still approach and try these certain matchups into it. I think playing for laning phase, playing for that laning phase advantage is always a mistake. You need to match it in the team fight sense. You can't just allow Aurora to just get through, go down maybe 10-15 CS because of the matchup, and then rock up to a team fight and drop a nuke on your team. That is a scary thing. And I think that with these team comps GroundZero was showing, it's very different to what they're known for, right? Shern is always on the, the Desirers, the Brands, the Carts, the consistent damage dealers. These champions that you can't just ignore in the team fights. But now he's on the Shyvana. Back-to-back games, and this champion looks quite ignorable. We saw the Braum shield go up. That's 1 E down. We saw, you dodge another one. That's 2 E's down. And now he doesn't have uptime. He doesn't have the ability to auto-attack an objective or a champion. He's back to that human form, and he's not doing anything in these team fights. And he's not enabling his carries to do what they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ultimately J-Team, they did a very good job of identifying their timers to go for these fights, right? Sure, I think both games they found some fights that were not ideal, and Chi-Chi getting caught out in the mid lane of this game number 3, it led to a position where, well, GroundZero have managed to go even in a team fight in a position that they certainly shouldn't be able to do that. So certainly, there are mistakes coming out of J-Team, but I think in general, over the course of the series, they were able to find better timings for their team fights, which is kind of what led to their victory in both game 2 and game number 3, right? A lot of it comes down to whether it be side laning or just grouping up at the correct time around these objectives. I think that last Dragon, it was probably a bad idea. They found a winning fight to GroundZero, but they recalled 30 seconds out from this Dragon, and we touched on it before the game, is you cannot really walk into this Maokai with this team comp. It is just too hard to really find an angle to get in there. Maybe you just have to commit the Shyvana ult, but it was down. You have to go then commit time to these jungle camps, which Surnfire was doing, is farming up the Gromp and the Wolves on the top side, but by then it's too late. There's so much set up. There's a Braum shield that's going to block any sort of engage you have. There's a Maokai ult that's going to stop you from even walking in, as well as the saplings with just so much chip damage, and it was just J-Team, I think, with better timings, better positionings over the course of the series that did lead them to win. Now, you saw it in the player cams at the end there. GroundZero, heartbroken, as are probably every LCO fan that exists, but they are going to have another chance. And importantly, we saw them last split up against the LJL 3rd seed. We're going to have to see if it is going to be Sengoku Gaming, but of course, looking at the next game, it's hard to bet against CFO. You have to stay mentally strong, right? Because you are not out of this PCS playoffs yet. You still probably should be favorited to still make it out into that upper bracket. I think ultimately you're going to be probably going against J-Team again. You're going to get that rematch, and I think you do this again, GroundZero will once again be the favorites, and I think identifying what went wrong here, be it draft, be it whatever, you'll be able to get that win next time.
Yeah, and I think that they absolutely can bounce back. What we really saw from a lot of these GroundZero drafts is not in a sense disrespectful, but they have no room for error, and that's just it's so hard to pull off against better teams. Obviously, go back to OS, run this draft, you'll probably win 99 out of 100 times, but when you go international and you verse, a Maokai player who also farms well, so when he rocks up to these team fights, he isn't a piece of paper, he is going to engage, and he is going to outperform in these team fights, and if you didn't get a massive lead in your individual 1v1, you're not really going to outperform him in the straight 5v5, so the fact that we saw this, comp style from GroundZero back-to-back, they didn't decide to change it up after that loss in game 2, is not concerning, but a worrisome trend, because I think that what we saw from GroundZero the entire split was they were just a smart team. They would pretty much shore up their losses. They would make sure that whatever they struggled with in that last game was removed and replaced with something better. But this time, they ran back the same style multiple times, and I think they really struggled into the Ezreal Wolf in particular. As soon as that Ashe was removed, this bot lane looked very strong. They were winning lane, they were winning skirmishes, and they were outperforming these team fights. And I think Braum in particular was doing such a good job into all these melee champs.
Yeah, absolutely. And key matchup is going to be that mid lane. Minji picking that one up for himself. It was pretty hard, I felt, to identify exactly who should get it. But Minji, I think, over the course of this series, was just the best performing member of his team. I think ultimately, even in game 1, certainly looked like the kind of only hope they had in that game. Game 2, I mean, do we really need to touch it? He came in, dropped a nuke. And then, obviously, game 3, not really any problems he had. He played very aggressive. He found a lot of damage. And ultimately was a big carrying force for the side of J-Team. So, very well-deserved MVP, as we see one of those really deciding moments where Kurak just getting caught out a little bit too early in that mid-wave, and just everything kind of falling apart around it after that.
Yeah, it was definitely like a worrying trend, the fact that, you know, J-Team felt they could give Ground Zero whatever they wanted and just answer with, you know, either the trade, the scaling trade, or just another champ to match that style. And they were sort of just outperforming Ground Zero when it came to the skirmishes, being first to the setups. And I think that's something we've never really seen from Ground Zero. We've never really seen them be that team to be a team that is lackluster when it comes to setups. They're always really on the point when it comes to the objective setups, but this time not the case. We saw multiple times, you know, later Dragon setups, and when they do not have that control around you know, these team fights, their comps that they were drafting were really struggling.
Yeah, and I think one thing certainly to look at is, right, that I think we both probably got the same opinion as the Shyvana pick. It doesn't really have the agency that you expect out of a player like Shenfire, but hold that thought. We're going to go to a quick interview. It's going to be with Minji and Paddy, so please do enjoy, and we'll be back right afterwards.
ミンジ選手をインタビューさせていただきます。まず挨拶を一言お願いいたします。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 JT 的中路选手敏智，请敏智先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是中路敏智。
So first off, congratulations on winning today's game. Even though you guys lost the first game, you guys had a reverse sweep and won off today's game. How do you feel right now?
ゲーム1の時、厳しい試合展開でしたが、それから2連勝してマッチ勝利を取りました。今の気分はいかがですか？
首先非常恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。今天你们第一局虽然输了，最后还是完成一个让一追二赢下的比赛。想问一下你现在心情如何？
就其实输了第一把也没有到很慌张。就是知道问题在哪，觉得问题不大，我们正常发挥还是可以，就赶快把状態調整回来。
ゲーム1の時は正直負けてもあんまり焦ってなかったんですね。自分の、ミスはどこにあるか正直分かってたんで、そこを修正すれば、まあもちろん勝てる自信はありました。
So even though we lost the first, we know what our problem is, so it wasn't that bad. So we fixed all our problems and we're able to win off today's games because we know what our problem is. So actually we see that Aurora, this champion, is very important in this series and for the entire playoffs. And also in the second game, you used it very well. You almost had a perfect game. I want to ask you, how would you rate this champion?
新しいチャンピオンオーロラは、プレーオフ全体に大きな影響をもたらすピックだと思います。ミンジ選手のゲーム2のパフォーマンスも完璧でした。新しいチャンピオンはどんな特徴があると思いますか？
我想问你关于欧罗拉这只角色，这只角色在这个系列赛以及在整个季后赛看起来都非常强，一个非常重要的一个英雄。你今天在第二局也使用非常好，几乎是一个完美的比赛。想问一下你自己怎么评价这只英雄？
就是觉得他的大绝机制很特别，蛮强的。然后因为他是新英雄，大家都还不太知道怎么应对，所以看起来就会很麻烦。
オーロラのアルティメットはすごく強力で、そして新しいチャンピオンなので、まだ誰も、その対応方法はわからない状況ですごく強力なチャンピオンです。
So Aurora is a new champion and a lot of people don't know how to play against it. Also, Aurora's ult is very special. So I think a lot of people have to learn about this champion to play against it. And it's because of that, a lot of people don't know how to face against Aurora. So actually, JT's performance recently was kind of a struggle. You guys are in a struggle. And also in today's game, after you guys lost the first game, so Chi-Chi seems to have a little bit of an emotional time. I want to ask you, as a more experienced player on the team, how would you help your teammates to improve as a pro gamer when they're younger?
最近の試合で J チームはあんまりいい結果を残せませんでしたが、そして今のメンバーだと経験の浅い選手が多く、実際 AD キャリーの父選手も、ゲーム1の後かなり落ち込んでたように見えました。経歴の長い選手として若いチームメイトたちをどう支えますか？
JT 在近几次的比赛都比较挣扎，然后想问一下，你们应该身上有非常多的压力，想要赢比赛。今天在第一局结束之后输掉了之后，看起来你的起棋选手也是有一些比较大的情绪波动。那作为一个年纪比较大跟比较有经验的选手，你怎么去帮助这些年轻的选手进步呢？
就是要让他知道，就是还在比赛的当下，虽然比赛表现不好会很难受，但是还在比赛的当下，更重要的是赶快准备下一把，好好表现。我们要把那些就是懊恼情绪放到比赛後再来解決。
たとえ調子が悪い時でも、試合中に、その落ち込んでる気持ちはもう一旦捨てといて、より、どうやって次のゲームでよりいいパフォーマンスできるように、ようなことを、考えてほしいなっていう、ということですね。はい。
So I just have to tell the younger players that even though you might get emotional when you have a little loss in the series, you still have to focus on the next game and perform well in the next game. So just, forget about it for now and just try to win off every game. to feel better and be peaceful when you have these kind of struggles in the middle of the game. So actually, PCS teams lost 2 games yesterday, and you guys were able to win off the first PCS win for PCS team today. So I think a lot of audiences have a feel relief right now. So do you have anything you want to say to the audiences?
PCS チームはプレーオフ初日で2連敗をしてしまいました。今日の勝利はファンたちもホッとするでしょう。いつも応援くださるファンの皆様に何が伝えたいことがありますか？
PCS 队伍昨天输了2场比赛，然后你们今天顺利的帮 PCS 赢下了比赛，相信很多观众都觉得松了一口气。有什么话想要对观众说的？
就是因为比赛是双败制嘛，就是我觉得 PCS 的实力还是有的，还是正常发挥的话还是可以，好好调整的话还是可以打败其他的赛区，所以就是請各位繼續幫 PCS 加油，謝謝。
今回のプレーオフは、負けてすぐ終わる、システムではないので、たとえちょっと負けても、これからも、ファンたちの応援が必要です。これからも応援の方よろしくお願いします。
I think if we fix our problems and perform well, we do have the skills to win other regions. So you just have to face off again and fix our problems and try to win off the rest of the series. We still can win. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
謝謝。
Thank you once again for the interview, Paddy, and what a bounce back for J-Team. You know, coming off the end of the regular season, they were looking rough. They weren't able to pick up all that many wins, only really over West Point, and now truly they come into this playoffs and they're looking a lot better than they were. So we'll see if they continue their run, and obviously it's going to be tough because they're going to have to go up against the winner of our next game of tonight, and that's going to be CFO versus Sengoku Gaming. And Telly, you haven't yet had the pleasure of casting CFO. I mean, these are some historic players, you know. We've got Sword Art and Casa. They're, you know, world finalists. They've won a bunch of events. This is a very, very exciting game to be able to honestly cast, and finally we'll see if CFO are in form.
Yeah, and I think it's crazy to begin with the fact that such a star-lined roster is in this starting stage of the playoffs. You know, this is a roster that should be, you know, waiting at the goal line and be the final boss, but they're down here. They're playing with, you know, the rest of the small leagues, and I think they're going to show some dominance. You know, the story that we've really had for our matches so far is that, you know, the first series is that reverse sweep 2-1, and then our second series is that really scary 2-0, you know, dominating performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And going ahead, looking at this matchup, you do have to favor CFO, but things in the PCS playoffs aren't playing out how you would expect. So you're going to want to stick around, find out who it will be that J-Team go up against, and find out who it will fall down to the lower bracket up against Ground Zero. We'll see you very, very shortly.
可以了，可以，5个都在 C 的，能扛的去扛，能扛的去扛。我可以扛高地，试一下。就一个是女，我觉得你扛，我好闪，换你扛。3秒是女，试一下，我觉得你没有，我们还有新的线。可以了，专心推左边好。哎，不要先。那个他们会复活哦。哎，不要先。好，我全部推好，给敌人。那。哦，感觉就上好，完了。Nice。OTT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框，独家超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何时会？ 华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on down, know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me say ooh la la. I welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Take the burning through the phases. So welcome to the flame, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Take the burning through the phases. So welcome to the flame, getting higher.
Welcome back, everybody. Time for our second series of the night, and we get to find out who J-Team ultimately get to go against whoever wins in this second series. And it's going to be exciting because CFO, they looked a bit rusty. They looked a bit, guess just not so dominant, really, coming out of the end of our regular season. And see if they've got things back in order, back to the dominance we expect from these players. And then Sengoku, we don't really know the true strength yet of the LJL. Obviously, we just saw DFM completely destroy West Point, so you know they're definitely good, but it's just about how good are they, and I think today we're really going to get to find out.
I think there's like a, you can look at like a list of, you look at the PCS, they have a lot of really good teams. The OS has only really been known for having one really good team at a time, but the LJL has slowly over time gone from a region with one good team to two, could potentially be three now with Sengoku Gaming, and I'm excited to watch their mid jungle in particular. I think that they are, really good players. Everyone knows Ilum from his time on T1 in the academy over there, and I think that he is a exceptional jungler. But going up against Casa is a scary thing to do.
Yeah, one of the most successful Taiwanese players of all time is Casa, and certainly when he is able to carry a game, he will do that. And this is going to be a very scary thing to go up against, right? You're coming into the PCS playoffs for the first time ever, and you're going against who was possibly a contention for the best jungler in the league. It's usually the conversation is between him and Ginger. I think recently 665 truly stepping up, and you'd put Forrest in there as well off SoftBank, but it's just such a big name to go up against, and Elam's really got his work cut out for him here. Jet as well, certainly a very, very talented player. Has times where he completely shines, I think, up against DFM. Had a bit of a lackluster showing and wasn't really able to find success up against Arya. We'll see how he does against Gory, who ultimately has massive ups and massive downs. He's probably the player with the biggest peak, but also the lowest trough. And maybe it is somewhat comparable to Jet in that sense, where you're not entirely sure who's going to show up, and whoever does show up could just spell who's going to win out this game. Now, CTBC Flying Oyster, one of the coolest names in all of LoL esports is this team, and Driver, Casa, Gory, Shun, and Sword Art. They are an absolute stacked roster. Driver of recent times, one of the most dominant top laners we've had. Casa historically alongside Sword Art. They've had some of the highest highs of any player in esports history in terms of League of Legends, right? Sword Art, he's been to a grand final of the World Championship. Casa's won LPLs. This is a very stacked lineup. It's very hard to go up against. And this is not even bringing in Shun, who has been the most consistent and best performing member of this team this entire split. So a very big name you expect to come in here. If CFO don't 2-0, I think it's a very, very disappointing look for them. They were shaky, yes, coming out of the end of the playoffs, but they only look shaky against PSG Talon and DCG, who are up in the second stage of playoffs and were clearly our best and second best team. So we'll see how they do, if they're able to take out this third seed of the LJL against Sengoku, but it's not necessarily confirmed, right? Because especially after DFM's performance yesterday, the LJL is very talented.
Yeah, and I will say for Sengoku, versing one of the potential best teams in this entire PCS playoffs as your first matchup is a blessing and a curse, right? You get to learn so much from this particular matchup. If you are competitive, that is very telling about your standings overall throughout the rest of this playoffs. But even if you do come away 0-2, might be the case, you can still take away a lot and grow from that. You could become a much better team going into your next matchup and still qualify for that second stage going forward. But so we'll have to see what really happens. But as a viewer, right, from outside of the PCS playoffs, a lot of the Flying Oysters names stand out to me. Besides Shun, Shun's the only one that I don't know a lot about. It's what does Shun really do? As you mentioned, he was that star player for them on the roster of this split. What about him makes him stand out?
I think I'll draw lines of comparison, right? And he's very much a similar player to like Reckless or Udapon, where you can just sort of expect him to, even if the game stays in a position where you're like 8k gold behind, he is still very strong himself. Individually, he is going to have that gold, he's going to have those items, and he can be a true threat. And I think over the course of the split, almost every time they've lost, it's been him trying to get them across the line, and it's kind of the other pieces around him that are truly letting him down. And I think it's not like he's playing overly safe. He's certainly looking for plays. He's playing aggressive, but it's kind of just the team falls so far behind around him that he's not able to really find the success that he'd really hope for. And I think coming to the playoffs, you're really hoping that CFO have shored up some of those mistakes and they can support Shun to be that true carry threat that he truly can be.
I'm super excited to see them play. You know, they are coming off the recent loss, so they obviously want to bounce back going into this series, and this is the kind of matchup where, you know, this is even seedings. You know, a lot of the matchups that we've seen in the past has been, you know, second seed versus fourth, you know, the first versus fifth, stuff like that. But now we have 3 versus 3, right? So on paper, this should be an even matchup, but it's very hard when you look at the names to say that be the case. So curious to see that if Aurora's gonna, you know, be left up here and it is gonna be Sengoku taking that one away, because if that is, then I'm sure a team of the caliber of Flying Lotuses has a really good answer for it.
Well, the Kidden ban here coming out of SoftBank is a champion that Driver does like, but it also kind of leads you to think that maybe this is an angle they're looking for the Aurora, right? Because the Kennen, ultimately, you think about it, it's similar to how we thought about the Nico yesterday, that you pop that Aurora ult, and yes, you're going to be stuck in there, but Kennen just pops his Slicing Maelstrom, and all of a sudden, it's not so clear how beneficial that Aurora ult ends up being. So I think that does suggest they're going to look for the Aurora, and I think wisely, CFO choose to ban it there in that 3rd spot. Now, going into the picks, I mean, Ashe, yeah, it does stand out as the best champion to pick up here. Obviously, it used to be the Tristana, but with that nerf coming through, not really having the same priority as it once did. Maybe looking for Shun's champion here as we cycle through a couple of champs.
Just having, you know, his time taken away. We saw that Udapon has been a player, you know, the other LJL team that we have seen play so far, a heavy priority towards the Jhin, right? I think that Jhin is a champion who is particularly good into other utility AD carries, right? You can match up the utility that, you know, stuff like the Varus offers, even the Ashe, but also you are that late game carry threat. And a lot of these games that we have been seeing have been going the distance. They have been making the, you know, the Dragon Soul fights, the Elder fights, the multiple Barons, and Jhin towards those later parts of the game does an insane amount of damage when he's all the items he really needs in his pockets. But the Nilly being locked in for Casa is one that I'm really excited to watch.
Oh, this is scary. Casa has been phenomenal on this champion. It is a very, very scary champ to go up against. Elam's going to have to try and find something that can sort of withstand the early pressure that a Nidalee truly offers, right? They take away the Leona often as well, paired with the Nidalee, so that's something they can take away from the side of CFO. But I think ultimately from this position, Sword Art, traditionally, he just picks up the Braum, he feels completely fine now while it doesn't pair the best with the Nidalee. The Nidalee actually is a champion that can quite easily help proc the Braum shield. You know, you don't think of Braum as a very good champ with the Jhin, but I think now you've got the Nidalee can help proc that passive. You're likely to have now an AD carry mid. The Lucian stands out to me as a good selection here for Gory if he does choose to go for it. Now, interestingly about Gory, he is one of the only mid laners that we have in the PCS that likes to go that Yone into these AD carries. No one else really opting into it other than him. So we'll see what he goes for, but certainly expect to see a mid lane picked up here.
Yeah, and this is the first time we see the, you know, the Corki priority over Lucian. A lot of the drafts we have seen has just been Lucian taken away as soon as it is available, but we are seeing Sengoku going back towards that Corki. So maybe they value that range advantage that he does have, you know, the more consistent performance throughout the entire game. But this is not surprising to me, right? You know, you would think, oh, we need the Lucian to match up to mid lane, but Renekton Nidalee has always been that staple matchup. Renekton guarantees you that, you know, priority in the top lane pretty much the first couple of levels, unless there's an insane counter pick that comes out for the side of Sengoku. But I think that, you know, that point and click CC to enable the Nidalee Spear, the skirmish heavy playstyle you do get on the Grubs, which is exactly what Nidalee wants for this current game state.
Yeah, so Cassandra going to be banned. Expect the next ban to be a Jax. It's kind of one of the only champions that, through the early stage of the game, actually has been a favorable matchup into the Renekton. At least the first 3 levels certainly going in favor of the Jax. So we'll see if this is going to be the ban. The Lucian, I mean, no surprises there, going to be banned out by Sengoku. Is probably the mid laner that punishes Corki the most.
See if the Yone also does get banned though. We might just see the classic, you know, Cassante Jax ban into the Na pick, the quad trifecta that we are seeing now in top lane. I think they are like the staple picks for the current meta with Camille also being there, but no, instead they got rid of the Maokai. They believe that, getting rid of the enabler is also really good because all of a sudden it's much harder to operate in these team fights. Getting rid of that point and click lockdown for Caster in particular on the Nidalee, he's much more slippery going in and out of these skirmishes. It's just, going to make his life overall much better. And so far, this draft is all about him.
Yeah. I mean, when you pick the Nidalee, the game kind of has to be all about you, right? Because you have to get ahead early. You have to then extend that lead across the map to have a lot of impact in the later stage of that game, especially when you have a Jhin, because you're not going to be benefiting from the attack speed steroid that is so powerful on the Nidalee on the Jhin as you would another AD carry. You'll get a bit of extra AD, admittedly, but how important is that? Probably not as important as playing, the Zeri, the Ashe, the Kai'Sa, whatever, and getting that attack speed steroid. So Castle really has a lot to do this game. Gory looking for an Ezreal here up into the Corki. He has played it before, and he is a very talented mid laner, so it's quite exciting to see.
Yeah, I think this is a better answer than, the other things like the Zeri even. I think the Lucian does well in the matchup, but as the game goes on, you get to a point where the Corki starts to outrange you. We saw in the, the Bliss Frank matchup in particular where, those big rocket, or the big ones, the rocket poke was doing so much on Deheri in that game. So I like the Ezreal as a, a concept answer towards the Corki because you can match that range, but also you can pressure early, and we all know how strong Ezreal is in his individual 1v1, but the Talia being locked in is not an AP jungler we're used to seeing, right? It's really good at punishing these low range comps, a lot of melee champs diving into you, but what we see from CFO right now is, 3 extremely high range champions and then, Driver just playing that frontline point and click CC for his team.
Yeah. And it likely will be paired with the same in the support role, right? It still can be an angle for a Braum here. It's still not a terrible pick, but as there now is 4 range champions, you're probably going to look for something else. The Nautilus is something that I wouldn't hate to see here. There's a lot of targets that you land a hook on them, they're probably going to go down near on immediately. It's definitely a champion Sword Art's put a lot of time in, and actually he just locks in a Pantheon as Shun sits up at his seat. I think he was surprised. It's like, are we sure? We certain? Locking in the Pantheon? I mean, it pairs well with Jhin.
I was thinking, okay, something like a Braum, right? They do outrange the enemy team, so they do not need to play engage, and it's extremely good into the unit in the bot lane. But it is the Jhin, right? You don't want to play like these anti-synergy champs. And I think that in a best of series, champions like the Pantheon in the support are, these outliers, these X factors. Now all of a sudden, the 3 bans you see on the side of Sengoku, maybe they have to drop one. Maybe they have to give the enemy team a Senna or a Sejuani, and that is a very scary case if this Pantheon has a huge impact in this first game. And I think it absolutely can, because I know what Sword Art has done with champion in the past, and it was very scary.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's going to have to prove that he can do it again up against a very, very strong-looking Sengoku lineup, and it's going to be so exciting now to really gather the strength of not only sort of the LJL as a whole, Sengoku individually, but also CFO, right? Because as I said, looking rusty coming into these playoffs, not with the strength that you'd expect from a lineup like they have, and so it's really up to them now to prove that they are as powerful as they should be, a true contender for that world spot. And ultimately it's Sengoku now that they have the onus. They coming in off the back of DFM winning very, very handily yesterday. Can they prove the true strength of the LJL? In the little teaser, if you remember back yesterday, it was Sengoku saying they will be going to Worlds, so they're coming in with a lot of confidence, and you have to when you're going up against such a big name like CFO and just the individual parts of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Having confidence is probably the most important thing as a professional player. You can never doubt yourself regardless of who you're versing. You always have to believe in your ability to carry these games and, allow yourself to play these matchups that do come down to these skill expressions. But I like how you said that CFO has to, prove that they still have that class to them. That's what I expected from Ground Zero today. I wanted to see that they had that level of class, but unfortunately we're unable to see that, and we have to see if one of the top contenders from the PCS can do that for their region today.
Yeah, absolutely. This truly is probably the first series, I'd say, that we really get a true scale of the power between the regions, right? Because you come into the playoffs, and with all truthfulness, you're expecting it to be sort of a contest between the PCS and the LJL for those top 2 spots. Obviously, you just got to think back to spring where it was SoftBank PSG in that grand finals after fantastic playoffs from both of those teams. And so coming into this, you have to have a similar expectation. And I mean, third seed, it is, DFM dominating yesterday against a PCS team. And CFO, I mean, they're starting off strong. They realize the strength they have early game with this Pantheon. And honestly, the Jhin level 1, when you're getting priority in these lanes, it's going to be very, very beneficial. And Caster's going to select himself this red buff and see what else he can get. If he's able to get back to his top side, there's wards there to try and protect it. A driver going down and placing that one. So certainly could be seeing a sizable jungle lead here for Caster if all things go well.
Now, I really like that we are seeing this evade happen. I think we'll get to see if the punishment from what we normally see will come out this time. You know, Illim not clearing out his entire top side, but as you can see what is happening on the map, what would have happened normally is you would have seen Illim clear out his top side and his bot side is also gone. And all of a sudden, all 6 of his camps are cycling, whereas, you know, Caster's entire jungle is still up and not being farmed. So the next time they respawn, Illim's going to get that full clear off again and be ahead, even though he got invaded. But this is just going to be the trade of sides. Illim deciding to invade and make sure that he secures some camps. Very scared that Caster can, you know, cross the map and play that, you know, diagonal jungling, especially with the mid priority coming out of Ezreal.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, we haven't seen this in a long time, the Pantheon support, right? It's not really been something that we see. It doesn't necessarily do well into these engaged supports, as it is quite vulnerable. It doesn't have the tankiness to withstand like the Leona does, like the Nautilus, the Rel, whatever champ you want to say. And so we'll see what it does. I mean, what it will open up to is probably the best setup almost in the game, maybe excluding Twisted Fate for an Italy, right? Like, it's just a point-and-click CC. There's no way it can be dodged away from. It's not like the Renekton where it's somewhat telegraphed. You can just flash W, they are getting stunned. There's a little bit of setup required for the Renekton stun, and so we could look for dives, and I think the fact that this is a split map does suggest that that could be what Caster looks towards.
Yeah, definitely a very scary champion to, you know, play against in the early game, especially paired with a Nidalee. But, you know, we are seeing pretty much all the jungle camps being taken off the map now, and maybe this is the reward Illim will get on that really clear will shine through. But still that split map, and, you know, Sengoku doing a good job to, you know, make sure the CS lead isn't too large, but also keeping their health values extremely high, because the dive threshold for this, you know, trio on the bot side with the Nidalee, with Caster, is extremely high. You know, one stun into a spear with the execute coming out the 4th shot from Shun is a extreme amount of damage. So good job that they were able to, you know, mitigate that, and now all of a sudden, with that first clear being done, they can, you know, feel a bit more relaxed because their game state should be back to normal.
Yeah, let's see where Caster chooses to go now, backing out off this recall. It's Alum actually not even looking for his yet, as he has gone down towards this bot side, so certainly power in favor of Caster, but he does face check into Gang now, and Gang finds that stun. But again, item in favor of Caster. He flashes away, and now Gang maybe a little bit overextended as is going to be forced away with his flash as well. Sword Art flash forward, and that's First Blood. Collects it for himself, and that's a lot of early gold for a Pantheon. One thing I was going to say before this sort of fight erupted is that the bad side of Pantheon, right, is if you don't get ahead, you're a whole lot weaker when it gets to these team fights than those engaged supports, because you have that aftershock. Your items are just cheaper than what a Pantheon tends to want, and so you can find the value at that stage. You really, if you're going even as the Pantheon, you're kind of losing, but getting First Blood does do well for his chances in this game, at least.
And this was the fight started up by Sengoku, actually, the matching the 3v3, but it's kind of unrealistic to not expect the side of CFO to not get ahead in the early game, right? They just win skirmishes in every point of the map. They have stronger lanes in, you know, pretty much the entirety of the early game. I think that the real struggle of this comp is if they get to the, you know, the 3 items point and they're like even, all of a sudden, you know, Ezreal's poke doesn't stick, but going forward onto Jet here.
Yeah, and Jet, no teleport available. See if Gory can pressure him out. One more Mystic shot would be very, very rough for Jet to deal with. But yeah, Cannon Wave coming in now, so we'll get a recall off. Probably going to lose the Cannon and maybe a couple of melee minions, but all things considered, with the attention that he has sort of soaked up, sponged up, shouldn't be too detrimental for him, although we'll delay that spike coming through with that Triforce.
And this is just, you know, Sengoku trying to, you know, stem the bleeding from what we're seeing. We're seeing absolute aggression coming out of CFO. This is a game 1 draft, right? They're playing priority, in a sense, in every single lane, but also the ability to skirmish everywhere. So they just have options wherever they go. There is no like, oh, top lane is weak side, we can't go there, or bot lane is weak side, we can't go there, we can only play at this certain point in the map. That's not the case in this game. CFO have, you know, the ability to skirmish everywhere. Even the Ezreal, who doesn't have CC, is an extremely strong champion in these skirmishes, especially when he has that passive stacked up. You know, have all 5 stacks of that one, all the attack speeds that he does gain will allow him to be so strong. And even Caster on this Nidalee, a champion who was quite easy to outplay, right? All he did is dodge the spear, but when the stun's there...
just, no setup even. It was just a dry spear out of Caster, the flash forward from Driver, and clean as can be. It's the simplest kill you'll ever see, and Kanado, no teleport now. Won't be able to get back to this wave all that quickly. See if Driver can get it in as Alum actually managing to come down and collect at least one of those Void Grubs.
Consultation price, you know, not the worst, but obviously not the best. Now you're like, your volatile top lane matchup is suddenly Renekton favored, and we all know what can really happen when a top laner of this caliber gets a lead. I think that the big tell will be when the teleports come back up. I think that we were probably not going to see the teleports go back towards the lane at this point, unless it is, you know, just a very stale game going forward. If there's a lot more action happening, I think we're going to see those teleports used to, you know, potentially blow the bot lane open.
Yeah, I'm be honest with you, Telly, here, as CFO find themselves at over a 1k gold lead. They also managed to pick up a Cloud Dragon and 2 of the Void Grubs. So generally, you know, you get that Cloud Dragon, it's traded for the Void Grubs. But this time it's just CFO winning absolutely everywhere. The flash there coming through from Sword Art. They land with the stun, but it's a nice shove from the side of Sengoku, as Jet now, he's under pressure. One Mystic shot, but it's not going to land, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not connect there from Yuhi in that bottom side, but still it's CFO. They are going to continue to win. 1 kill was found onto Sword Art, but it was traded back, and CFO now, Casa especially, going to be the big winner out of this engage.
Yeah, and this is just, you know, the 1-for-1 happening because Sword Art's using that empowered E to gap close, right? Get onto the member to get in that team fight as soon as possible. But when he doesn't have that one available, all of a sudden the damage that comes out of Elim here is insane, especially, you know, a Corki at this point doesn't have a lot of items, but his base damage is really high and they're able to trade that one back. Maybe could have been a potential different team fight if Elim had a bit more mana to his name, could have cleaned up Gory there and would have been a favorable trade for them in what we thought was going to be an extremely one-sided performance in the early game.
Yeah, at least signs of life for Sengoku. You know, they found themselves quite far behind and at least trading 1-for-1 there. And it does bode well. Ultimately, I think for this team, it's going to be hard for them to find engages in general outside of the Ashe ult. But luckily, Ashe ult possibly one of the easiest engages to find in the game. You just land a long range Enchanted Crystal Arrow and everyone piles onto that member as they can't move for 3.5 seconds, excluding Shun. You know, this is going to be one of the first games, and maybe, oh no, there was a Pyke, but like I haven't not seen a game where we're buying lethality as a support item in a very, very long time.
It's been a very long time. I remember, back in the day, this was you know, quite popular in supports, you know, with the lethality. Oh, I think Pantheon in particular was just meta at the time, so we saw a lot of these lethality supports being played. But the arrow going out.
Yeah, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect. Stun coming through, seismic shove as well. He's not able to get up that E. Does eventually, but it's going to be Gang who does pick up at least that kill. Here comes the Talia wall, that Weaver's wall, but Ellen is not going to find any way onto Gory. Safe as can be on that Israel, and ultimately it's just a 1-for-0, but still signs of life and another kill, a bunch of gold over to the side of Sengoku Gaming.
Yeah, and you know, we keep singing CFO's praises, but also when you look at Sengoku's comp, it is very solid. They can absolutely play this game, and if they do get through the laning phase in a even fashion, Holland's Drive is getting caught out, no flash, no Dominus, could potentially go down to Jet here.
Does give him a little bit of health back, but yeah, the boomerang doesn't connect. Driver might just have the movement speed. It is even, at least in those boots. Oh, for a second there, I thought we gave up on the chase a little too early, but they didn't. Kanatu going to be able to pick up that kill and get himself a bit of gold back after falling a little bit far behind. It's going to be a very important pickup, and Jet with a fantastic rotation does mean that. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think that Sengoku's doing an exceptional job to stay competitive in this early game, especially with the fact the map was split, their bot lane didn't bleed too much. You know, you look at the values of the entire scoreboard based on, like, levels and CS, they've kept the leads that CFO was able to gather within a small margin. And I think if the game carries on like this, it's very easy for them to execute their comp, right? It's just Ashe Arrow. If it hits someone, they die. If it doesn't, you know, wait for it to come back off cooldown. The same with the Solar Flare. It's very easy to operate in this team comp, whereas, you know, CFO, they need to get those picks because their main engage tool really comes out of a flank from Drive or even Sword Art going in. And it's quite hard to do that into the Talia.
Yeah, certainly is. Elam going to be able to pick up at least one of these Void Grubs. Looking for a second one now as the smite comes down. Going to confirm it for himself. And Casa completely happy to just trade it for that Dragon on the bottom side. It's going to mean they do get that first and second Dragon on the board. They now have a win condition through the Dragon's Soul 10 minutes from now. If they are able to continue picking them up, I suppose. All right, what have we got? Hex Tech. Rough. You hate to see that when you're the team taking the Void Grubs.
Definitely what the Dragon I consider to feel the most OP, right?
Yeah, flash from Sword Art. It does come through the Mega. Gonna get hit though from that true shot barrage, and Swordart gets his second with that ignite ticking away.
Well played by Swordart there. You know, a lot of people understand why did he flash there when he's in range. It's because, you know, you can't cast the, you know, the Pantheon W because you can just nah ult to react to that one, deny that one. But flash is always pretty much underneath the nah, so that is a point and click. You know, extremely hard to react to spell, and, you know, denies the outplay potential and secures the kill for his team on the map trade that we are seeing right now.
Teleport coming through though, and Gory, I think, respecting the fact that he is on the weak side, going to be walking away. Gang and Elam here though if they do land any CC, and it is Gory all by his lonesome. Oh, Arcane Shift used? Okay, he has flash though.
If they did keep going for him, that could have been a potential kill. The flash is actually still not off cooldown. It's about, you know, 10 seconds left, so they committed for that one. They would have been able to pick up that kill, but thought he was respecting and decided to walk towards the jungle camps and find that one. But as we are seeing, you know, the map is completely split. Both solo laners on the bot lane right now. These tower plates are still up for another minute and a half, so this is just a complete trade of the map. And this is 4 grubs on the side of Sengoku, and, you know, less members in this turret, so there's less resistances on the side of Sengoku. Swordart recognizes that, leaves straight away, also Caster leaving, so now all of a sudden this is just driver. 1 champion means there's not as much resistances on this tower, and he's just going to trade this one away. And I think that we're probably going to see Sengoku get the first tower here just because they had those 2 extra grubs.
Yeah, interesting macro coming through here, but it is Sengoku getting more of those tower plates, although Driver now pushing out this way will be able to find himself this tower eventually. It is still that first tower of the game going over to Sengoku, as you said. Obviously helped out by the fact they have those Void Grubs, and Gory now going to be able to walk up and take that CS for himself, as he did manage to get himself that Triforce power spike, and really waiting around now to see what Shun gets. Looks like a Collector is going to be the choice for his first item. Oh, Swordart, he uses an empowered Q, but now he's really stuck and doesn't have the E, just goes down. Shun though, as well as Gory are here. Weaver's Wall comes through. Gory with that Arcane Shift over the wall. They're going to have to kite for a very long time, but yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes through. There goes the root. Shun, he's in no man's land. He's got nowhere to go, just going to flash. But where is he flashing to? He flashed for absolutely no reason, and it has to be said, so did Yuhi. But it is going to be Sengoku who did pick up those kills eventually.
You're very surprised both AD carries use flash there. You know, Shun 100% is never getting out of that scenario, so you should just conserve his flash, and then Yuhi didn't need the flash because there was no way he's going to get out there. But you can understand, you know, versing a team like this, catching them off guard, the adrenaline catches you there. But I think this is cheeky by Jet to stay here and find this kill. Swordart doesn't have his E available to buy time, and all of a sudden they're outnumbered here. Caster's not around, and they have the priority of the mid lane because they were trading on the other side of the map. Caught out of position, and you know, can't really say anything else besides, you know, call with their pants down. Now Shun, no summoners, no cleanse, no flash from Gory as well. These are targets for Sengoku going forward.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to why Swordart used his E. Just, he didn't hit anything. He was right next to the minion wave anyway. Very odd usage, faster. But anyway. Yeah, I suppose. But he didn't really move after using it. But in any case, Rift Shield now started up. Driver taking half his HP in damage, but going to be healed up a little bit there by Caster, as it is going to be CFO looking for some poke. They are still very strong, that even in terms of gold, so Sengoku doing a really good job to bring that gold deficit back. But it doesn't seem like CFO have much interest in truly contesting. And I don't think they ultimately need to. They can play for that dragon, although they are coming back here. See if Caster can land one of these very, very impactful spears. Won't be able to do so, but Driver has completely one-shot Yuhi. Completely off the map now is that AD carry. Elam going to be taken out as well, and it's going to be a double kill here for Caster. Traded back, however, it's a 2-for-2 so far as this team fight continues on, but Sengoku, they're going to be able to find their way out. They pick up that Rift Shield, and they're going to be able to just trade evenly once again. And right now we're seeing Jet so fed on this Corki, 3-0-4, and he can absolutely be the champion to make the difference.
And he was the big ticket player we were looking for Sengoku to come online, and he definitely has the gold he needs for here. But I think the major thing here is the fact this was a 2-for-2, but CFO used their outplay button in the Renekton flash to get that kill. Now all of a sudden they cannot do the same thing in the next team fight. You know, maybe if Yuhi had his flash, there could have been a difference maker here. This could have been a very one-sided performance, but didn't have that one, and this is still just going to be the even trade. But I think with this gold lead, or the gold state being pretty much dead even, all the players right now and their respective champions being dead even, this is very favored to Sengoku. They just operate the ease of execution is second to none when it really comes to these team fights. You know, Caster has to outplay the enemy. He needs to dodge stuff. He needs to worry about the pebbles. If he gets caught up in any CC, he will get one shot. Jet has so much free time against the enemy team. The only real threat onto him is a flash Renekton stun or Sword Art landing on him with that, you know, stun followed up with the rest of his team's damage. But I think it's extremely hard to execute that and find the backline members of Sengoku right now.
Absolutely, and they managed to pick up themselves that mid lane tower off the back end of that Rift Shield, so certainly finding magnificent value out of that objective that they picked up earlier. And now with mid lane priority once again, it's going to be very hard for CFO to try and contest this Dragon, which again can be a win con for them, but ultimately, because they picked up those early two, they don't really need to necessarily commit fully everything coming down onto Driver, and he's taken out. That's going to be the Dragon, now picked up for Sengoku. Fantastic play coming out of pretty much the entire team there. I mean, Gang setting it up, and then the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well coming through from Yuhi means that this is just clear-cut Dragon number one for Sengoku, and it denies that third Dragon, that soul point for CFO.
And that's your frontliner. He died in 1 second. I was counting the Ashe Arrow. I was like, oh, it's back up. You know, maybe we might see an engage. But the millisecond it came up, he pulled the trigger, and he found that kill straight away onto Driver. It doesn't have the tenacity, doesn't have the Merc Trez. It's just going to fall down straight away. And I was talking about how CFO, they didn't need to draft engage because they, you know, on paper arranged the ending with the Nidalee and the Ezreal. But I think the Ashe Arrow is the difference maker here. It's the spell that truly outrages the comp of CFO. And if it does land onto any one of these members, it will be a kill.
Yeah, so I mean, Sengoku now pulling ahead. They do find themselves with a 1k gold advantage. They picked up that Dragon. They're fighting back into this game. They have the 4 Void grubs, so 1 Void will spawn every time they hit the tower. Still, there is play for both sides. Caster 204 on this Nidalee as Driver. He's going to get found out. That Rocket Barrage making pretty easy work for Jet to stay safe up here in this solo lane as collapse coming through from Sengoku. They're working now on this inner tower, and it's just fantastic map play. And CFO kept lacking, and Driver, he does get the Dominus off this time, but the CC is magnificent. And down will go this Renekton once more. 1-4-1 now is Driver as the Solar Flare comes out. Caster's going to have to flash away. Does manage to make enough distance, so he isn't going to be taken down, but it's still CFO bleeding constantly around the map.
A 2,000 gold lead, but honestly, it feels closer to 10,000. It is so easy for Sengoku to just, you know, walk together as a team, get priority, siege an objective. There is, you know, no wave clear on the side of CFO. They have Ezreal, you know, with the single target wave clear. They have Jin who can, you know, throw his bouncing grenade out, but they have no true wave clear on the side of that team. And anyone who tries to walk up to, you know, clear wards, get any form of control for CFO, they have to worry about that Ashe Arrow come out. Sengoku, they have the Hawkshot to face check these bushes. They have the Hawkshot to find out what's happening on the side lanes to make sure there is no counterplay for CFO. They just have all the tools they need to win this game, and they're absolutely in the position to secure the first win for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Jet's so strong. Look at that gold lead. He's up 2k on the pretty much nearest person. I guess 1.5 more accurately, but still, he's just so far ahead. Kanatu, the second strongest person on the map here on that Nah, 3-2-3. And it has been, honestly, sort of a top gap for a lot of this game, right? It's like, while Jet, yes, he's playing well, it feels like it's off the back of sort of Driver making mistakes, getting caught out. Ultimately, Yuhi with this Enchanted Crystal Arrow, he's looking like an absolute marksman. And now, Curtain Call going to come out. I think the first time I've seen this game. Just use really to thwart off any further pressure. Baron now will be spawning. I think it has to be said as well, like CFO, they have not put together a team comp that does Baron, right? It's a very slow Baron for their team, whereas the other side, the Ashe, the Corki, honestly, the Gnar as well as the Talia, all champions that do a very decent amount of damage to that Baron buff as Driver. He's going to get his teleport interrupted by the Weaver's Wall, actually.
He's trying to flank. And
they
they
just
cancel that one straight up.
To find it. Kanatu very low. In comes that Dominus. There is a flash available. Here comes Pantheon ult. He is going to be able to find his way in. Gets a lot of damage reduction there through the E, but Shun locked up by that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's 1-0. Can Driver find a way in? He is very strong with that Dominus proc, but a deadly flourish is going to go wide as Sengoku take one. They run away, and they're happy about that.
Yeah, and this is just such disciplined gameplay from Sengoku. You know, they didn't have to give it that much respect to the Jin ult, but they did. They didn't allow any potential health values to go down on the wrong members. They didn't have to give that much respect to the side of CFO, but they did because they don't need to flip this game, right? They don't need to go for a potential 3-for-2 in a team fight because they will win this game as long as they are consistent. You know, as you go into the replay, the TP onto their ward just below the blue buff is cancelled, so that's really well played by Elim to have the foresight to see that one and cancel that. But, you know, we see the engage come out, the Pantheon ult lands, doesn't CC the correct members, they're able to reposition. All of a sudden, you know, it's so hard for the rest of CFO to get in and do anything. It shouldn't force to blow his cleanse. Now is a target going forward for this next Ashe ult. while they do not have, the most insane amount of damage in the inventory of Sengoku, all they need to do is land one CC spell, fold that up with the Talia combo, and it is certain death.
Absolutely, and they've been able to capitalize on that time and time again, and now Baron a legitimate threat here for the side of Sengoku. Again, they're the team that can actually burn this objective down. It's not the same for CFO. We have just a Collector and a BF Sword really in the inventory of Shun, the Cloak of Agility as well, but that's not going to be doing all that much yet. He really needs to get that Infinity Edge completed, working towards it, getting close, but still, I mean, he's going up against a 2.5, nearly 3 item Corey in Jet, as well as it's just hard to make headway through what is going to be that tanky frontline in Leona, as well as the Na deceivingly tanky, despite only really having the Tunneler alongside the Triforce.
And I think this is Gory's time to shine. He has those 2 items in his inventory. The gold lead hasn't ballooned too much. He has his flash. He can absolutely outplay this next team fight. He doesn't need any champions to allow him to do his thing. And I think that if they do not, find this next team fight, it's just going to get out of control for them. So Gory's, it's really his time to shine. CFO has control of the river thanks to the Ezreal pretty much doing that 1v5 mid priority. And now they have everything they really need to succeed this next team fight.
Yeah, now Gang got very, very low, and in fact actually looks for the recall now. So Sengoku, there'll be a 4v5 if they look for it, and they're not going to be able to. So that means 3rd Dragon of the game and Soul Point for the Hex Tech sold for CFO. So despite the gold deficit they find themselves in, and have a very powerful sort of point of the map where in 5 minutes time they're going to get ultimate say over where they want to head. And it's up to, honestly, Sengoku to answer. They're kind of forced to contest this dragon. You can't really afford to give over the Hex Tech Soul. It's an extremely sort of insane dragon, especially for the champs like Ezreal, Even for Driver, he hits a minion, slows you up, and it makes it a whole lot easier for you to close that gap, for you to get onto this cleanseless Ashe, this cleanseless Corki, and that could be a very, very big avenue for CFO to find success in team fights.
Yeah, and I think it was strange to see that Sengoku didn't pull the trigger on the Ashe shot, right? What we've seen in these recent team fights is the moment that one comes with cooldown and they are grouped up, he has just been throwing it at whoever he can find. But this time, holds that one, doesn't look for the engage, and that really was what cost him the setup on the objective, because there was no cleanse available for Shun on the Jhin, and there's the rest of the team besides, Sorda, who does have the shield to block that one, does have the bubble, are all targets. So yeah, surprising that one didn't come out, but 3 items completed for Jet means he is so strong in these upcoming team fights, and he's going to get to that point where if he does go for something like a Bloodthirst next, doesn't need to go for the full damage build, just needs to tank the harass that comes out of Gory on this Ezreal, and he's doing his job in these team fights because he will out DPS him.
I am a little concerned about one thing, and that's the fact that, Sengoku are ahead, but Shun is somehow just 40 CS up as the Jhin into the Ashe, which feels somewhat illegal in many ways, right? Like it is Sengoku with ultimate control of where they want to go on the map for at least the past sort of 10 minutes, but somehow Yuhi not able to find that CS, not able to find that gold, and it means that Shun's actually the stronger of the 280 carries at this point. He picked up that Infinity Edge now. He's a very, very strong and credible threat. Maybe not so much onto the Leona, but there is a lot of ways for CFO to make plays on that backline. They have the flank potential through the Renekton. They have the ultimate coming down from this Pantheon, and it should gain access for Shun to try and find and execute on these low health members. And Charter Crystal Arrow is going to be responded to for the cleanse, and now a bit of a weak point is this Shun. If he is hit by another arrow, if he is hit by a solar flare, could be in a very, very scary position.
Now, all Sengoku really need to do is maintain the priority between mid and top. They just need to defend this, I think this pink line is quite hard to defend because, they can't really deny them from walking up, but worry about them walking into the river. That's when they need to strike. They don't want to allow CFO to walk into the river at this point. They might feel a bit, worried because they don't have the Ashe ult, but they certainly can fight. Kinatu especially has that Nah bar ready to go. TP flanks are available. We already see wards on the Tribush and the top wave being extended there. All they need to do is just extend this control between mid and top, wait for the arrow to come back up, and look for that next engage.
Yep, absolutely. And so much follow-up, right? Ashe ult into a solar flare. Alum, if he's there, just a seismic shove. And you've got the rapid fire cannon now on Jet, so he's going to be able to hit people from very far away with not only the rocket barrage, but also auto attacks. We're at a very, very strong point of the game here for the side of Sengoku Gaming. Now, on the other side, though, CFO, those 2-item spikes, possibly some of the champs with the highest 2-item spikes in the game is the Ezreal and the Jhin. Ezreal certainly, I think, is a true contender for the strongest 2-item spike in the game.
Yeah.
And so, it's not so clear that, Sengoku are just going to run away with it. They are up 3.5k gold at the moment, but they're forced in 1.5 minutes to contest over Hextech Soul. One mistake could just lead to a very, very depressing game state for them, despite the gold advantage they find themselves in.
We see that they are early committing to the bot side of the map, but you know, the nice thing about that is CFO doesn't really have a scary Baron, so they can be greedy with their map setups. They can be, or they can allow themselves to be so early towards this dragon to secure as much control as they can, but they really need to get this ward on the blue. I think to make sure that this one doesn't exist, because that TP flank does come through. That is suddenly an engage window for CFO.
Yeah, and Driver is certainly a player that will look for that, right? And we do see right now, this pink ward coming through. They are going to know that these two wards do exist, but Kasa coming to clear that one out, and you know, Sengoku, they are getting forced away from this tower. Kanatu, half HP, will get that Mega Gnar. We have a little bit of a power trough. That Mega Gnar runs out. They won't have it quite in time for this dragon spawn, and that could be a very, very troubling thing, akin to the Shyvana we saw in our first series of the night, right? As you find yourself about this transformation on one of these champs that really rely on it, and it can be a massive point of pain. Mid lane Prio, though, going over to Sengoku. They are going to be able to get to that river first. See if Kanado can get this Gnar bar up. It still hasn't sort of come off cooldown yet.
He needs to delay the spot wave and wait for that one. We see he's charging it back up now. If he did hold that wave until that one was going to come up, he's going to be quite comfortable going to this fight. He's pretty much sitting around the 50-60% point, so he is ready going into this next fight to, you know, pop that Gnar when it is crucial. And Sengoku rocked up to his objective on time. Pay attention to the Ashe ult cooldown. I think as soon as that one does come off cooldown, they are going to send it at a member.
Okay, Mega Gnar going to be used here onto Driver. He does flash away. That does mean there is no potential for a flash engage here from Driver, but he did keep his ult, so he is maybe looking for a recall. And one important thing to note is that you can just teleport to a Nidalee sphere, a Nidalee trap. As
Kasa?
the curtain call coming out, Gang getting very, very low, but Kasa, he's not going to be able to get it. It's going to actually be Yuhi who does pick up that dragon, so they do defend at least this Dragon Soul for the time being. They also pick up one kill, maybe an angle to look for this Baron, as constant rocket barrage coming through from this very, very far ahead and accelerated Corki. And this is just going to result in just that one kill, but importantly going to deny that Hextech Soul. They're going to have the option to look for that soul point in that next one and delay this game and delay CFO from finding a true win con.
I also want to point out how well CFO are doing at delaying this game. You know, what looks like Sengoku winning pretty much 7-8 team fights in a row, this gold lead has never really ballooned, right? And I think that we're seeing CFO constantly contest that vision aggressively, but they're not losing these members, right? I think Kasa in particular is doing a really good job to like walk up, harass the enemy team, deny some of the walls they're getting down, and make sure they feel pressured every time they walk in. And he's buying a lot of time. I think the team overall is buying a lot of time to, even though their comp does get outCL'd, the more items you get, the more damage you have available to your team, gives you more opportunities to outplay the enemy, because all of a sudden, if you do land one sphere, there could be a flash execute onto a correct member. Driver gets more items, he can hit a TP flank and really change this game. So as long as this game does extend, while I do think it will be Sengoku favored in the team comp-wide sense of the scaling, it does give CFO more options to play the game.
Completely agree with you. Now Gory does finish up his third item with that Spirit Shogun, so more damage focused. Is Gory going to be on this Ezreal rather than going for a safer pick possibly in that Bloodthirster? Jet gets hit by one of those Nidalee spears and certainly does hurt when that lands. Not the easiest thing to land, though, is Gory. Looking aggressive onto Jet. True Shot Barrage going to be Valkyried away from.
I wonder what Kasa max second, because we have seen the trap max coming in second, and that is why we see a lot of these Nidalees doing an insane amount of damage and why they have a lot of control on the map, because, you know, just walking over these traps with the Leandries in particular is, you know, a lot of harass, but it is going to be the kill this time.
Yeah, it did go for the E. Obviously, it's a good choice as well. You get a lot of utility out of that, and I think especially against how strong Jet is right now, just being able to top health bars up after Rocket Barrage lands. Not the hardest skill shot in the world. Probably going to be very, very important.
The classic red side, able to defend your vision with Baron, you know, just harass him, and then he defends the wards for you, so they do have that pink ward in the pit, and they are able to see if Sengoku does want to start the one, but I think as their team comp functions, they don't want to pull this Baron. They want to find a pick first.
Ooh, Gory. Oh, that was very scary. Watching as Gang slowly walks up within Solar Flare range. Gory, no idea where that Leona was.
They don't know that the river is, you know, they have vision of the river, right? So maybe all of a sudden Sengoku can walk into the river, try to play for a bait, but CFO knows the entire time they're not on the Baron because of that really nice ward that I assume was from Sword Art right around the corner of the wall. And this is veterancy when it comes to support role, about finding these really unique wards that can get you vision when you shouldn't.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, you keep firing off that old Driver. Okay.
On vision.
That ward, yeah, very, very helpful. Oh, Yuhi, he's going to flash away and barrier. No follow-up damage, though, coming through. He's going to be completely safe. Gang, though, he does go taken down. It's Shun who picks up that kill. He's very, very low on HP. His driver does teleport in, creating a bit of a wall there between his AD carry and the rest of Sengoku. Now, Curtain Call coming out is completely safe where he is. Jet's going to have to tank up one of those hits, and fourth shot will not connect just. But it is CFO. They get a pick. They extend the timer on this game. 1.5 minutes until that potential Hextech Soul. Sengoku, they're not going to lose all that much.
Yeah, buy themselves some more times. Obviously, they can't get too much from that win, because we do see Shun go down to a very low amount of health, and if they did start that Baron up, it's so easy for Jet to just poke them off that objective. No dragon for them to take. They do still have the soul point. They are getting themselves back into this game, right? This gold lead is still sitting around the 4,000 mark. It isn't getting too out of control, and Shun, in particular, is like that late game, the consistent late game win condition for CFO. If he can get towards those, 4 or 5 items, he absolutely can, win this game for his team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, getting to his rapid fire cannon now and an extra cloak of agility. So almost at that 100% crit. I believe he's 5% off, if I remember correctly. And so pretty much going to be critting on every auto attack, which means he's going to be moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Nice dodge there from the deadly flourish from Alum. It's very important, this Talia. It's kind of the champ with the best follow-up on any engage that can come through from Yuhi or Gang, right? It's just the amount of damage, the amount of upfront burst that comes through from that seismic shove is, yeah. Driver is...
super flank.
Yeah, this is insane. I don't even think they know. There's no pings on him. It certainly seems like he's found his angle. Through comes that Weaver's Wall, though, and find a stun there, and an immediate elimination onto Casa. Poke coming through, though, and Driver's found his way onto Gang, but he's going to slice, he's going to dice, he's going to get himself away. Kanado now coming in. Kanado finding that damage, the hyper proc, the speed up. Serious Gauge now going down for Driver as he does dash away once more. Gory trying to find damage, trying to save his top lane, and as his Sword Art's going to go down, though. The movement speed does help. Driver, he's staying alive for a little bit longer, but not long enough as Sengoku find a clean team fight, and it looked like CFO had put all the pieces together, but Casa getting caught out, not allowing Driver to look for that engage is a complete disaster for CFO, as Baron almost certainly now going to be picked up for Sengoku.
After over 30 minutes of patiently playing this game, CFO finally found the perfect setup that was just going to be the flash Ruthless Predator onto Elim, followed up with the flash out of Sword Art, and that would have been a certain kill execution for Casa, but unfortunately, Sengoku pulled the trigger first. They had no idea they were getting flanked, but they pulled the trigger on the Casa with the Ash Arrow. They find the kill, and what looked like such a good start or a good setup for CFO turned out to be Sengoku picking up the Baron and the third Hex Tech.
Yeah, so it is Dragon Point now. Both teams can get it. I mean, looking at this replay, it was just Casa getting caught out, right? Driver, he's in the most immaculate flank you could ever imagine, but you've lost your Nidalee. That's a lot of your damage, and Driver kind of 1v5 in the wrong side of the map, trying to get away. Sword Art trying to defend as well as... Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he just trolled and hit the blast cone the wrong way.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. He was trying to let his top laner get out of there. But, unfortunately they both threw down in the end. We still see that Gory's doing a lot of damage in his team fights, right? But he is hitting Kinatu on the Gnar, and this Gnar is so tanky, especially when he goes into Mega. When I assume it does have the Sterix, does have the Randuins to mitigate the crit that will come out of Shun. So he is a very strong frontlaner, and this is the problem with Nidalee as a solo AP champion. It's not AoE. It's not consistent DPS like Elim is on the Talia. It is, that single target high damage execute. And it's so hard to play in these later game team fights because you can't jump into a Leona or a Talia or a Mega Gnar or even an Ashe. You really need your team to enable you.
Yeah, it's CFO, they're trying to put up a defense, but Shun, you see, he's just getting punished very hard for this Jin to truly find an angle. Driver, he's actually taking this Hextech gate, looking for Kanatu, but not going to be able to find it, as obviously it's going to be very, very obvious that someone went through that portal and just slowly back off. Weaver's Wall now coming through, trying to deny any defense on this inhibitor tower. It will be taken out. Sengoku looking good for game number 1 here. Maybe not even needing to go to that soul as the inhib gets taken out. This mid lane, is in shambles. Bot lane likely to be next. Gory getting poked away here. A little bit of healing coming through. Not that important.
TP?
Bot lane crash, yeah, teleport coming through. Driver, he has tried so many times to find himself on a flank, and now he finally does. But it's once again his squishy champs that are just getting taken out. Shun so low, and it's going to be Sengoku. Man, Jet's found his way onto Shun. That Kunin call's going to get cancelled. Jet is 1v3. He is 1v3, and he's damn well winning. Sword Art getting so low. Driver is taken out. He did manage to pick up Yuhi. So all things said and done thus far, it is going to be a 4v4, but health bars looking good for Sengoku. Back to the fountain for most of these CFO members as Jet is continuing to wail away. They still have this Baron buff. There's so much siege coming through for Sengoku. Nexus Tower number 1 does go down. Kasagori, what can they do? Sword Art goes in, they find 1 kill. That's going to be Gang taken out. It's a 3v3 as Sword Art goes down. Both of the supports are taken out. Adam trying to find damage. Jet is just going forward, and more forward. He's got a Valkyrie back. Corey's trying to get aggressive, but he's shot down. And the third seed of LJL take game number 1.
And that wasn't even, a poor performance from Flying Oysters. This is just Sengoku coming out with this consistent draft. Once again, we see that the team that favors the team fight style, the scaling in the 5v5 wins out once again. And it's just very clean gameplay, very disciplined gameplay from the LGL third seed. And it's really, really nice to see this region continuing to look even better every time they come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so far, obviously, there's been upsets constantly throughout the PCS playoffs. I don't know exactly whether to call the game number 1 an upset, but certainly now it is Sengoku going forward that have all the momentum, and it's up to CFO to try and do what we saw come out of J-Team earlier today, what we saw Bliss do yesterday. They're now backs against the wall. This is a team that is supposed to be contending for World in their first game here of the PCS playoffs. They go down to the LJL third seed, and while we don't exactly know the strength just yet of the LJL, you think back to last split, and V3, I think, looked like clearly the worst team that was in that playoffs. And
yeah,
I mean, CFO, they're not beating the allegations just yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm not sure what happens to the script now, because we didn't have our 2-0, but this wasn't a stomp game 1. What normally happens is there's a game 1 stomp into a reverse sweep, but this was a very close game. But it was a convincing win. It took time. It took a time for Sengoku to secure that one. So not sure what the script looks like. I think that CFO is definitely a team with the caliber to bounce back. And obviously, the draft they had needs to get ahead. Jin, Nidalee, Pantheon, or Renekton, these champions do not scale as well as their counterparts. So, getting towards the later game parts, it's so easy for stuff like the Talia, the Leona, the Corki. They all enable each other to succeed, whereas, CFO is all about the early game skirmishing. They found those leads, but were unable to really excel in it.
Yeah, and I think, Telly, honestly, looking at the draft and how it came through, I think we're going to have to drop the Zeri ban. Do we really care about the Zeri champ? I swear it's not that impactful. I think Ashe is a whole lot better as a champ right now. Yeah. It just offers so much. Ban the Ashe, and let's not pick Pantheon, because I'll be honest, that champ looked completely useless. It was useless. Yes, it had a bit of power in the early game, but again, you have to be so far ahead to justify it, because Leona is going to do so much more with so much less. That is just the nature of the type of champ, right? Pantheon's not designed to be a support champ. He doesn't scale as a support champ. If you snowball the game, yep, you're going to just be as strong as if you're a solo lane Pantheon, but it's not very easy to do that, and you can't come into a game thinking you're going to be able to do that, and I think they were punished, rightfully so here, by the side of Sengoku. On your screen there, once again, vibes certainly not immaculate. You see Rest on your screen there. It could be an angle where he comes in. Driver certainly not having the best showing here in game number 1.
Mm-hmm. I think that, overall, this game was certainly just Sengoku outplaying their opponents. It wasn't CFO throwing their lead. It was more so like, oh, we got caught off guard here. I think obviously this is a, overextension based on the map state. They shouldn't be trying to siege bot lane or, be anywhere on the side of the map when you're down at the mid priority. But this is just Sengoku playing really well as a team, and I think that is nice to see. It wasn't just a throw happening. It was just high quality gameplay overall. CFO did really well in the early game to get that lead. They had a game plan with that invade happening, but it is so hard to play these early game comps because it's not the same league as old where you would just dive the 80 carry on a split map, and that respawn time is really long. They lose a lot of resources. Those respawn timers are down until next patch, or nerfed until next patch, and it's just not the same league. Scaling is just always going to be king when it really comes to these playoff matches.
Yeah, I mean, you have just 280 carries, right? And yes, Yuhi had a bit of a quiet one. You see there on the damage charts, not finding as much damage as you'd perhaps want as an 80 carry, but ultimately it was just the Ashe arrows that started every fight, and every fight that was started by an Ashe arrow was extremely successful for Sengoku. So I think that just is a testament to how strong this Ashe champion is, right? You can be doing next to no damage as it, But as long as you're hitting your ults, it doesn't even matter. And style of the game, I mean, Jet is the obvious pick, I think, here for the MVP. Just a completely flawless game, ultimately. I can't point out any time where I was like, man, Jet should have done this differently. It was just very well played from start to finish by him on that call.
Yeah, and it's nice that, like when I was watching your interview with Molecule, he mentioned that Jet was the, X factor for this roster of Sengoku, and it's nice to see that he had the performance. He got the matchup, the first time we saw the Corki priority over the Lucian, that one went through the first 3, banned in the 4-5, and he had just had a monster performance on this champion, and it's nice to see that teams are starting to value just the consistent scaling, the ease of execution, rather than just having, I have mid priority, I've done my job, I can't hit the enemy team when it comes to these mid-game team fights because they outrange me. So it's nice to see the priority going towards just ease of execution, comp health, and overall just having much better performances for yourself and your team when it comes to these mid-late game team fights.
Yeah, I think ultimately as well, CFO, they had a big problem in this game of getting caught out quite often, right? Like, this is probably the prime example where out of any engage they had in the entire game, Driver found himself at the best possible flank you could ever dream of, and Casa just randomly getting caught out meant that, well, we're on this flank for what, though? It's now just a 4v5, and Driver has to just continue to try and run through the entire enemy team to try and get to safety. Ultimately was killed at the end there, as was Sword Art trying to save him, and yeah, not a good look, I don't think, for CFO in game number 1, but ultimately they are a team that can bounce back. Again, you talked about it with like the likes of Team Bliss, right? There are just so much experience where you expect them, they've been in positions where they're down 0-2 in a best of 5 and they're able to come back. So I think here in a game like this and what the stakes are, you don't want to go down to that lower bracket because ultimately Ground Zero are a very good team and you're not going to be certain going into that if you are going to win. So going into game 2, they're going to have, I think, the confidence to be able to bring something out that looks a lot better. I think, a little bit less creativity in the draft. Let's get rid of the Pantheon, play something a bit more standard, and I think we're going to have a whole better look for CFO.
Yeah, and I think that, on paper, you'd always say the better team wins when they have scaling, so I hope to see that is going to be the case coming out for game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 2, that's what it's all about here. It is Sengoku, the representatives from the LJL, taking game number 1. We'll see if they can do it and get it done against CFO, or if CFO can bounce back.
OGT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框，独家超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. This hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far.
church, now so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Gonna never promise to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way. Just like they say. Just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you're seeing dollar signs. You can get your own, 'cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well get in line. Just get in line, get in line. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the fire. Send the thunder through the flames. So welcome to the flame, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1 picked up from the LJL representatives in Sengoku Gaming after a fantastic performance, predominantly by Jet. And we'll see if CFO can bounce back. You do expect them to take game number 2. You don't expect them to lose the series, but I mean, it's hard to bet against Sengoku after how that game played out. But certainly, I think a different draft will come through here for CFO.
And it's nice to see that while we did think there was going to be a clear skill advantage to CFO, that if the drafts are in favor of Sengoku, you can absolutely take these games. So I do think this next matchup, this game 2, is going to come down to who gets the draft advantage. And that's nice to see that we are an even footing in terms of skill, right? You expect to only really see this in the second stage of the playoffs, where the teams who come out of the the first stage with all this experience and feel much more comfortable going to the matchups are just going to be much more even skill level spread across the board. But we're already getting that at the very beginning of the playoffs, which is really nice to see for the overall health of all these regions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at that draft just very quickly, it really felt like CFO went in and it was like a scrim stomper type draft. It's like a very akin to what I used to compare the Varus, like last year Varus, where it's like it seemed like the kind of champ that it stomps and scrims, so everyone's picking it on stage, but it's not really finding the success you expect. Now, we do see another Zeri ban immediately coming out of CFO.
Can we get the Aurora through the draft this time? But the Ashe is gone as well, so there you are a happy man.
Yeah, I think you have to ban out the Ashe. This champion just seems so bonkers. And honestly, like you saw it last game, he did next to no damage, but it was literally just the ult. Like it was just the ult doing anything, and that was more than enough.
Yeah, it's sort of like, when you verse Blitzcrank and you have no front line, it's like, oh, this champ is just suddenly monster broken because he has 5 hook targets. Whereas, that game, he had 5 arrow targets besides, sort out with the bubble. But the fact that he could just engage with anyone and they had enough damage to kill them was so scary for CFO to try to get any setup, any vision control back on the map. And it really was coming down to how well they play and how strong they are individually to be able to get any control on that map. And the fact that game did go as long as it did.
Driver, he is a bit of a Rumble merchant. He's going to get his hands on it after that Aurora ban does come through.
Okay.
And while nerfed, still is an absolute dominant beast in that top side.
Yeah, and this is the second Rumble priority that we have seen. The first time was from Bliss, and Bio did go up against the Udyr, I believe, and had an extremely rough time, losing his flash early in individual 1v1 into, getting ganked, and from that point onwards, it was really hard to deal with. So very curious to see with what Driver's going to be able to do on this champion. This is the post-nerf Rumble. He did lose the damage on his Q, which is Rumble's main tool. This is what the champion is all about. But he's still going to scale into those team fights, with those 2-3 items and do an insane amount of damage. With the correct equalizer, with a potential melee support locking up these members, can do the work he needs.
And Driver, massive smile on his face, and ultimately this is a matchup he's played a massive amount of times, and it's something he'll be very comfortable in. And I think especially against the Cassante, the Flame Splitter almost feels not that important, right? At least this is what I tend to see, is that the Flame Splitter, it's pretty nice for the poke alongside those electric harpoons. But you kind of just go into that overheat and auto-attack Cassante to death. It happens so often where it's like, all right, well, it's just a tank. You're not going to kill him. Overheat and just one-shot a tank. It's like, oh, all right. And we'll see if Driver can still do that. We'll lose a little bit of the damage, and maybe that just makes this lane so much more survivable for the Cassante that Kanatu will be playing. But definitely uncertain territory, as the Lucian will be locked in here for Corey. He's going to have himself a much easier lane phase, although was pretty dominant last game in any case.
Yeah, and I think that CFO are really happy with how his first 3 went. They got a favorable matchup for Driver on the Rumble in the top lane, even though he is getting counterpicked. They got Gory on the favorable AD carry matchup, so he does have mid priority in cast, so just has, pick the litter about where he really wants to do it, because he has, all of a sudden he's playing that Maokai with priority on the map, and had he's funneled in the lead, now he has to play the secure the win champion, the team fight presence, and I think that is what they really lacked in that last draft, that last game, was the ability to have any threat in these team fights. So I think they will round it out with the very classic melee support hyper scaling AD carry on the bot side of the map, and we're just going to see a match from the side of Sengoku. But I think the first 3 champions that CFO have are pretty hard to match up to.
Yeah, definitely, and we're going to see that Brawn ban come out. It's not necessarily looking like the most amazing Brawn game thus far, but it certainly does well to the Cassante, especially with how less sticky Cassante is in the current iteration, with a whole bunch of stickiness taken out. Of course, the movement speed, the double tap, well, the insta release, I suppose, of the W, as well as that slow on the all-out Q, means that Braum will be able to defend a whole lot easier against this champion. Now, Kalista is the other side of the table, banned out, and not going to allow Yuhi to have that massive lane priority champion. See what their second ban is. So far, it's 480 carries banned by CFO, and they make it a 5th.
And 5.
I kind of like this, just based entirely off Yuhi's only impact last game truly being the ults, right? It feels like that was a pain point in general. I mean, Shun found himself up 50-odd CS. He's going to be capable of playing whatever he wants to, really, as an AD carry. I've seen him play, the Aphelios. I've seen him play pretty much everything. Sivir could be a cool champ. It's not something you tend to see a whole lot of, but, historically it does pair well with a Maokai. You press that ult, you can just sort of run at people. Alistair as well does well with a Sivir. I'm setting it up for a Sivir here, and I actually think it's a perfectly good game for a Sivir.
This is the kind of game where you have to play something crazy, right? We still have the Jinx, the Aphelios, the Sivir that you have mentioned, but I was surprised that the support counter pick wasn't held, right? Because with so many AD carries being banned, all of a sudden CFO gets their priority of what is left to choose from, and they gave over the favorable support counter pick. Maybe they believed there wasn't enough supports left in the pool to get a good matchup if they just gave away something like the Rel, but this is going down to the last second. What is this AD carry going to be?
Yeah, I mean, the Jhin is still up and available, but I don't think you really have the impact you may want. It does look like he's going to go for it. I don't think this was it, pal. Kai'Sa is available too. Definitely not the sort of champ you necessarily want in this current team composition put forward from CFO. It kind of doesn't have the ability to dive, but
I understand it, right? Like the Deadly Flourish Equalizer combo is a classic, and there are targets on the side of Sengoku, but you don't need to ban 580 carries to play Jhin. You can always play Jhin. This is the kind of game where you pull out something that has a lot of impact. I do get that, maybe you don't want to play Jinx into a team that has a lot of range. You don't really feel too comfortable because your team is going to be diving in and you don't really offer anything there. But I think the Jhin does work with the comp. It's just, as a viewer, right? You want to see the cool champs come out at this point in the game. But I do like the Ziggs coming out in particular. Unfortunately, it is not a solid AP like Talir or Ziggs, and there is going to be some resistances come out of these support. I hope both supports build Locket this game. I'm begging. I don't want to see any Warmogs in this match because there's way too much value for these Lockets going forward, especially into the Rumble and the Ziggs. And I think both teams are probably pretty happy with the 5 champs they got.
Well, I don't want to break your heart, Telly, but doesn't matter how good of a Locket game it is. We will be seeing that green chest plate come out It just happened. You know, we saw a Karthus game earlier that a Locket didn't even get built in, so I'm not sure what hope we have here. But we'll see. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I do hope it's the Locket too. Just, you get so much value against the Ziggs, and honestly, everything really put up that CFO have, right? The Rumble, a lot of value there. Even the Lucian, you can block a lot of the culling damage, and a lot of his ability to play aggressively just by having that extra shield. We'll see. I mean, Sengoku, they are up now in the series 1-0. I think coming in, certainly wouldn't look at them as being the favorites, but definitely, I mean, after game number 1, it's hard to bet against them.
And would you say that you think CFO is underperforming right now, or Sengoku is overperforming? Or do you think it's just, you know, right now it's just all about the drafts?
Look, I have to go off what the regular season looked like. I think CFO are heavily underperforming, and they have been for quite a while. And it's really odd to me that this continues to happen, but now they have got a draft that's more stable for themselves. Maybe, you know, you've got Driver on probably one of his most comfortable picks. Gragas may be the only one that contests it. So he should feel pretty good in the top lane. You saw last game, he was like 1-5. That's not something typical of this player. Gory, I mean, ultimately, he actually played well last game. During the season, it has been him weak. It has been him kind of getting punished a lot. So hopefully that's a good sign that he's playing steady. If the other players play how you'd expect them to, they could look good. But yeah, I think CFO generally have been underperforming. It's hard for me to really know if Sengoku overperforming or not, because we don't really have a real tale or a real sign of how strong they can be and how strong the LJL in general are.
Stand and deliver.
Damn, that was an honorable trade.
Did not right click away once, just stands and delivers. And I think that Jet on the champion in the Corki last game was a weapon. Definitely, he had a monster performance on the champion. Didn't really need his team to do anything for him. Just scaled up in that matchup, was winning these team fights, was being very sneaky about where he was on the map, and he's winning really hard against this Lucian in the early game.
Yeah, won't have to sustain all this Lucian that you're used to. The nerfs coming through from Absorb Life as well as that fleet footwork makes this lane state an absolute misery for Gory on that Lucian. Definitely not how the lane's supposed to go. Generally, you know, yeah, level 1 you lose out, but you kind of just okay, you survive, don't take too much damage, hit level 2 and you're feeling good again with that poke coming through that piercing light. But in any case, Jet exploiting Gory.
Definitely, and I think the initial trade that Gory did was good. What you want to do into the Corki is, you know, he's very hard champ to match in the level 1, so you want to, you know, force that even trade, but as he is Gatling gunning down the wave, that will push it back to you. But Cast is already bot lane.
Yeah, aggression coming out of the bot lane, and yeah, Cast is down here with this. I mean, Alum's going to know what's happened. He should hopefully path towards the opposing jungle, but Yuhi's gone. Yuhi is nowhere to go, and first blood for CFO once again now. It's not all over, of course. This did happen last game, essentially, just the first blood found, and
has the teleport.
It didn't really matter all that much. And yeah, he's not going to lose out on all that much. It's just some gold, really.
And now we'll have to see if Casa is, you know, able to recognize what's going on. He probably thinks that his top side is being lost out on right now. So he potentially could walk into the duo here of the jungle support. He's going to recognize that his red is still up. Ooh. Doesn't get away though.
But still, I mean, he's going to be upper camp ultimately because he did steal away the blue and he should be able to go to his top side pretty uncontested. But what a trigger pull there.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I gotta say, I haven't seen this Alistair skin in a very long time. This was one of the, you know, the older ones, but
the Infernal.
Yeah, he's a thick unit on this skin, but I gotta say, you aren't really seeing the Longhorn, you know, the classic Alistair skin, one of my favorites.
Yeah, I think Alistair's one of the champs with some of the best skins. I think Kai'Sa in general actually probably just has the best skins. I think nearly every Kai'Sa skin is just immaculate. There are some atrocious ones, don't get me wrong, but
to be fair, like with Kai'Sa, it's like they make skins to, you know, sell skins, but with the Alistair skins, they're like, this is funny. Let's make this.
Yeah. Same as Gragas.
Those are my skins. I love those. You know, like the Renekton's, like the toy skins. Like that's a good skin line. I love those. I like the fun skins. We don't really see those anymore.
What's your favorite fun skin? I think mine's Gentleman Cho'Gath.
Off the top of my head. I just had a terrible answer to that one. I was gonna say, you know, because Kyle's is my favorite champion. I was gonna say the furry skin, but I take that back.
Oh, the wolf or whatever.
I think the Renekton, the toy Renekton.
Oh yeah,
that one. That is good.
Okay. Yeah. I think like Brolaf's also up there, I guess. I kind of forget that exists. But yeah, I like the ones with just funky voice lines. True. You know, like the Gentleman Cho just hitting you with the, do you want some cheese with that wine? It's just a classic.
Absolutely. But, you know, a quite early game. The first blood did go towards CFO, but this is the teleport coming back. He didn't miss out on the experience because that way was pushing back towards him. And, you know, this is just not what we really expected for this mid lane matchup, right? You think that Lucian should win out on the early game, but Jet is doing such a good job to constantly win these trades while also pushing with the fact that Corki is doing so much AoE every single time he trades.
Yeah, on the other hand, though, this top lane going exactly as you would imagine. It is, I mean, I've played a lot of Cassante. I find that champ very fun, but his early lane phase is so miserable. You have, like, absolutely no autonomy unless the other player makes a massive mistake, and you don't expect a player like Driver to do so, and so you just kind of sit at your tower, hope your Doran Shield second win can heal you up enough while you just continuously take damage and pray you get CS.
And this is probably another game where we hope to see the Abyssal Marks as a rush coming out of the Cassante because, you know, it does have the double AP carries in the Talia and the Ziggs, and they need to shred as much magic resist as possible. If Casa does end up, you know, going for a tankier build, might just be the Locket Rush for himself in the jungle, which would be a very nice pickup, such a cheap power spike for the jungler where you can just be this, you know, you just win through base levels, right? Because you can build support items, but you still do damage because you're such a high level from getting all this experience that you're securing from these camps. But they are outnumbered on the scrubs right now.
Yeah, Pathmaker used, though, here from the Cassante. It's not going to be such a clear team fight, I think, with that ability down. It's a very long cooldown. These two Void Grubs are picked up, and we're looking now for a potential 4v4. Casa now on that backline onto Alan, does pick up that kill. The culling's looking fantastic here for Gory, but it is going to be this Cassante getting onto him, but the CC coming out of Sword Art, that chain CC, fantastic, and even Shun getting a piece of the action as he picks up a kill. The 5v4 eventually, and it's CFO just cleanly wiping it.
This looked like such an even setup for both teams, but the trigger finger on Caster and Gory to just flash in there and find the kill onto Elim was so well played by them. If you look at this, the setup looks so even, right? This is just, you know, a straight 4v4 right now. The Equalizer doesn't look like it does too much, but Elim gets caught out by the Maokai, easily taken out by Gory, and the rest of the team following up here and going in. It's just, you know, what we expect to see from such a, you know, star-studded roster.
I think Sword Art just cancelled the Pathmaker mid-animation, by the way, because it had the animation of like the blades going forward, but he got knocked up before he even got to Gory. Insane play there to make that happen, and honestly just keep his mid laner alive, ultimately. At 5-0 now we find the score at. It's a 3k gold advantage. You know, last game it wasn't an end of the game type of gold lead that CFO found themselves at, but this is a very, very rough gold lead to come back from. And you don't really have that late game you had last game, right? Like, yeah, sure, your champs do well in the late game in isolation, but you have that double AP. It's quite easy to itemize against, and I think Casa very wisely isn't going to be griefing and going for that Leandries this game. There are games where it does make sense. I don't think this is one of them. The Cassante will just be able to walk through that, as will the Rel. And so just going for that tank, he has all the components of a Locket, but he also does have all the components of a Zeke's. So we'll see what he goes for.
Why not both? Why not both?
Yeah.
At both chief items, they get the job done. He just needs to go in, be this disrupting tank for his team to, or enable his team to do damage, and then throws out the Locket as well. That's a shield for the Ziggs ult. And you know, as you were mentioning, they have the gold lead this time, right? But they also have the team fight. They aren't, you know, one-dimensional. They don't have the single target team comp. They have the AoE. They have the lockdown. They have the enabling tools, and now they're online with this gold lead. They already have, you know, over 2,000 gold at this point in the game. Is certainly ridiculous. And Caster, with all the lane priority he has, just feels so enabled to walk around the map and gank anywhere he wants.
Yeah, doing pretty much anything he wants, anywhere he wants. His Driver's going to get 2v1, but I've seen Rumbles win these, and Rumbles winning these!
Ooh.
Oh, one more auto attack would have done it. He would have at least traded 1-for-1, but not able to do so, and it is going to be Kanatu picking up that kill there on that Cassante. Still, he's definitely not going to be anywhere near the amount of gold that Driver has as a bit of supportal combat. Not the same supportal combat as you sometimes see. These tanks are not going to be killing each other.
But it's still an extremely good case for him in the top lane. The fact that he got that kill, being able to push in that extra wave, gets a nice reset off, gets a tower plate for himself. Might even have enough gold to complete his item. I don't think so, not just enough yet, but is in a much better position, and it doesn't look like he is going for the Abyssal Masters time. Just like he's going to build towards the Kanik.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, who was it yesterday that we saw?
Ryu?
Was it? Yeah, I think it was, right? And I think we both agreed it was a fantastic purchase. I think it is just stronger than the Kanik, just by virtue of, especially in this team comp, you have those two APs.
Yeah.
It's going to allow them to do a whole lot more damage, especially when you know Magic Resist is going to come out. And blessed be Carter. We have that locket purchased. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Based caster. Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. And, to, Kanatu's defense is that, the Abyssal Mask is not an item you buy for yourself. It's definitely for the team. Doesn't give you as much resistances in your individual 1v1. It's going to be better in the 5v5 when you can, get a lot more of that magic resist stealing to, stack that one up. But in the individual 1v1, obviously the Kanik going to be the better defensive item. But this is a team game, and sometimes it is just better to buy these items to enable your team.
Yeah, I'm not thinking we're picking Cassante into the Rumble for our 1v1. Is kind of the problem, right? Is that you are kind of conceding, yep, my 1v1 sucks, but I come to a team fight and I should have more impact. But at least, I mean, it does mean he can trade a little bit better, a little safer on that side lane, but ultimately, not sure that I like it. Void Grubs were picked up there on the side of CFO. Casa getting 4 of them all together and looking pretty good. Kind of surprised this game that Gory's gone for the Kraken Slayer. I think Blade of the Ruin King makes a lot more sense.
I think that after the nerfs, it's just the item you always build, right? Regardless of the matchup, it just does more damage overall now. So surprising that it is the Kraken pickup. Back in the day, this was a crit item, so it was like, okay, you itemize towards your cap of crit, but now it's just that straight DPS item, and it just gets DPS, out DPS by the Blade of the Ruin King now. So I am also surprised it is the case here, but it is still an extremely strong item overall. Like, you're going to do a lot of damage, especially, when you do have uptime. And in the case where you do have uptime, might even do more damage than a Blade of the Ruin King. But that item in itself, Blade, even without the active, just the stats it gives you, so much lifesteal, a really good amount of base AD. It's just a really nice, filling item for these AD carries in the solo lane.
Absolutely. Lane matchups going to feel pretty good, I think, for CFO because, Corki is ranged and Rumble doesn't love range. Ultimately, you land one electric harpoon and just chase down this Corki, and you're probably winning that trade. Mm-hmm. It's kind of the ridiculousness you get out of picking this Rumble champ.
Poor Cassante, though, up in the top lane with his Kanik Rookin against the full AD Lucian with the Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, that's miserable.
This is the unfortunate part about, lane deploys. When you are the team who is down tempo, you don't really get to decide your matchups. You don't get to play for the favorable lanes. You kind of are just responding to what the enemy team is doing. And the case right now is you have a terrible 1v1.
Not a whole lot happening in this bot side. It is just a 2v2. Driver not really being able to play for any aggression onto Jet, being that gang is there, and will deny any really forward momentum from a Rumble. But I think it really ultimately should just be sort of priority over this Dragon. CFO can just look for that second one. Much slower than it was in game number 1.
Yep, a minute until that one spawns, and we're probably going to see CFO group up. I really like the lane deploys we are seeing right now. Sword Art is just laning down bot, allowing his AD carry to get solo experience in the mid lane, denying the counterplay for Sengoku on the side of the map, and Caster the entire time was looking to steal away camps on the top side, securing vision. You see so many pink wards dropped on the top side of the map. Might see them being moved down, but this is the Power Ziggs.
Just strolls down from mid, claims himself first blood tower, back to mid he goes. Maybe even choosing to use his ult here to clean up some of this wave. It doesn't seem like he is. Just happy to walk there.
What doesn't have the TP to himself though, so the fact he walked to bot, walked back to mid, it's going to be really late on tempo. We see Ilum basing as well now, but CFO coming back onto the map already after a complete team reset. They're very far ahead in tempo, so they have the pick of the litter if they do want to go for the Rift Herald or wait for that setup and get the Dragon themselves. And it looks like with their deploy right now, they are prioritizing that Dragon.
Driver has to be very careful here. If he does walk forward, he will quickly find himself surrounded. Elam can come in from very far away with that Weaver's Wall, but wisely backing off. He has that pink ward to protect himself, and it is going to be this Dragon. See if Sengoku look for the Rift Herald. So far, not opting to get much priority over there. They do have to contend against that Scuttle Crab, which was picked up by Casa.
in the trade of the map, this is probably what you usually expect. You know, you look at the inventories right now and you see just a lot of components on the side of Sengoku, especially Jet. That main carry for them in the last game doesn't have his Triforce yet, can't match up to the power that Gory has in this, you know, cheaper item. This is the power of the Rumble as well. You know, being that weak side champion, you can just throw the ulti on the wave and delete that one out, but Sword Art is here to also play defense, and all of a sudden they can't dive. They have no trade, and on the other side of the map, once again, Cassante is just in the unfavorable matchups. They're not going to be able to get priority in that one. And the one saving grace, though, I will say is that, you know, they can never siege mid. Like, Ziggs is just going to be that champion who can permanently keep this tower alive the entire game as long as he is alive.
Oh no, Ellum flashing too late, and Cast is going to find everything he needs to take down this jungler once again. This Rift Herald likely to follow it as just Caster pulling that trigger too quick. And there's going to be another advantage found here for CFO as they look for, what is their third? I don't know how you count the Void Grubs, but we'll say third objective of the game.
Yeah, definitely count those ones individually, I think. We'll have to see if they can land the third. Flash it out of it. So that is still a big win for CFO, and we see how easy it is for them to execute these skirmishes, right? It's just point and click, flash W. If it lands, these squishy champs die, especially if they don't have, you know, gap closers to get away like the Corki or the Ziggs. And especially if it is Ilum by himself, you know, not paired up with Gang, and I think that is what they need to do. They need to be together at all times because he is strong, he has the damage, but right now, you know, seeing a Talia go to the Merc-Tres because he just feels so scared is very telling of the game state.
For sure. One scary thing now, though, of course, is that, yep, we traded Flash for Flash in terms of those junglers, but it isn't only Caster that can find engage, right? You can just throw it in Nature's Grass, Sword Art can be on the flank, find that Flash, headbutt Pulverize, and follow it up with an Equalizer, and that's going to be a very hard position for Ellum to try and navigate as Sword Art protecting Gory. This tower is certainly going to get taken down, or is it actually, Gang? Going to get stunned on up. Here comes Nature's Grass. They are going to be happy, though, with just that Flash. Allow Gang to get on out of there. Not so certain they win the fight. This tower's going to go down. Gory may even go down. Mega Inferno Bomb does get taken out to 1 HP. 1 HP survives the stun coming through. Now Jet, he's without a flash. Everyone really on the side of Sengoku without flash. In will come this Cassante, and Kanato's got a lot of work to do. I've seen Cassante's do some crazy things, and some crazy things he's going to have to do. He manages to get 1 kill, but it's going to be Shun picking up a double. Gory's here, that teleport getting so much use. Here comes another kill for CFO. It's 2, it's 3, and Gory with the back end triple kill after teleporting back in, getting that ace for the side of CFO. They're going to get the towers afterwards with this Rift Herald and a massive advantage in this game. CFO looking pretty clean.
And that was so satisfying to watch. There was 3 bullets, 3 kills coming out of Gory. You know, you can't count the double shots, but it sounds cool that way. And this is what we thought we'd see from CFO in Game 1. They look so dominant right now. Everywhere they go, even if they find themselves on the back foot, they, you know, regather, they reposition themselves. And Gory, the fact that he lived here is the downfall of Sengoku. Look at him, pretty much on 1 health, gets that recall off. You see him channel the TP later on, and he is the reason why all these kills come through at this endpoint. And I think that without him, if he did fall down, this could have been a much more even trade from a game state, which is not favorable for, you know, Sengoku right now.
Yeah, and it was just the back end cleanup. There you see Gory teleporting in. He actually puts down the Rift Herald as well. Really wise. I mean, you're not wasting time, right? You get that Rift Herald down immediately. You clean up this team fight, hop on in, you get your forklift, and out you go. Now back to life. Caster very, very low. Is going to waddle away. No, he won't. That Rocket Barrage will connect onto him, and that's a traded back kill in favor of Sengoku. There's not a whole lot of objectives to get. Maybe you could find some pressure on this mid wave, but certainly a nice amount of gold going over to that Corki.
Definitely, and Jet was that one who was able to carry that last game when he has the resources. So have to see if, you know, they need a couple more of those, right? Obviously, this is not going to put them back into contention for winning this game, but they are not out of it, absolutely. And, you know, I'm starting to see some... No, I'm lying. It was a Ziggs. It was a Ziggs all along. I thought I was going to see a second locker come through, but it is a Ziggs. And we do go into the replay. This is sort of forced to blow his ult. We see how much damage Jet is doing, even though he doesn't have a lot of items to his name. It's just outputting so much damage because base damage of Corki is just so high. And if that ult was just a bit better, that would have been a really, really good setup for, you know, Sengoku on this tower. But this is just Caster trying to defend here, but getting dragged away from the tower, I assume, and him falling down.
Oh, it's just a really nice seismic shove. Well played by Caster to almost get his way out of that, but it does eventually go down. Still not going to be the biggest detriment, really, all things considered, for CFO there. They still do have a 5-0 Jin, that's 2 items, and a 4-0 Lucian, that is as well, 2 items.
Extremely fair. I have to see what this, deploy is going to be like, because right now we're seeing the, the trade of the map, but they can't really pressure drive. He's just going to throw the equalizer on the wave if he ever feels threatened and clear that one away, make sure they can't take this inner tower as his team is getting their 3rd dragon for the game and puts them on that Ocean Dragon soul point, which is so big for this team comp, right? Look at how sticky this team is, how, tanky they will get with an Ocean Soul.
Yeah, absolutely, and should be pretty clear cut, I think, as, it's only a 4k gold advantage, but it kind of feels like more, right? As you're not going to get the same amount of DPS out of a Ziggs, especially when you're going against an Alistar and ultimately not going to be able to find that many bombs onto the likes of, a Jin onto a Lucian. As you do, it's just so consistent for Shun and for Gory to find the damage on the other hand for CFO. So, while the gold advantage isn't that high, just by, number value, just the pressure on the map and how much these champions can actually interact, it feels like CFO are a lot more ahead than they sort of seem.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. I think that this is the same as last game. We saw the gold lead being pretty much similar the entire game, that 3,000 to 4,000 point, but it felt much more one-sided for Sengoku, and I think that is the case for CFO right now. Wherever they go, wherever they feel, confident to go for that engage, they will probably just find a kill, and we're seeing the collapse from CFO right now.
Yeah, 4 members of Sengoku on this bottom side of the jungle. That Deadly Flourish will not connect, at least with the root. It does land, but not quite the instance of damage on the correct person. As recalls will come through. It is 4 minutes now onto a potential Ocean Soul. Obviously, the Baron has been up for a while. And CFO, they do it reasonably okay just because of how fed these members are, but you're never going to do it that quick with a Jin.
Yeah, definitely not. And, they only really have 1 DPS threat onto the Baron right now. It's just going to be the Lucian. Rumble does a decent amount of damage, but no one can really match up to that. Caster caught out of position, but Phase Rush walks that one off. And they're trying to regain priority, right? Sengoku had committed to one side of the map. Now they have to cross back on the other side of their quadrant and help Jet get his resources. He needs to, be able to push out this wave. They are enabling him, and I think Sengoku has been doing this really well in both games. They move around the map together as a team. Their macro is very good, and I think this is probably the highest level of league we've really seen so far in the tournament.
Yep, looking pretty good, all things considered. Deadly Flash will connect there. Alum comes in with that Weaver's Wall. He lands the seismic shove. He lands the stun. But Sword Art is there to protect up his Jin. The curtain call still available as Q3 does go wide there from Kanatu in that middle of the mid lane. And all things said and done, no deaths going down. There's low health bars as Rocket Barrage is also going to connect for Jet on that Corki.
5v5 mid lane, Sword Art.
Yeah, they're looking for something. They've got a conniving plan. Sword Art,
Flash.
he has Flash. Everyone's grouped. Everyone's clumped. Sword Art's coming in. Sword Art might just find the way in. Caster does. There comes the Zhonya's out of Alum. He's going to be able to stay alive for just a little bit longer as the Unbreakable Will does come through from Sword Art.
Gory.
But Gory is absolutely quick-scoping everyone. This is a Rust montage as Lucian is taken over completely. The flash away from Kanado means he will not be taken down, but the rest of the team cannot say the same as CFO are quickly running away with it.
Once again, Gory with the teleport, finds the flank, finds the backline, and completely takes him out. As you mentioned, the quick scope going on. Like I was watching an old Modern Warfare 2 montages. He was just headshotting everyone on the enemy team there. Does his job. Short doesn't find that huge engage he needs, but he just gets into the team. And, the fact they blow the Zhonyas from Ilum, they make him flash. He thinks he's safe, he thinks he's repositioned, but all of a sudden, Gory rocks up and gets the job done.
Yes, certainly does, and this is the power. I mean, I think we're seeing it really in full force this game, just how much a good teleport means, right? Surviving on low HP, getting that teleport off. I mean, fantastic engage from Caster and Sword Art. Immediately getting that Zhonya's away from the side of Sengoku, and then just the entire zoning happening. You see on the top side of the map, of course, we looked at Gory during the fight, but Sword Art is just entirely taking out 2 people from that fight single-handedly. You cannot burst through this Alistar health bar, especially when that ultimate's popped. And so it just gives full impunity to Gory to just continue to wail away at those health bars. And honestly, at the stage he's at this game, it takes like 1, 2, 3 rotations of one ability into, that double tap, and you're pretty much taking someone out.
And I just want to note, I'm really happy right now. We see 2 lockets. We also see Caster going for the Abyssal Mask next. So this is mathematically correct League of Legends happening right now on our screen. And this is definitely, I want to iterate again, this is definitely the highest quality that we have seen so far. But Gang on the super flank, Can't really see if there is wards that he's going to travel over, but potentially could get spotted out. But if not, has the flash and could find himself, you know,
Weaver's
finding
walking
Gory.
through, he's found Gory, but Gory now spotting out where Gang is, and Sword Art's going to be able to tank up that Rel. He waited so long in that Dragon Pit just to fall down immediately. It's a nice equalizer, cutting off Alan for the rest of his team. Will be taken out, but it's Gory overextending that does get taken out on the other side. Now it's a 2v4 driver. He's coming around the back. Curtain Call delaying, slowing, and ultimately not going to be able to delay enough as Shun will be able to take down this bot lane inner. The mid lane being looked at as well, and the Baron buff still alive for another 1 minute and 20 as CFO. They are marching down the base of Sengoku. They lost game number 1, but they're saying, God damn it, we're going to win game number 2.
Yeah, and it was very surprising that Gang didn't go for the trigger pull straight away into Gory. They knew that he didn't have flash, but he decided not to go for him. Maybe he thought that, you know, he still has a dash. They can't really lock him down. His team was too far away to follow up. You know, Stool falls down anyway, commits the Magnet Storm, so does his flash coming up to the next fight though. So there is a window, right? There is a window to be able to find these members of CFO without summoners. You know, the Rumble can also die in a combo, but Gory is the main one who needs to go down. Shun has double summons to himself, has 3.5 items, and it's going to be sitting extremely far back while still having very high uptime in these fights. And he's probably someone they have to look out for, but they can't really deal with at this point in the game.
Yeah, definitely not, right? It feels like at this stage, how are you getting a Jin? Some miraculous engage where Alum can fly in on that Weaver's wall and it can be followed up by a Ziggs bomb, but everything has to go exactly right for that to ever be a true opportunity. And our Sword Art's going to get face checked on. There's a lot of CC coming through, but he has that unbreakable will. He is going to be so tanky and delay Forecaster to get through. Gory's doing all the damage you'd ever need. That Nature's Grass looting up and locking down all of Sengoku Gaming as 4 members are trying to get herded in to this top side of the map. Shun slowly making his way over there, and CFO, they feel in complete control. There's nowhere to go. They're on the wrong side of the map. Driver going to be face checking though, as and it's going to be Kanatu finding a lot of damage, and Driver is just one shot there. In will come this Weaver's War. Gory, he does get stunned up, but he's going to be able to dodge away from a lot of damage. He gets that Relentless Pursuit back up as Jet's going to be able to take 1 kill, but Shun is not taking any damage whatsoever. He's able to run forward and auto attack. Oh my god, that was the first auto attack of his 4, and it's almost one shot the Talia. Only Cassante and Gang will stand, and Shun is able to do whatever he likes. He is so strong, 10-0. And he is playing like a man possessed.
Yeah, absolutely. And see if he can find that last kill into Kanatu. Doesn't know where he is.
Oh, he saw him. Oh, he found it! Almost entirely blind, but he does manage to do it, Gang. He's not going to go down, but Shun, he's only got this Rel contending him. This mid lane inhib tower is sure to fall. He does have time now as well to hit away at this inhib. It's a very slow take. You know, he has a lot of items, but his auto attacks come through extremely slowly.
Is doing absolutely everything for his team, but Gang staying around. TP coming out of Jera now.
Now, how is Shun going to navigate this? Sword Art finds this Corki. It's a nice engage found from Gang, but Jet's trying to turn it around, and Shun has completely taken out this Corki. This could just be the end of the game. They looked for something, but Sword Art was wise to it. The flash forward, Gory, one more auto attack. Not even going to need it, as now all that stands is Yuhi, the Cassante, Kanatu, he's back. Nature's Grass coming out, he's stuck up, Pathmaker used, Nexus Tower 1 and 2 fall, the inhib sure to follow, and we have back-to-back game number 3 on the horizon here, as the PCS playoffs is surely entertaining.
Absolutely, if anything that it isn't, it is insanely entertaining, and I think that this is the class that Flying Oysters really has to bounce back. That I like the game 1 draft, right? In the best of series, those are the kind of things you want to do. You want to play something that, if it does work, the enemy team has to think about it. Didn't work, bounce back to a very stable, you know, comp that just has a lot of avenues to play through. Caster on the Maokai. Well, you know, I think he had the same impact on that Nilly. Couldn't really do anything in those team fights, but now he's on that Maokai. He is the, you know, the playmaker for his team, and when he does have the ability to, you know, find his engages, find these avenues to get his team into the game, he will absolutely make sure they are executed on, and he did so well in that game. And I think his team overall did so well in that game, and those 580 carry bands, you know, in the end, they came out clutch.
Yeah, and I think, once again, right, we saw Yuhi on the Ziggs, and you kind of can just stand back and not do too much, and you'll still have impact, but again, I think he felt pretty invisible, and so far in the series, it does seem to me, at least, that Shun is a much more impactful player. At least these first 2 games, you know, Yuhi, he's going to go to game number 3. It's pressure time now, because the loser of this you'd have to argue going against the stronger out of the two between J-Team and Ground Zero. Obviously, J-Team did pick up the win, but on paper, theoretically, Ground Zero in that lower bracket may be the stronger team. So losing this is almost a death sentence entirely, right? It's a very, very scary prospect, and it seems like both of these teams are stacking up against each other fairly well. I will now say, of course, though, the game number 2 was a lot cleaner of a win for CFO than game number 1 was for Sengoku. And I think ultimately now we're seeing this is kind of what you'd expect from a team like CFO, right? Find an early advantage and then continue that onwards with something more standard in the draft, something that can contend as you get to those mid-game team fights, and then later on into the late game. And I think executing well, playing around the map well, teleport's fantastic, and just way better look from CFO.
And this is why I want to point out, this is why Rumble was a permaban, right? Because the fact that you all of a sudden, don't need to play the solo AP threat in the jungle, you have it in the top lane, means you can play these fighters with the strong AD carries in the, or the tanks or the fighters in the jungle with the strong AD carries in the mid lane, just makes your comp health overall much better. We saw how hard it was for Elam to play the game when there's just this, tank who just finds you wherever you go, point and click, lockdown, you're dead. If this was like the Zyre or Bran, Karthus, his life is extremely happy, just full clears, matches up the scaling and does a good job. But all of a sudden, you can't play the Talia this game because they needed to get an AP threat in the jungle, but regardless of what they picked, it was just going to be locked down by the Maokai, equalizer on the top of that, and your lights are just going to be out every single time.
Yeah. I think maybe something that Sengoku want to think about is that, honestly, it doesn't feel like a player thing, but CFO, they always find success if Casa is on a tank. He finds individual success when he's on their carries, and he's a very, very talented and mechanically insane player, but it feels like their team doesn't operate that well when he is on a carry. And I think that maybe comes down to the fact that Gory also really wants to be, almost has to be on a playmaking champ, right? Like, his entire career, he's synonymous with these playmakers. He loves the Silas, he loves the Talia, he loves the Azir. These are all like, well, yes, they have a certain amount of consistency. They're also very capable of looking for plays and setting things up. And I think it might just be the fact that you can't have too many people looking for plays all at once. And so having him on the Maokai Casa on something more sturdy, he's a tank, he can press one button and have a fantastic job fulfilled. He doesn't require as much resources. It feels like it just bodes well for CFO's chances.
Yeah, and I think that this was the point, the turning point in the game is the replay was that, skirmish. The game from that point was pretty even, but the execution was just there, and it's just so much harder for Sengoku to be able to execute on that team fight because they have the Talia Corki in the jungle versus something like a Lucian Maokai, which is obviously much stronger in those fights. They just need to lock down one carry, and then Lucian has the DPS to be able to take them out. And so far, the story of pretty much, not even this series, but every single series we have seen is the ease of execution, the team fight scaling is what is winning every single game. So I think that teams need to really work towards maximizing that in draft, because what we see right now from CFO was what I would consider one of the stronger drafts, and it is why Rumble is so strong, because he's pretty much the only blind pickable solo AP top laner, right? There's not many left. Gwen doesn't really exist anymore, Mordekaiser doesn't really exist as well, and it's really hard to find a champion that can do what he can do.
Yeah, maybe Kennen, right? But even then, you certainly don't have the same ability to bully your lane as the Kennen, right? Like, Rumble can legitimately threaten solo kills and look for dives, whereas Kennen feels like, yeah, you're going to farm fine, you have that AP threat later on in the game, you get to 2 items, and yeah, you're a team-fighting beast. But yeah, Rumble just is an absurd champ. Post-nerf even, really, really absurd, and it's going to be Shun picking up MVP. Insanely well-deserved. He was just playing this game phenomenally well. Yeah, it's hard to make Jin look so skillful, but, I mean, he managed to do it.
Yeah, and this is the story of Jin, right? You're good in the early lane phase. You have that really, I would say strong power dip where you just cannot match up to the power of something like an Ezreal, a Lucian, the Zeris, all the Kaisers. And then, when you get towards that 3rd item, start building your 4th item components, you start becoming this absolute monster because you just have so much extra steroids in your kit that these other AD carries do not have. And we saw in these later team fights when left alone, Shun was just doing so much damage.
Yeah. I mean, Goriov as well, you're seeing on the screen, mechanic maxing, definitely playing very well, but Shun, yeah, this was kind of where the game ended. It was this fight, Shun staying on the map, obviously that Ocean Soul helping out a lot there, and does end up winning the game. Here, I was surprised he ended up finding this after missing the first 3. He got a glimpse, just a slight glimpse there of Kanatu on his 3rd shot to be able to land the 4th.
Cinema.
Absolute cinema. This is so, I love these edits they do,
Yeah,
you get to reel in depth with how the death animation looks, which is not like something we really know. Like you see it from afar on that bird's eye view, but actually seeing it that far in your face is really cool. Some of them are really odd, by the way. We'll see if we see them later. But I mean, game number 3, I think it's CFO with a lot of momentum, and I think they've kind of worked out how to draft. And you know, we're not going to play silly buggers anymore. There's no Pantheon coming through. More standard. Looks very, very good.
Yeah, it just felt like, you know, they were always just trying to test things out. CFO probably felt confident to always have that one back, but I think that going to game 3, if they run the same style back, it should be another comfortable win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Things looking good. The PCS, they failed on both their games in day number 1. Now CFO trying to fight back to get absolute retribution for them. And if they win this next game, it will be a 2-0 sweep for the PCS team. So we'll see if they can do it after our break.
没事，好，接下哇，这一台撞，A 掉，上面5秒 W， 上面哪一条？我在扛。好，他没闪。哎，可以看，站。nice， 这阵容真的玩得很舒服哎，这不知道怎么舒服。
OTT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing.
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China has passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面啊，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
But you
a.m. and you're knocking on my door. I won't answer, you're screaming out some more. This isn't love, it's a need to be in control. You always play the victim, whatever. Careful where you are, 'cause my heart's like a flame. Incidentally karma, now you have to pay. Give me space. I need to breathe the time. Give me space. I need to breathe the time. So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on moving till I get to the top. I'll never back down, I won't never stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home. This night, I'm forever in mind. You'll never be caught in your eyes. You're the could be the greatest enemy. Wake up, go wild, wake up, think out, wake up, go wild, wake up, think out. Raise your power.
Welcome back, everybody, for the final time tonight, and we have our first 6-game day here of the PCS in summer, and what a way to do it. LJL, they're trying to get it done. They're trying to get their second team through in that upper bracket, but CFO, they're trying to be the second team from the PCS to do the same.
Yeah, and I'm actually excited going into Game 3. We've seen that these teams can contend each other in terms of skill, right? I think that, in particular, we are seeing the mid jungler from Sengoku be, very consistent. Unfortunately, Ilum was able to have the same impact in that game too, because it's so hard to play Talia in that kind of comp, or into that kind of comp, and with the kind of comp he had. And I think that is just the downfall of the draft, and this is just a repeat of what we saw. Game 1, Flying Oysters obviously had the one-dimensional draft. They fell behind early game, they couldn't play the game. Same with Sengoku in Game 2. They are a one-dimensional, kind of team comp that they brought out, and they didn't get through the laning phase, or get a big enough lead to, really value this carrying the jungle versus the tank who has all this utility that Cast was just having this monster performance on. So I hope the Game 3 we have here very similar comps from both sides, and it really just comes down to the player's execution, because I think that right now we're seeing that the skill level is quite matched.
Yeah. On our screens there, Sword Art, he's not looking too happy. Maybe having a quarrel. Coach telling him to pick and engage support, him thinking he's playing Pyke.
Let me play Pantheon.
Yeah. I think if you're a CFO fan, you're probably not wanting that after the difference in impact he was able to have as that Alistar versus the Pantheon, because it was a very standout performance on that Alistar. If not for Shun going, what was it? It was like 14-0? Was that his final score? I think it was.
Something crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if not for Shun, putting on a performance like that, you're probably looking at Sword Art getting that MVP. Him and Gory having a fantastic showing for themselves. It's back in the draft, it isn't going to be any different thus far. It's just
now,
those AD carries getting banned.
I'm not sure if you know the answer to this question, but so far we've seen the highest seed have the side selection initially. But what happens when both seeds are the same? Who gets side selection? Is it a coin cost?
So how it works is it's not about like what seed you come out of your region necessarily. So how it works is like DFM, so it's in the pools. If you remember the draw show, there's like pools.
Yep.
So pool 1 was Frank, CFO, DFM, and Ground Zero. So they will get side selection, which means on the other side of the bracket, the pool 2 teams, they don't. But how it also happens is just whatever team loses then gets side selection. So in this game, it'll be SoftBank with that side selection. It's not SoftBank, sorry. Sengoku, which is why they've selected the blue side.
Oh, so it was CFO in Game 1 actually selecting the red side, and that was the draft they did prepare. Okay.
Yeah.
So they have gone for the Ezreal this time, but they are giving away the potential Rumble again to drive, and he just looks so powerful on this champion in that game. They have to know that this was going to come through, though, and the fact that it is left up, they did ban the Maokai way instead. That one was obviously a big deal for Caster in that last game, and maybe they thought, okay, get rid of the ult that comes out of the Maokai, get rid of the point and click CC, and all of a sudden Elam just has a much better time in this jungle matchup. Yeah.
And obviously not entirely sure of Kanado's champ pool here, but I think not going for the Cassante, while he had a reasonably okay performance, I think going for something like Kennen, we are able to match a lot of that sort of laning impact that the Rumble has, and it goes somewhat even. In fact, it's probably a favorable matchup. Maybe would fare better, although currently the Cassante will be hovered, and I guess with the hover, you'd expect it to be locked in, and there it is.
And this kind of puts a position where if this is an AD carry mid that comes out of Jet right now on the 3P, that it has to be another AP carry in the jungle, and that is the case with the Tristana being locked in. This is a more aggressive look, someone who can match up to Lucian in terms of the trading power. We saw him do really well on the Corki in particular, but not looking to go back to that matchup again this time. The Tristana just has more agency overall in these skirmishes, and that is what they have locked in this time. And even though there is that 50 mana cost on the Q now, not a spell you can spam out anymore to really win these trades, Tristana is still a really strong champion.
Yeah, definitely, and I like what CFO's done and picking an AP jungler, because now they can just ban another 2 AP junglers, and it's going to become a lot harder for Alum to really find sort of that power pick, that AP jungle power pick that he'd really want, right? Because we already have all of our damage coming through from both teams outside of the jungle for SoftBank. So we'll see what he does go for. It is the Nidalee band up first. Obviously, a Zyra or a Brand would make sense here in that second band spot.
Jin being banned away as well, so respect being put to Shun's name. The fact that he just had that monster performance last game, getting rid of that one is also, nice. While he is good at the champion, it is probably one of the better AD carries to play with this. You see 3 carries on the top side of the map, or the first 3 chances for CFO, and you don't really want to play another AD carry or another carry in the AD carry position, right? You just want to play this enabler, and right now we're seeing the Ashe and the Jin both being taken away, so it might be forced into playing a traditional AD carry. So yeah, boo-hoo, you have to play something. But the Kalista being left up is a big one, because this is one of the best engaged CCs in the game, right? That 2.5 second knock up at that rank 3 ulti is really underrated, and one of the best aggressive champs in the early game who can get priority into so many volume matchups.
Yeah, and it's a champion that Shun has excelled on quite a lot throughout the PCS, over the last 2 years. Every time Kalista's been playable, Shun has been at the forefront of one of those AD carries that do pick it, so now he's going to get his hands on it. Obviously, it's not the lethality Halo Blades we used to see. It is now that on-hit Blade of the Ruin King first, and depending what you're against, you can, the Runan's Hurricane's always an option, but generally, we see a lot of the Gwinsus, and that makes a lot of sense generally coming through next. Now, the Leona, not a bad pick, but I don't think it's as strong as sometimes you see the Leona. There is quite a lot of mobility. It's not the easiest to land that Solar Flare onto a Lilia, particularly with that passive going up. I mean, maybe the Rumble could be a point of vulnerability, but generally the Kalista and Lucian also should be pretty safe.
To see what Ilum does want to take here, has the pick of the litter, pretty much hovering all these chances, but third clear game in a row. I think that it is another a game where he has potential to fall down, right? This is probably just going to be another melee support come out of Sword Art. The potential for it to be a brawl, if he does want to go for something like a Nautilus, he absolutely can. Doesn't have to, play to counter, but Leona can play to just be this engaged tool for his team and find out these squishy members, because all he needs to do is land the CC, and he has 4 extremely high damage champs on the rest of his team, and if he gets his job done, he will absolutely have faith in his team to be able to carry out that fight.
Yeah, Nautilus is going to be the pick. So, I think ultimately in this bottom lane, the Kalista Nautilus probably do have priority. Just by virtue of if there is ever a hook landing, then you have to be somewhat scared as Yuhi and Gang. It's just so much upfront damage, and you don't really win out. Ezreal quite often wins out on those trades even early on in the game, just because you have that passive, you end up getting more attack speed, but it's just the Kalista stacking up that Ren stack. The point of execution is just so much higher. Yeah.
Both teams.
Maybe it's
getting late.
It must be 2 a.m. over there for them as well.
Living on that New Zealand time zone is unfortunate, but yeah, I'm seeing a lot of yours. This is only a best of 3, guys. We got best of 5s coming up. We got to be able to have the stamina to play out these best of series, but I don't think we're going to see the skill level drop from what we've seen in the first 2 games, right? I think that what we've seen in the draw from CFO is nice. I think it's creative, honestly. The fact that you can play different styles. A lot of these teams are one-dimensional in the fact that, you just have the AP carry jungler, AD carry mid laner. But I like that CFO does have the ability to play these double AP junglers, because they're just so consistent. And the main problem when it comes to having the shared AP style or AP damage threats are, if you fall behind, you're useless, right? It's just so hard to do damage when even a tiny bit of magic resistance comes out. But I think that Driver and Caster are 2 players you can trust to be consistent and be strong going into this game. And there is no... only Cassante is that, true tank on the enemy team. You don't really worry about those AD carries being, too strong in the magic resistance department until much later into the game. We might see stuff like the more of the Malmortis come out for the Ezreal, even the Lucian. But I think with just the Bloodthirster itself, it's enough sustain to really get through a lot of this damage over time that comes out of CFO.
Yeah, and a bit of aggression on both sides of mid lane here at level 1. It's been a fairly consistent theme of this series, and we'll see what really comes of it. Probably not a whole lot, just really battling over vision. Oh, you go.
Oh, no, I was going to say that this is the 3rd time we see that these teams are doing something level 1. I'm not even sure if I can remember back correctly to our other series, but I don't think we've had a fan so far, just a standard fan. We've always seen, someone walking in, trying to get a ward, someone trying to do something cheeky with a chunk happening. Even in the Ground Zero game, or Ground Zero series, there was just action happening level 1 a lot. And it's nice to see these teams are scouting. Obviously, they're doing their research on where these teams stand level 1, and they're trying to abuse that.
Certainly is going to bode well if you can find out where this Talia stuff. Oh my god, this Rumble champ is reasonable. That is a reasonable champion within League of Legends. I'll tell you that for free.
Not gonna, you know, do too much over the health part of the clear, right? Obviously, you can still clear the jungle and be fine as the Talia, but does get his jungle cleared down, or his speed is denied a little bit because he did miss that initial Q, right? So now all of a sudden, Casa, a player who can recognize a little minuscule window and abuse that, instantly running into the enemy jungle, going to steal away. Maybe, well, definitely gets one camp, but can he get more?
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, I think the big thing is just Talia is not a healthy clearer. Is a fast clearer, but doesn't really clear with a whole lot of health. There's a few champs that are like that, right? And Talia certainly is one of them. Karthus could be another one, but this is just going to mean that he actually cannot contend. So Karthus just going to take away one Raptor camp, go back to his jungle, and we'll finish this up an entire camp, which, while maybe doesn't seem like the most important thing, if you get to that Lufting Lullaby just that much quicker, you get your item spike just one camp quicker. It can make the difference between, you know, winning a Void Grub fight, a Dragon fight, or whatever it may be later on into this game. And Alum, he's coming into this bottom side. He is not sure how much is still available, but he comes around the corner, sees his red buff, and he's going to be very glad that it is still there.
Yeah, obviously not going to get the level 4 in the first clears. He's only getting 5 instead of his 6 camps. So Casa much happier with that one, but it's all band-aid when, you know, you get back to the second respawn in the camps, right? He should be fine from that point, but still going to be a win for CFO in the early game, especially Gory in the mid lane, winning out in the 80 carry 1v1. We saw him falling down in the, you know, Corki versus Lucian matchup in the early game, not dying, but just losing the priority. But this time, you know, obviously landing those piercing lights through the minions, getting the health advantage, and forcing Jet to use his teleport, and only getting a longsword in that first base.
A bit of a slower start. I think we'd already seen first blood in both games by this point, which is kind of weird to say, considering we're only 3.5 minutes in. But there has just been a lot of aggression in general, and I think that often happens when you have these melee support matchups. It just tends to be, you know, one support going in on another, and you're not even sure who wins on the back of that trade.
Yeah, we're not. I don't think we've really seen like the melee versus or engage versus engage in a while. It's just been a lot of the you know, Alistairs, Leonas, Broms. This is the first list I think we've seen in quite a while, and I think this champion in particular is good into the 80 carries because a lot of them are just really mobile, and it's hard to, you know, land the CC you need to when you can get outplayed by these dashes and potential flashes, but can't outplay the Null Assault, unfortunately. That one gonna get cast on you, and all it needs is a damage follow-up, and that will be the kill being secured for CFO.
I'm trying to scout out and find some play around Casa, is just clearing up his top side. Finishing up his clear, still hasn't finished it, as he has just been pretty proactive on the map in general. Now, I want to talk quickly about skins again, and just one in particular. When was the last time you have seen someone pick Rumble and not have the Super Galaxy skin on?
Oh, I top of my head straight away. This is a throwback. Chief Swiper never used that skin. He only used the tank Rumble skin, the one where he had the treads. That was his skin. And before that, he was a Rumble in the jungle player. He never used the Super Galaxy Rumble. I don't know why, but he just never ever used it. But he was always known for playing Rumble throughout his entire career.
Yeah, you always. I remember the big Swips Rumble. I never took notice of the skin though, I suppose. But there you go. It isn't very common though. People not using the Super Galaxy. It is just so clean, right? It's so smooth, the animations and whatnot.
Honestly, it's one of the, you know, the skins that just changes the entirety of the champion, right? A lot of the skins that you have nowadays are like, they change the effects, but sometimes too much. And it's like, it's jarring in a competitive environment or a competitive sense, but I think that Rumble just makes the champion overall less clunky, and he feels much better to play.
Nice buffer there with that Arcane Shift. Yeah, there's a few champs that feel somewhat pay to win. I think IG Kai'Sa is another one that I feel like it just does more damage. High Noon Lucian does more damage as well.
I'm a project enjoyer.
Do you have the prestige one? You the golden project or the blue one?
Of course. I do think, okay, High Noon Blue Chroma, where you change the culling to blue, is an S tier skin.
Cool. Kai'Sa starting up this dragon. Probably a hard fight to navigate for Sengoku. They do have, of course, that Scattered Earth that works quite well against this Callista, but just no Cryo in that bot lane means that it is going to be an easy pickup, and No answer on the other side of the map as Elm finds himself in the same side of the map as Casa, just slightly behind in tempo and probably off the back of what Driver was doing to him level 1.
And this is, you know, we're seeing nothing happening, right? But a 600, 700 gold lead going towards CFO just because they're winning out in their 3 lanes, 3 individual matchups. Even Caster in the jungle edging out the camp lead because of what he did in that early game and going to be able to secure the dragon for his team with the priority that the map has and also walk towards the grubs. And I think Soda is extremely happy that Hook missed.
Yeah. Yeah, when we go back and look at the VOD, he is going to be thrilled to realize he missed that hook.
I think they spotted him out there.
Oh, the Zenith Blade, he does get stunned up. Shun going to have a fantastic cleanse, the flash away. Are they going to be able to find any follow-up damage? No, they're not, but that is both summoners now burnt on this Kalista, I think. An insanely well-timed cleanse. Culling! Oh, Corey not going to pull the trigger. Could have gone for that 1-for-1. Honorable trade.
Gets the base off in time. But yeah, that was very scary. That could have been the 1-for-1, you know, potential even 1-for-0 if Jet was really fast on the flash reaction to Gory there. But this is what you need to do, right? You don't ever put yourself in a position to trade 1-for-1 when you are winning the map. Like at this point, Jet is either forced to stay in lane and get doded in the 1v1 or recall and lose the means, right? In the end, Gory's going to win. He knows that as the player's been in the scenario many times, so he just takes the path of least resistance, right? And secures himself another lead in lane just through his straight 1v1 prowess.
Yeah. And this is, yeah, as you said, going very handedly in favor of Gory, but also Driver, he's, you know, accumulating a massive CS lead for himself. At least you can say that he is staying even in this bot side, and in fact, now with those summoners down, possibly a point of weakness that LM should probably look to exploit. I mean, he does have that Weaver's wall. Kalista is going to struggle. You can obviously jump the wall once, but Scattered Earth comes down, you're stunned up, you get knocked over, and it should be a pretty clear-cut kill if they do choose to punish.
And, you know, speaking of the Kalista, I'm so happy we're going back to the on-hit build. I was getting so bored of lethality Kalista, you know, the Q-Max, stand back, and just, like, doing the insane amount of damage, but when I think of Kalista, I think to, like, the high attack speed, multiple lifesteal items, just out-sustaining all the DPS going onto you, and honestly just looking cool in these team fights, because there's so much skill expression when you bring the hopping into the, you know, skirmishing.
Yeah, the absolute mechanic maxing, right? Those are sort of the fun champs to play, which is also why I kind of hate when it's just like Cassante, Jax, Cassante, Renekton, Jax. It's like, there is expression, but it's not all that much. Now with the 3v3 happening down bot side, Swordart, he's going to be feeling completely okay. Lufting Lullaby is going to be able to come through. Now there is a lot of protection down here, but the hook lands, no one blocking that, and it's first blood for Shun, as Yuhi is also going to have to run away with his life.
Yeah, no one blocks that. They just hand over the Leona pretty much, but at the same time, if that was Ilin blocking that one, that would have been him falling down as well, because all of a sudden, you know, that is the Dredge line into the Null Assault combo, paired up with how strong Kalista is. She's going to do the same amount of damage through that CC chain, as you do see in the replay. This is just level 6 versus level 5, right? This is Sword Art being stronger, Caster being stronger. There's levels advantage in pretty much every role except for the AD carry position, but, you know, Ezreal having an extra point in the Misty Shot isn't going to change this skirmish, and this is just CFO recognizing that they're stronger on the map right now, even though Jet had that inside track, had the first move. And it's a solid kill.
Yeah. With Gang in the lane, or at least running to the lane at the time, and Gory's still half HP, so something has gone tremendously wrong. As Caster finds his way onto Gang, who did actually Hex Flash to find himself in that horrible position. Now Gory's going to be able to make his way over that wall and find himself yet another kill. Scattered Earth comes through, the seismic shove. Gory! Faded Ashes! Oh my god, he lives.
He's going to walk that one off, and this is what we expected from CFO, right? Going in the replay, we get to see how Jet really fell down. Using a strong piercing, nice piercing line to get through the wave here, but this is just Gory. Straight up in the 1v2, just winning that one out. Has his cooldown engaged, just not there in time, doesn't have the flash. You know, we see him already walk down to the Raptors and fall down as well later on, and this is just items being completed for the side of CFO. They have a lead everywhere. They have priority everywhere. And, you know, as this game has went on, as this, you know, series has went on, we've seen CFO just get stronger and stronger, right? Their players are playing better. Their team comps are looking better. And Sengoku just so far just unable to really stand up to the power of this team besides that first game we had in the series.
Absolutely. And, I mean, a very, very quick 3k gold lead here for the side of PSG. They do... I'm not PSG. I was reading PCS. I do want to see them play, but I was reading PCS, and anyway, you know, PSG pretty synonymous. But CFO, rather, as they are also up that dragon. The next dragon will be spawning here in just a few seconds. It does in fact go live now. Won't be a Hextech Soul, but hold up. Shun, as well as Sword Art, they're looking for the dive. It's just Gang, and they will be able to pick it up. Sword Art should be able to get out on just a slither of HP. Does so. Recall's going to have to come through, and maybe that denies this Dragon for just a little bit with that support off the map as True Shot Barrage comes in, but not going to connect. Yuhi with a valiant effort there, but unfortunately, Sword Art backing in a different bush.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there if that was, the Sengoku bot lane trying to base together and, Gang was just caught out of position, because we saw that Yuhi was walking out of base when Gang was getting caught in the bot lane. And you don't usually expect the support to be in a 1v2 position on the bot side of the map, right? Normally they are the ones roaming around and doing stuff while the AD carry is the one getting caught in the 1v2. But still, that is the kill going over towards the Shun on this Kalista, and this champion who doesn't scale insanely well, especially into champs like the Tristana, the Ezreal, and the Talia who do outrange you. Getting that early game, getting that lead is what the champ really needs to bridge that difference and be allow the power to take over this early game.
Absolutely, I'm inclined to agree. It is the Dragon traded there for the Void Grubs, and it's going to be a Chemtech Soul once again in this game, as Driver quickly realizing he's on weak side will drop that equalizer back on off and not give over anything, as Shun is most likely going to claim himself that first tower. Now Alum, he uses that Weaver's Wall onto Gory, but unfortunately Sword Art there to protect his mid lane, and now Jet getting taken out. Here comes that Solar Flare, and Driver very low, but he is going to overheat. He's going to run away. That Flame Spitter taking away. The True Shot Barrage does a lot of damage, but again, there's no follow-up. No one really can get onto these very weak members of CFO. They're low on HP. Caster now arriving to try and find something. Rocket Jump forward. Pathmaker as well is going to cause Caster to lose his flash, but ultimately all things said and done, it's a few summoner spells traded, but it's still CFO feeling okay about things as they did pick up that second Dragon.
And these are the kind of fights where if this gold lead wasn't as big as it is, it would be going in favor of Sengoku, right? This just looks so nice. And we just see Ilum fall down. He's trying to engage, trying to do anything for his team to, create an advantage, but isn't able to execute that one there because he's so far behind. But the fact that they dive here and Jet does such a good job to dodge both these harpoons, keep his health up, and then if there is more items, if this is to Blade the Rune King for himself here, he does find his kill into Driver. It does knock them both into this True Shot Barrage, and all of a sudden he can jump forward and clean up this fight. But they just don't have the gold to back up the gameplay they are putting out right now.
Yeah, absolutely. 0-5, same scoreline that last game started with, but this time it's a 6k goal lead, which feels quite insurmountable. I mean, look at Shun. Shun is just so accelerated. So many tower plates going over to him. He has a couple of those kills, and with the Blade of the Ruin King now complete on both these AD carries, I mean, it's Sengoku that are aggroing, but it's not going to look like it should be in their favor. Here comes that Solar Flare, but we do have access to that cleanse, and now Jet is really in a bad position. He does flash away, and he's going to survive from that rend. It's a 1-for-1 as things stand, and it is actually Jet who ends up picking up that kill over onto Caster in the bottom side of their jungler. Equalizer comes through. Jet with that rocket jump, though, gets himself out. Now, it is Alum who gets chunked a little bit out there, and Driver not going to be able to follow up, though. Should be able to clear out this minion wave, and a 1-for-1, I mean, you'll take that if you're Sengoku.
Yeah, absolutely, you'll take that. I thought that Jet was going to fall down for sure when he jumped into the Kalista, landing on his face, but he gets the kill, gets the reset, jumps back out, and that's a 1-for-1. In such a monumental gold lead is, surprising, and they also got Shun's cleanse, so all of a sudden they can't look for that play again, but Gory looking for the 1v1 onto Jet, but Gang is in his back pocket right now.
I think he's waiting if this bomb gets used. Sword Art's here, though. Jet! Oh my god, max range hook, and making this champion look like the easiest champ in the game is Sword Art. One more hook will connect. You have to trust it. There it goes, and he takes himself a kill. Well earned. Gobble, gobble. That's going to get him to his locket, I guess, once again earlier. And blessed be Sword Art. Building quite correct. And, oh, peer your eyes towards this Leona scoreline.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough game when you're playing the, the point and click engage versus each other. One, when you fall behind, is going to be lights out. But, I think we're probably going to see Solid go for the Zeeks again. Well, I do think, the Locket is nice. This is the kind of game where you are so far ahead. You can just use this utility you get from the AoE slow to do something, and this is what they're trying to do. Get kills in the side lane. They finally found a trade. This is good for them, and now suddenly they have an avenue to play through, right? It's going to be the side lane. It is going to be the summoner's advantage, but once again, Solid hasn't reset. Solid's the ult, has the flash.
Yeah, but Jet honoring the fact that he is definitely on the weak side after what occurred there. Kanatu's going to feel pretty good about being able to assist his jungler, pick up that kill onto Driver, who has at times struggled to play weak side as according to how you'd want to, and finding himself picked off yet again here on that Rumble, but still things will be okay. And ultimately, if anyone on the side of CFO were to die, you'd probably want it to be this Rumble, as he is one of those few champs that do not have a shutdown above their head.
Absolutely. And, you know, while his scoreline doesn't really, you know, represent what we are seeing out of CFO right now, he is, you know, certainly ready to be in these team fights. He is level 11. That's what you really want from your Rumble. Having 2 points in ulti is all you really need. And he doesn't need to carry these fights, right? He is playing the Rumble for the team comp identity, which is like this champion that you can't, you know, dive necessarily because of the equalizer, able to clear out the waves, be able to play it away from, but is so strong these individual 1v1s, especially when the counter pick to the Rumble that Sengoku have been bringing out is a losing matchup, right? The K'Sante doesn't really do anything into the Rumble in the 1v1 until much later in the game, where you can just, you know, be a tank and really mitigate a lot of that damage on the side lane. But it doesn't really matter because a lot of these games are decided by the early points in the game where Rumble is at its strongest.
Yeah. Talking about this Rumble, I mean, I don't know how much knowledge you have on sort of champion interaction, but you know how, like, bullet time doesn't wake up sleeping champions? Like, if you use the Lilia sleep, it doesn't wake up if you use bullet time on them?
It's, Rumble is two things. It's the cast does damage, so it will wake them up, but if they're slept on the ult, it will not. That is just damage over time.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So there is, I mean, not a very high likelihood of that Rumble ult being able to just sit there and burn away. It'll take a pretty egregious misplay.
I really want to see those kind of combos come back though, right? Like the Curse of the Sad Bullet time, like
that's a classic.
The Lilia ult with the Misfortune ult. It's just honestly any setup with Misfortune. I think we've seen it overseas, right? With Aurora being a champion in the meta now, is you just draft AoE with that ulti. You lock everyone in that ult, you draft AoE like the Misfortune, the Cannon, and you just obliterate everyone. And if they don't have summoners, if they don't have, you know, the Ezreal E's, or the champs you can get out of that ult, right?
Yeah.
You're just stuck in that Thunderdome, and it's just so hard to deal with in team fights.
Yeah, and it's what we saw DFM yesterday, right? They did pick up that Aurora in game 1, and they had the Cannon in the top side to complement it. Obviously, it did load them up on a lot of AP damage, but it did work out very well for them. So, already seen success in that kind of thought process. But if you want to see the Curse of the Sad Bullet time, look no further than DCG in our second stage of playoffs. They are playing the Amumu a lot, as Driver going to flash away. Seismic Shavi has to dodge out of it, and so far he's dodging out of everything, but he's not going to be able to get out of the Pathmaker. All out comes through, and once again, Driver will be dying here on that side lane. So play around the map, certainly existing, forcing Goku, but unfortunately it does cost them a solo in a tower. That goes over to Gory. It's going to accelerate him even further. He is already at 2 items, and looking pretty fierce. Shun as well now, probably going to pick up this inner tower in the mid lane, as I think Sengoku doing a good job to realize they can't really do much about it, and so just getting some gold, getting some much-needed gold really onto Jet.
Yeah, and while they are, you know, trading down in terms of objectives, like the 1 for 2, 1 for 3, this is the bounties, so they are getting some consolation prizes in terms of the gold, and especially onto these members who need it. The Tristana needs the 2 items to really do anything, because you look at the other side, and it's just so much gold sitting in the inventories of these carry players for CFO. And, you know, Gory, being so far ahead, doesn't have to go for the optimal damage build, right? You know, think of stuff like the Infinity Edge or the LDR next. You can go for stuff like the Cleaver, which we saw out of Harry the other day, or even the Bloodthirster, but Flash...
Gory sending it, and he is going to get stunned up here. Jet finds his way now onto this Lucian, and what can Gory do? He's finding a lot of damage! Oh my god, he nearly does it, but Jet does claim that shutdown now to 5v4, but the Lufting Lullaby is absolutely massive, and Kasa steps up here in game number 3. Nowhere for Yuhi to go. They get the shutdown onto Jet, but it's only Gang running for his life as supportal combat. J-Team Flare is up, and it is the 1v1, but soon it will not be as Shun arrives, Driver arrives, and there is nowhere for Gang to run. This is going to be the Baron picked up. Jet will have nothing to say about it, and CFO, I said running away with this game. They are sprinting away as they look for this Baron. It's 21 minutes in, and we honestly looking for a very, very early end to this one.
Yeah, and we did get to see the interaction for, I think it was 1 or 2 ticks. They were asleep on top of the Rumble lot, but it didn't matter because Caster was just in the backline unleashed. Do go onto the replay and just get to see, Gory honestly kind of in sync, just flashing over the wall like this is crazy, and he does almost find the 1v2 outplay onto Jets with how much, of a wallet gap he has, but you need to see the rest of this team fight. The equalizer, the lilting lullaby, putting the Talia to sleep on top of the ulti, and then Caster just flashing in. And there's just so many different burns on these members, and even if they do manage to get away, it's so easy to clean them up with how sticky the CFO members are.
Absolutely, and now coming back to live as 10k gold advantage. Driver, he's having a rough one. Hands on his head. He is found yet again. 0-3 now is Driver on the Rumble. But I don't think he has to be concerned. This is a game he can take off. He's on holiday. He's on leave for this one as the rest of CFO are looking very, very menacing. Honestly, they're in the position where they probably are just going to be able to win these 4v5s. Even without that massive ult coming through from Driver, they ultimately still do have that magic damage in that Lilia, so it's not all that doom and gloom when you do lose this Rumble.
Yeah, absolutely. This is also the other nice thing about not having a solo AP carry. Your only AP threat, if it was the Rumble, this case, it being 0-3, would be bad, right? If there was going to be some armor coming out of this Cassante, very hard to deal with if you do not have any AP threats. But they do have the 2 AP threats, and Caster is having a monster performance this game. It's going for a lot of the KFC variety bucket in his inventory, right? Sitting on the arm guard because you don't really want to finish that Zhonya's while you still have that active available. So most of the time you just sit on that one. You have the components you build towards another item, in the moment you pop that one, your next reset, you finish that Zhonya's, and that is when you really do come online with this Lily, is when you do have the flash available and when you have the Zhonya's available. Having the stasis is so important for these squishy champions who need to go into melee range to play in these team fights.
Oh, Driver, he's dead again. Oh no. Okay, he is playing very far back. He is playing insanely far back. Yeah, they can't get it. Equalizer is going to stop that in their tracks as 4 members of CFO march down this bottom lane. This is an inhib tower being taken out 23 minutes in. Driver, he's done enough to defend that top tower. Although, maybe we're going to see Jet as well as Gang just sit around there. They have to find something, right? I mean, I honestly like what they're doing. They're trying to find something just anywhere, any gold whatsoever. And it's working, in its own way. Obviously, they do now lose that inhibitor. And with that, I mean, this is now the Dragon Soul spawned as Shun. Going to be able to take that out alongside Caster very, very quickly. But it's actually... They lost in gold over this Baron.
Yeah.
By the way, it's a negative Baron power play.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how, but
this was CFO, playing to one lane, right? They were all, 4 members in the bot side of the map. No one was farming that mid lane. No one was, farming the top side jungle. At the same time, Sengoku was pushing the mid. They were catching the bot wave. They were pushing top. They got the inner tower as well, and that was a bounty. So I think that's like a 1,000 gold tower with the bounty on top of it. So a lot of money there, but Sword Art is just, he's getting caught, but he's so tanky.
Yeah, he gets hit a couple of times in Shun. Holy hell, that's a lot of damage. As Gang finds himself without the majority of his health bar here, and Shun pretty much able to just continue going forward as at will. No more Baron buff. We'll see if they're able to siege. Callista's certainly not the best sieging AD carry that exists in League of Legends, but
diving.
Yeah,
that
good
is
at
what
that.
she is really good at, and I think that with the gold lead that they have, they can absolutely play for a dive, especially with someone on Sengoku having to go towards that bot wave and answer those super minions that will just constantly be walking in, because if not, it might just be a TP that comes out of Gory, and then all of a sudden your base is under attack and this Baron is up, and you're sort of forced to choose between the objectives. Because I think if they give this Baron over, it'll certainly be lights out for them, but it is once again a very hard objective to contest based on the map state.
Keep eyes on Caster. Flash available. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard. He has the ultimate. It can be one of the most impactful engage tools in the game. I mean, alongside obviously Sword Art, who does now connect with his dredged line there onto Yuhi, but not able to follow up as the Arcane Shift does come through in time. True Shot Barrage now does connect there onto Caster. Not all that much damage, however.
This is the rough thing about reaching this point in the game when you are behind on champions like the Ezreal, right? When these sustained items start to come through, like the Bloodthirst on the Kalista, and even if Gory did go for the Bloodthirst instead of the Cleaver this game, your harass doesn't stick. You land a really nice Mystic Shot, but it doesn't matter because you just auto the Wolves, you auto the Raptors one or two times, and you just sustain all that damage back up. You fight in a creep wave, you have so much active life still there. 2 lives with Kalista at this point in the game is ridiculous. She can pretty much tank these major objectives and just solo them out, and it's really, really hard to deal with when you are so far behind. The fact you can build defensive and still be up on damage is so hard to deal with.
Yeah. No, importantly, I think for Sengoku here, while obviously the team is very far behind in general, we still do have this Tristana. Jet on the Tristana, 3 items now completed, the Infinity Edge in that inventory. There's not a whole lot of resistances going up against them, outside of course, Sword Art on this Nautilus, and there is just a Seeker's Arm Guard. That's pretty much the only armor he's up against. And if everything goes well, if everything goes correct, if his front line doesn't just get one shot, he can have some uptime, then maybe there's an angle for him to find some play in these team fights. But ultimately, it is CFO. They're going to be able to get that sort of priority around this Baron. They have the Kalista. While Kalista can't hit towers very well, she is the best champion in the game, alongside the likes of Nunu and Cho'Gath at securing a Baron for your team. Now, teleport coming through for Jet. They are wanting to fight. Sengoku will not go down without at least trying something. Alum on the flank here. Weaver's Wall comes out, separating these two teams in that river, but CFO happy to just get off that Baron. They can go back to it if they so choose. They're not going to do so yet. Happy with just the teleport.
Yeah, and I think also to note, you were bringing up the fact that a lot of these champions right now, even though it's a pretty massive goal lead for CFO, even in terms of combat power, I think the main lead right now for CFO is in the bot lane. Kalista and Nautilus are extremely far ahead to their counterparts, but the rest of the members for CFO and Sengoku are pretty much similar when it comes to the 2, 3, maybe even 3.5 items right now. But engage out of Sengoku.
Yeah, gets the slow there onto Shun, but it's the hook answer from Sword Art, and he might be going down, but he might have just done enough to secure his team to win. Yuhi flashing away, Yuhi getting very, very low, and Jet nowhere to be seen. He's teleporting back. He's trying to get that recall off. Can he get it off in time? All out comes through. That's 1 kill. Very low health bars as a True Shot Barrage is hitting well. Now it's a 4v5 as Jet is going to be able to continue pushing on at that mid wave. He does lose his minions, so now he won't be able to get another tower, but that's 2 towers. It's objective bounties and a lot of map open up here. A lot of gold for Jet, and some mistakes coming out of CFO as they get too aggressive under that Nexus tower of Sengoku Gaming.
That was just a straight 4v5. Sengoku managed to outplay that one, and this gold lead is shrinking. And, these champion strengths that they had are shrinking. The fact that Gory went for the Cleaver with the double AP top, the top jungle, really hampers his damage output. And this is the Baron being started.
Shun not recalling. He's not full HP. He's half HP. If he can get some uptime auto-attacking, sure, he'll get back.
Sword Art's not here.
It's not all that easy. Now, Sword Art is dead. There's no flash on our Lilia. How are we going to get in there? We're not, as the answer is Alan picks up that Baron, and forward goes Jet, but he's going to immediately flash away. And Casa is completely full HP. He's able to go forward at will. Jet trying to find the damage. Alum as well trying to do the same. He's not able to do so. Only Jet remains. He's trying to survive, but it's going to be Casa chasing him down. He has no way out. The bowling ball will not connect. It is not a strike, but what it is game number 3 for CFO as they do manage to strike back the reverse sweep. It's the 3rd one out of 4 games, and the PCS, they do get 2 teams through to that upper bracket.
And what a bounce back day for the PCS. Day 1, they didn't have any teams manage to get a win, but today we only expected CFO to be the team to have a victory, but both PCS teams pretty convincing wins, right? I think the first games telling about how they can bounce back, and throughout the series, PCS just seems to be overall doing much better jobs at adapting to what the draft meta is in these best of series. And so far we're seeing once again the mix of the ease of execution with the ability to play the early game and have more avenues of ways to make gold, ways to get leads throughout the team is what makes these better teams really shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think honestly, as soon as we stop, I guess I just want to say it. I think as soon as CFO stopped with the ego and started picking stuff that actually is just solid, no matter what sort of state of the game you're in, like it's just champs that always have impact. No Pantheon, no Nidalee. They just look so much better. Driver, rough game. He's not happy, shaking his head. He's not even going to do us a dance. Usually he has a meme or something prepared. Just too upset with his performance. I think, honestly, he was weak-sided the entire time. You know, the entire series, he was just Omega weak-sided while the bot lane was punishing, you know, Shun on that Jin, Shun on that Callista. It did mean that, yeah, you're the Rumble, a very good weak-side champion, and maybe he was a little bit too over-aggressive, pushing up a bit too far, but honestly, credit where credit's due. He held on strong enough that the other side of the map can win very, very hard, and then that's all you really needed to do.
Yeah, and I have to say, biggest bounce back performance for me was definitely Sword Art. I think that game 1 played the Pantheon, couldn't do anything. But, you know, the next 2 games, the Alistair and the Nautilus in particular, he is always finding really nice engages, always pulls the trigger, is someone who is really good at, you know, towing the line when it comes to contesting vision, right? We saw so many times where he would walk into the enemy's control and just, you know, sidestep back around that Talia shove in the fog of war, you know, make sure, oh, I found where they are, guys, you know, we can now go get more control over this part of the map, or he just, you know, straight away pulls the trigger because he found out where they are and he's ready to fight. And I think that is his veterancy really shining through this game.
Yeah, and I think honestly, like, there's not often that you find a game where the Nautilus does seem like the better pick than the Leona, but I think honestly, while the Leona does have, you know, a lot of benefits when you get that Warmogs, and maybe it's less so visible when the Warmogs has kind of gone out of favor, ultimately, even the champions, right? There's not really anyone that this Leona can lock down outside of the Rumble. You know, you can lock down the Nautilus, sure. Who really cares if you're locking down the Nautilus as long as he gets his abilities off? But generally, this Leona has really succeeded against the Brand, the Zyra, the champs like that don't have any way to get that movement speed to get out of your abilities. And so, not really anyone in this game that Gang could truly focus on outside of Driver. And we saw that kind of manifest there where he was just constantly, wherever Driver was, that's where all the focus was, because that's really their only look at a positive play for them. And so that kind of just meant that Nautilus was able to go anywhere. No matter what, you're able to hit someone with an ult, as you said in the game, and a lot more impact was felt there from Sword Art. And yeah, I think that was a very important aspect of this game, is just, you know, you saw the 0-5-0 Leona, not the impact you want, wasn't really able to find it, and so I think from there you're going to really struggle.
Yeah, and I think that it's important that for CFO, the team that we considered one of the favorites to take this entire, you know, playoffs, that in that game 3, they weren't just winning, they were pretty much dominating their lanes. We see Gory in individual 1v1, winning that one out, even winning on the 1v2 against Jet and Gang when they came to the lane. We saw that Driver in his lane, as he is weak-sided, was winning out, was doing really well, and especially the CFO bot lane, they were the main winners of this game. They just, you know, drafted this very early, very high priority bot lane. They used that, they secured the lead, they found, you know, 2v2 kills, and then they used Sword Art to, you know, roam around the rest of the map and make sure the rest of the team was ready to fight as well.
Absolutely. Now, Telly, you're here, you know, you're the LCO representative, you're a big fan of the LCO. One thing I know about Ground Zero, right, is they've won exactly one series in the PCS ever, and it was against exactly LJL 3rd seed. Guess what we have coming up later on in this week? After the results here, it's going to be CFO, a bit of civil war. Both sides of the bracket actually going to have civil war. West Point versus Rank on the other side and Group A, and this side is going to be CFO going up against J-Team in the upper bracket. But ultimately, LJL 3rd versus LCO 1st. It's been a winning matchup for LCO. After what you saw here, how confident are you feeling?
Game 1 was a very scary looking Sengoku, and also Game 2, I think their team play is something that is very scary to look at, and I think that also Jet in the mid lane is a player who can carry if left to his devices, and we know that Ground Zero is a team who doesn't really play these early game comps, doesn't really play the, you know, the Maokais, the Sejuanis, these high skirmish, high volatility early games. So a lot of the comps they play are just scaling. You know, what we really saw from CFO is in that 3rd game is probably what we're going to see from Ground Zero, but you need the high execution, you need the skill to back that up, and in that best of series that we saw from Ground Zero earlier on, that wasn't what we're used to from seeing out of them. And I think that they need to, you know, go back to what was working for them if they want to be able to match up to a team like Sengoku, who, you know, did so well against CFO today.
Yep, absolutely. Castle with the player of the game you see there on your screen. Actually, like, the clawback that happened right near the end of that game is insane, considering we finished this game and Castle was only up 300 gold over Alum.
Yeah.
So definitely props to Sengoku for somehow clawing their way back in. I mean, a lot of it, of course, was off the back of Jet and those shutdowns coming through from the objectives, but Caster in this team fight just completely running away with it.
Just was unleashed, and this is the classic. I think we saw this in the Bliss series as well. The Baron for, you know, Nexus trade is definitely not a favorable one, but one that CFO will take every single time. But this was just, you know, Sengoku finding a winner to get back in the game. They wanted to be like, all right, guys, we finally have an advantage. Let's start this Baron, but just the collapse. Once again, Corey on the flank with Lucian does what he needs to do there and allows Caster to clean up that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ultimately a good look for those last two games for not only CFO, but just for our playoffs in general, right? Because you don't really want to be going into our playoffs ahead of Worlds and have a team that clearly should be fighting for that Worlds position underperforming, because it means just not only for themselves, but the rest of the league aren't getting the quality practice you want, because again, you're going to be going up against the best teams in the world. So you really need everyone to be performing for the betterment of the whole region. Now, we will be back right after the interview we have. It's going to be with Shun and Patty, so please do enjoy, and then we'll break down tomorrow's games.
選手をインタビューさせていただきます。挨拶の一言をお願いいたします。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 CFO 的 AD 选手顺，请顺先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 的 AD 顺。
So first off, congratulations on winning your first win in the PCS playoffs. Even though you guys won today, it wasn't a very smooth game. I want to ask you to rate your entire team's performance in today's game.
今日は CFO の初戦となります。危ない場面もありましたが、無事に勝つことができました。チーム全体のパフォーマンスはどうでしたか？
首先，恭喜你们获得你们在 PCS 季后赛的第一场胜利。虽然你们赢了下来，但是并没有到非常顺遂。想问一下，你怎么评价你们今天队伍整体的表现？
我觉得主要是我们第一场的 BP 可以再更完善一点吧，就是容错率有点低这样。
ゲーム1のバンピックフェイスはもっと丁寧にやっとけばよかったと思います。
I think we can do better in our BP in the first game because our selections doesn't have a lot of space for mistakes. So let's talk about your first game ban pick. It was kind of special composition. Like specifically for Sword Art, he chose Pantheon as the support champion. And also, in the early games, you guys had a lead, but then you weren't able to close it off. I want to ask you, what do you think is the issue there, and what kind of things did you guys fix before the second game?
ゲーム1のバンピックフェイスでとてもユニークなピックをしました。特にパンテオンサポートがすごく目立ちました。序盤のリードを逆転されて、チームはどのようなミスをしてしまったと思いますか？その後どういう調整をしましたか？
我想问你们在第一局的选角，因为其实比较特别一点，尤其是蛇选了潘森辅助这个英雄，然后在前期其实你们取得一些领先，但在后期没有办法赢下这场比赛。你觉得最大的问题出在哪里？然后你们在第一局跟第二局中间有做过什么样的调整？
第一局的话，主要是我们阵容选的有点太前期了，就容错率有点低，然后就是导致我们可能输一波就被对面翻盘这样。那我们第二场做的调整就是，我们选的角色就比较，就是前中后期都有这样。
ゲーム1では、あんまり後半で発揮できないチャンピオンばっかりピックして、ミスしたらもうすぐ終わっちゃったんで、ゲーム2で、バランスも含めて考えて、とてもいいチャンピオンのピックをできました。
So in the first game, we chose our composition was too early stage, so we don't have a lot of space for a mistake. So in the later games, we chose champions that we can use focused on early, mid, and late game. So we're able to fix our issues in the composition that we pick in the first game in the later games. So actually, you're a relatively younger player on the team, but it is still your third year playing in the PCS playoffs. And today you are the most steady player on the team. So I want to ask you, do you think there's anything special, or do you feel anything special playing this time around in the playoffs?
チーム内では若い方ですが、今回もうシュン選手の3年目のプレーオフとなります。そして今日も一番安定してたプレイヤーでした。再びプレーオフの舞台に立ってどう感じますか？
就是其实你在队上是一个年纪比较轻的选手，但是你依然已经是你第3年在 PCS 季后赛打比赛了。你今天也是队上表现最稳定的选手。我想问一下，你这一次在 PCS 季后赛打比赛有什么特别的感受吗？
也没有特别，就是我觉得我每到季后赛就会特别兴奋嘛，然后就觉得自己状态挺好的，就是可以 carry 这样。
自分はプレーオフみたいな大事な場面こそもっと本領発揮できる選手だと思います。
So I'm actually feeling really good in playoffs. I think I can perform very well in the playoffs. And right now, I just feel like I can show you guys a really good game, and hopefully for CFO too. So congratulations on going to the next round. You're going to be playing against JT next. What do you think is the key in winning that?
改めて勝利おめでとうございます。次の対戦相手は JT となりますが、勝つためのキーポイントを教えていただけますか？
你们接下来进入到下一轮，将对上的队伍是 J Team。想问一下，你觉得要赢下他们的制胜关键是什么？
我觉得主要是我们每条线的就是发挥出每条线的优势吧，就在每条线都打赢他们，就是拿胜的关键。
そうですね、レーナのアドバンテージを、うまく利用すれば勝つことが簡単だと思います。
I think we can have advantage in all the lanes and win them in the laning phase. We'll be able to win J Team. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
谢谢，拜拜。
Thank you very much for the interview once again, Paddy. And Shun feeling confident in the playoffs. He thinks he can perform, and I'm inclined to believe him because he's been performing this entire split all year long. And I can't wait to see more of CFO. If they've actually got their acts together, or if, maybe those faults we saw in game number 1, if they start to rear their ugly head, then you're going to feel pretty bad about their chances getting into Worlds. Today's results, 6 games we had. Ground Zero took game number 1 of our first series. It was J-Team who were able to take it back. And likewise in our second series, it was Sengoku going up 1-0, but CFO with that reverse sweep. Back-to-back. And it is going to be now J-Team versus CFO and Ground Zero versus Sengoku later on in the week, as we do see here on our bracket.
Yeah, and this is OST versus LJL. That is the case for both our teams going forward right now, and I think that this is both very tough matchups. I think that while Sengoku versed a much tougher opponent in CFO, they definitely looked cleaner than DFM in that first couple games. I think in that third game they obviously got outmatched, but I'm excited about Team Bliss versus DFM. I think that they look scary, but they are definitely beatable.
Yep, tomorrow that is the upcoming match. Of course, it is Team Bliss taking on DFM in the upper bracket of Group A, and then Frank versus West Point. I mean, you just said it sort of during that interview that you look at these domestic leagues and you're not really looking for an upset. We've seen Frank versus West Point time and time again. It's been Frank-sided the whole time. Likewise, later on in the week, we're going to see CFO versus J-Team has been very one-sided. So I think the very important one, the one you come in with a lot of uncertainty, is how does LCO stack up against LJL? Because now we've got somewhat of a feel to how the LJL stack up against the PCS, and it's really not that bad. And so going ahead, we'll all find out. Now, I have to thank, once again, Changhua Telecom for bringing us the PCS. They've got a 12-month free subscription to Hami Video if you do sign up with them in the near future. And the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who without them, we could not have the LCO players, the LJL players over here and giving us such high quality and fun games to view. And nonetheless, there is also China Airlines. And without them, how could the players even get there? They're all in different countries. It's a very far distance to go from Australia to Taipei. So a big shout out to them, and you can find great value tickets on the China Airlines website. And last but not least, it's TTL brand noodles, who they have some fantastic noodle flavors. I personally got to try them when I was in Taipei last year. I hope I get to try them again, and I hope you guys all do as well. So a big thank you to all of our sponsors. And Telly, I hope you've enjoyed your day once again, because we've certainly enjoyed having you here. It's been an absolute pleasure. You were a blessing to the LCO in day 1. Honestly, you came in, gave them a blessing in game number 1 tonight, but unfortunately, it was J-Team who were able to turn it around.
I tried to warn them. I tried to tell them, guys, we can't play the Shibano again. It just didn't work. We got to lock in something better, but they didn't hear me in time. So unfortunately, they did fall down, but I still believe in them to be able to bounce back. I think that while Sengoku is a tough matchup for Ground Zero, it is definitely a beatable one, and you're never going to get an easy path to the top, right? You have to beat these strong opponents eventually. So if there is a time for Ground Zero to prove themselves, if there is a time for Bliss and OST to prove themselves, the matchups against the LGL are their time to really shine and come online.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very rare occasion that we get to see the LCO take on the LJL. It's not happened very commonly. We saw the 3rd seed go up against our 1st seed last year. It's going to happen again. But tomorrow we are going to have Bliss versus DFM. We are going to have Frank up against West Point. There's some banger games. Every single day is turning into a banger here at the PCS playoffs, and I can't wait to see you all tomorrow.
put this all behind. Let's go again. We feel so